left to right. Just inside that bunker.
Can you tap her for me? No pictures allowed today, okay? Thank you.
Stays just short of the divot.
Travis, he never hits anything straight.
No, everything's low, high, left to right, right to left, combination of both, sometimes probably a combination of all of it. He's always moving the ball. He's fun to watch. I mean, you come out here and on tour, if you're going to pick someone to watch, he would be one that I would put way up there.
Sangmoon Bae. What are the Byron Nelson in Dallas?
Kind of an indifferent year. You know, he wins. You kind of think that he's going to take off. Works with Rick Smith. They did some nice work tightening the golf swing up. That one starts down the left-hand side, trying to cut back a little. Nicely done. And even with all the rain we had yesterday, Travis, you can see these balls releasing down the slopes. I was talking to Ian Poulter last night, and he said the golf course is just magnificent condition-wise.
Matt Jones, he's in your all-speed group, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He could go right in there with Matt Every, Perez, and Stads. In fact, I think the four of those players
3 hours
could play as quickly or quicker than any threesome on the golf course.
A hot player right now, too. Matt Jones had a good showing last week in Greensboro. Stands at level par. Up to the green. There's Castro looking to move back to 1 over.
Looking for this to move a little left to right. Just a little bit of tilt coming off of that bunker. Just kind of stays straight. It kind of starts breaking midway, and then it just straightens out.
It's kind of that part of the game for him that seems to not quite be to the rest of it. He's a good ball striker. Hits a lot of fairways, a lot of greens.
A lot of greens. A lot of greens. Very high in GIR.
Doesn't make quite enough putts. Take full advantage of that accuracy off the tee and into the greens.
Yeah, to your point, Travis, 175th in strokes gained putting. That's near the bottom.
Yeah.
Top 30 in greens hit.
Got to make putts, Billy.
Absolutely. You're never going to hit the ball good enough to where you can beat the players on the PGA Tour. Mm-hmm. You're never going to hit it. I don't care if you hit 90% of the greens for the week. If you don't make putts, you cannot outrace these guys to first place.
Here's Angel Cabrera at 4 over par, looking for his first birdie of the week. Pours it in. So the big man nearly slipped on the green jacket for a second time back in April. He's on the board here. So the second round tee times have been set. This is the way the draw is going to work at 9:30 a.m. And you'll still have players finishing the opening round at that point. They're going to begin the second round here. Tee times between 9:30 a.m. and 3:54 p.m. So we had daylight close to 8 o'clock last night. They're going to come close, but they're not going to finish the second round today.
Yeah, they'll probably get within three holes of finishing. So you may have let's see, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. You may have seven groups on the golf course by the end of the day that doesn't finish. I think sunset's somewhere, right at 7:45 range, so maybe 15 minutes past that.
Bubba's got 133 here. How's he going to play this one?
Well, a little left to right off the tee. Just took it off the bunker. This one, that back left location. You can probably see him hold this off a little bit. Try to.
Yeah, he'll carve this in there.
Squeeze cut in there.
133 yards. Choking down just a little bit. Just kind of a half swing. Kind of that easy one. Trying to let it move a little to the left.
Didn't seem too thrilled with it.
I don't think he quite caught all that. A little, just a touch heavy.
He sees a lot when he's playing.
Sangmoon Bay. A couple yards closer here.
Good golf swing here, Travis.
It is, and you look at his stats, and he's not getting everything that he needs to be getting out of it.
Yeah.
He doesn't hit the ball a long ways. He's not real accurate off the tee. He could probably use to hit a few more greens as well. He's a good putter, but it's a great looking golf swing. Just not producing the fairways and greens that you would think.
I mean, you look at all the positions, where they are. Good shot there. It's going to get a little bit better.
I like it a lot.
See that little abbreviation, not only in the arm swing, but one of the things you're seeing with PGA Tour players when they hit these wedge shots is they keep that right foot down longer, helps them synchronize the arm swing, keeps them in their spine angle. So, just kind of a three-quarter shot that we're not trying to hit it as far as they can, but accuracy is the premium.
Yeah, I think the less footwork when you put a short iron in your hands is certainly the more accurate you can be.
The sound you heard was Matt Jones quickly playing his second. You don't linger anywhere else when this guy's in the group. Here it is, just a moment ago.
It is a one-look ball in air, and guess what?
Beauty.
Hits a lot of quality shots. I just love the way that he plays.
Not for everybody, though. It's hard to.
It's kind of mindless, though. But I mean, I've said it before. You want to practice smart, but then you want to play dumb. And
back to the tee. Here's Chris Kirk.
I never looked at it that way. Practice smart, play dumb. Let me write that down.
Sounds like a Boo Weeklyism. Keeping things simple.
That's exactly right. Watch out. Watch out.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. See, he likes to work the ball right to left. In fact, primarily, that's his shot. I mean, if it doesn't turn right to left, he's probably not going to be in the mix that week.
Here's Ken Duke, your Travelers Championship winner at the TPC River Highlands in Hartford. Even par through 9.
Here's a guy that probably drives it as well as anyone on the PGA Tour, straight. And what's he hitting off the tee? Iron.
Yep. We were talking last night before we went off the air just how neat it was to see him get his win this year on the PGA Tour. That was pretty cool.
Well, you don't think nerves weren't a huge factor in that?
John Merrick at 1 over, Northern Trust Open champion at Riviera,
just
on the
able,
West Coast.
Yeah, he was just, and Duke just settled down, hit a couple of poor tee shots, but that's all about trying to get that first win on the PGA Tour. But I loved his reaction.
John Merrick works with Billy Harmon.
Yep.
Long time. Guy that Lee Kratzer and I do some work with. And I know they've been working on a couple things. Merrick having a good year.
Get that first win out at LA.
Yep.
Huge. Yeah. Now Bubba for birdie to get the -4.
So 3 under, 4 shots off the lead here. And Watson 38th in the points race. Oh, what a day. Much more promising than yesterday. We were plagued by those showers all day long, but the last couple of hours of the evening were just beautiful. And we had a sense of what was in store over the next 3 days. we've got some really fine conditions for this elite field to work with this morning.
Well, the course should just be in prime condition for scoring. I mean, soft greens, the course is in perfect shape. The rough is really not a factor at all.
No. Again, you know, I go back to the conversation I was having with Ian Poulter last night. He said, it is out there. You can score. They listen to the players. They made the adjustments. Everything is good. In fact, he said it's nice to actually see an architect take the constructive criticism and apply it to the golf course the way that it's been done here at Liberty National.
Bay has a 54% conversion rate from this range this year. It's excellent. Top 20 on tour.
Yeah, he's a good putter. You know, he's 16th in strokes gained putting. Also, so you know, as good as that golf swing is, you just kind of get the feeling with this guy, he'd give him a few more opportunities. That putting stroke, be right there.
He's got the 2-year exemption from the victory in Dallas, which is so important for a young player. Gives them time to figure things out, perhaps.
And he gets to start his year out at Kapalua.
Which also ain't bad.
No.
Matt Jones to get it to red numbers. Yep, he knew he'd mishit it.
See, that's where I think his approach on the green could benefit the majority of people. Just get in there, aim the face, one look, let it go, rather than sitting over the putt. You know, I think for most people back in the fairway and on the tee, I think it's not for everybody, but on the green to kind of take that, what'd you say, the practice smart?
Practice smart, play dumb.
Play dumb, there you go. So I need to write that down. Practice smart, play dumb on the putting green can really go a long way.
There's a certain irony to that he needs to write it down.
Oh my gosh.
I've got a full sheet of paper today for all these one-liners coming from Krasser today.
Oh.
Ken Duke pacing this one off. Put himself in good position there. Left side of the fairway, but well back here. 161. That's one of the deepest approach shots we've seen so far this week.
You got plenty back there.
43-year-old from Hope, Arkansas.
Well, that's what it should be, because we played 18. You got to think that carries 55. I mean, I think it's going to be right here. I sort of like it. I think you just get a good solid 8, just hit one. Yes.
If you go ahead and throw it out there to the right and bring it in there like they're planning on doing, it is definitely an 8-iron shot.
He knew he didn't quite catch it. Didn't seem fully committed to the club, did he?
Yeah, I caught that just a little thick.
Take another look here. Yep, it's not what I ordered. Over to Merrick, used up nearly all the fairway.
Pretty simple looking golf swing. Kind of up the plane, sets the club nicely.
Yeah, works club head up a little quicker than most. And Billy Harmon told me one of the things they work on is just getting the face more square to dress, because he has a tendency to kind of hood it, get the face closed, and he starts to work underneath it. So just something as simple as the face more square, then you can get a little more on top of it.
Kirk's draw here, 124 is what he has left.
He's kind of a player that you look at him, he's a good ball striker, he works the ball right to left, but he's very rounded with the posture. You know, there's not that definition to where you see the straight back, good shot there, the straight back, the tilt in the hips, the knee flex. It's just kind of over it, just kind of rounded.
Hunker down for a long day of coverage here on PGATour.com from the Barclays. A lot of rain fell yesterday here on Liberty National. Close to 6 hours in delays, but the golf course in very good condition. Held up well through all of that. To the green at the first, and Kirk looking to move to 2 over.
Let's see if he can figure it out. Looks pretty good, Travis.
Oh, just caught it. Kind of rounded in his putting posture too.
Yeah, it's not the classic look that we're used to seeing from the younger players.
Yeah.
A little bit earlier, it was Duke who found the bunker with his approach shot.
Just landing it just right on the fringe. Decent lie in the bunker.
That's interesting on the short bunker shot. Some guys elect take it up pretty big, then they bring it down, stop it, quick finish, kind of a low finish, and then others will quickly reassemble it back up the other side. Different ways to go about it.
You know, Merrick, chance to get back to level par.
I've seen a lot of guys make it from hole high in this first round. He just happens to be another one. Just kind of gently moves right to left. They can just kind of feed it into that line.
Southern Californian, played his college golf out there at UCLA, was an All-American at Westwood. He used to walk the fairways of Riviera as a kid, watching his favorite players. Now he's one whose name is on the trophy out there, along with Ben Hogan, the other greats of the game. Duke first par. Narrow stance over the ball there.
Yeah. Very narrow stance, pretty close to it.
Kind of the way he plays the game. You know, he just kind of gets comfortable, not a wide stance. He really doesn't have that wide base to where he goes into the right side a lot. Kind of narrow, kind of a three-quarter swing. That's why he drives it so straight.
So since the original Bob Cup and Tom Kite co-design in 2006, they've made pretty significant changes since the 2009 Barclays was held here. 12 greens were reworked. 12 tee boxes were altered as well. They've afforded themselves some more opportunities in the golf course setup. Spectator flow is better here. A lot of the contours of the fairways have been changed. And the 18th, in fact, we've moved about 20 yards closer. It plays shorter this year, a little closer to the water there.
Well, the golf course is in perfect shape. And even with the delay that we had yesterday, the rain, players were out there. Really, it really didn't affect anything. The golf course, the presentation of the golf course, by all accounts, by just about every player in the field, has been perfect. Greens are running just a little over 12 and a half. Seen a lot of guys make putts. Seen very few balls bobble on the green.
I mean, I was going to hit a full one. I think if we get a closer number. I'm giving it a straight down. Okay. So just a 31? Yeah. Okay.
All right, here at D8 Points say they're going to play this 131. That's 2 yards deeper than the Nikon Callaway rangefinder was indicating. Going to toss this one just beyond the flagstick. That's the plan anyway.
Set.
That ball carried deep into the fringe and still came back a good 12 feet. Works very hard trying to get the club in front of him all the time. He's always trying to get the club down and in front.
Points at 25th in the standings after the victory in Houston this year. There's Russell Henley, Sony Open winner. He's 24th.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a good solid one. Right? I do not. Nope. You know, flying it all the way through. So 124 holes, flying it all the way at least to it. We'll go with that one. Perfect. You got it.
Well, the wind's a little different direction today. Yesterday we saw the players a little left to right, maybe a little more down than what they thought.
Just getting ready to play off of these flag positions. Looks like flutter back. I got half. Correct. We got another 7 passes to call back. So with that little bit of
Room for a different weight, maybe one more there. 7 paces beyond the flagstick to work with and the slope.
A little G on that golf bag. You see that, Billy?
Huh? We open up against Clemson a week from tomorrow. University of Georgia. Harris English has it on his bag also.
Right at it.
Good choice to go back to the bag. Good player. He's kind of one of those players that when he gets hot, he's one of those unstoppable players. And he's a player that can go low, likes to go low, and not afraid to go low.
We've seen some pretty strong rookie performances through the years there. Will Henley be the next? Here's Jimmy Walker's approach shot. Checked right there, didn't it?
Well, I'm calling it early. I'm saying Jimmy Walker walks this one in.
One of the game's best putters. Not exactly walking out on a limb there. Birdie chances upcoming. Here's DA points. There's one. Third birdie of the week. And a couple in his opening 9 holes yesterday.
That went in with a little speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like it.
Guys pouring them in here on the first hole. We'll see a lot of birdies today.
He'll tell you about it too, DA. A little running commentary out there in 4.5 hours.
A little fortunate there on that shot. That ball spun all the way back there. As deep as it hit into the apron.
We saw Harris English do that. We saw Dustin Johnson do that.
A little bit of a mound back there, so they're using that.
12 feet here for Jimmy Walker. High rank in strokes gained putting in the last couple of years. 16th in 2012. 35th this year.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Billy, but has he always used a face balanced putter? I thought it was more of a quarter hang years past.
He's changed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Just carrying a little too much speed. Right line. Of course, the face balance.
I think more guys that are kind of that square to square. They want that more of a stabilizing putter. The bigger headed putter.
Yeah, well, the face bounce is going to help that. Yeah, the face bounce is going to help them keep it a little bit more up and down the line.
I actually think it's easier to line up because if you look at the two outsides of the putter, it's almost the width of the hole. And you can kind of just visualize that line all the way to the hole. I mean, they're massive.
Now, does that fit into the play dumb category, or is that, where does that fit into that?
That's in the experimental stage.
Okay.
Henley, 11th on the tour in strokes gained putting. Unable to convert there, but what a display he put on in Honolulu this year. 4 rounds in the 60s, 5 straight birdies on Sunday to close the deal. '67-63 weekend. But 363s on the board at Wailea, in fact. Pretty stout.
He just got a good attitude about him, doesn't he? He just kind of looks like he belongs. He's not afraid, and he's going to go out there and he's going to give you his best shot.
Yeah, he doesn't get all tangled up in swing thoughts.
Yeah.
It's kind of, okay, my ball's going a little too much right to left. I'll do this. It's kind of like when Bruce Litsky would come out. Everything went left to right, left to right, left to right. What happens if it's going too much left to right, Bruce? Well, I just aim further to the left. I mean, that's how simple it was for Litsky. Leaky Dog, he'd come out and play about 15 times a year, make top 60, continue on.
Walker in for his par as we move back to the next group here. Justin Leonard, William McGirt, and Bo Van Pelt. Looks like Leonard's going to be furthest back here. Maybe McGirt over there on the other side of the fairway. About 134. New papa, William McGirt.
Took him a while, he and his wife, to adjust to traveling with the baby, but it's been a good second half of the year for Willie.
Son Miles, born January 2nd this year.
Very hard worker. There was a little more arms and hands than body there.
Yeah,
that looked a little stabby.
The wind playing a little more of a factor today, I think, with the club selection coming into this green than it was yesterday.
Just about every player has made some kind of motion as to what the wind is doing, but now Justin Leonard, Icon Callaway rangefinder, 132.
Golf swing hasn't changed too much over the years.
Very nice. He's never been a high spin player, but he's always been good with the short irons. And had a stint with Butch Harmon for a while, and then went back to Randy Smith. And he's kind of at that stage in his career where, you know, he still plays well, but the game, you know, it's a big hitter's game now.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the money list, you look at the guys on top, they're all at the top of the charts in driving distance.
Bo Van Pelt from 113. Eyeing this one down. Just right of the flagstick. Spins back underneath the hole. Van Pelt's at 1 under. Eagled the par 5 13th yesterday as the first round continues on day 2 at Liberty National. Back with you outside New York City for the second day of the Barclays, continuation of the opening round here. 125 players having qualified at the end of the regular season in Greensboro last week. Here's a North Carolinian, William McGirt. This just a moment ago for a birdie. Former baseball catcher. He was a standout. Played some college ball at Wofford University in South Carolina. Born and raised in Lumberton, North Carolina. McGirt's at 1 under. I'm back live to the green here. Van Pelt with a chance. He's had a couple of really strong seasons, but projected at 90th in points. You see the green chip next to his name there. We're going to update the projections throughout our coverage the next 3 days.
Just kind of battling a little bit of a foot injury. Actually took some time off, took his family to the beach, just kind of relaxed. Rejuvenated everything going into the playoffs, trying to finish off the season on a high note, because it's not been the typical Bo Van Pelt year that we're accustomed to seeing.
Pretty busy family, too. 3 young boys under the age of 10. Keep Bo and his wife, Carrie, hopping. Quality shot from Leonard. Just 4.5 feet for a birdie. Needs him, too, at 110 in the points projections.
I've always liked his putting stroke. A lot of people have always felt like he's stood too far from the ball, but I've always liked the fact that his eye line has always been inside the ball. That way the putter can kind of swing on a little bit of an arc.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that type of putter that he's using, we call that a toe hang putter. So that's the opposite of a face balance, which is going to create a little more of an arcing feel. But I think Leonard actually over the years scoot up just a little bit. But you're right, he does historically stand a little bit further away than most. Looks like with that putter there, it's kind of a touch closer to it.
That's the trail that winds around Liberty State Park here.
I thought that was the road to the media parking.
It is also the way to get to lot 3, yes.
Which is 5 minutes, 10 minutes away.
There's your next group coming through. Bone, Glover, and Sendon. We go back to the tee. Jason Bone.
See him aiming up the left side there. A little bit of a double cross. I think he was trying to cut that a little bit. Face shut down.
That one's headed for the gelati cart.
It's a bad feeling when you're aiming up the left side and you feel that face close down. You know it's in trouble as soon as you hit it.
Yeah, once you commit with that shoulder, that right shoulder, and that gets a little outside, done.
Day 2 of the Barclays, but it's still the first round. We're going to get close to being back on schedule by nightfall. Lucas Glover, approach shot into the first.
Another player looking over to the left,
Yeah.
like something happened.
It happened with Bubba Watson earlier. Watch this.
Yeah. I think there's a cart path over there, and I think there's some carts are moving.
John Senden drove it into the bunker.
Well, that's an upset.
153 is the number to the hole.
Pretty simple golf swing. It's always ranked high in greens and regulation. Fairways hit. Just the one win at the John Deere.
Good on that tall camera tower. It's 123 front edge on that line.
Down in driving accuracy this year, though. 104th on tour. He's top 20 for years and years.
One of my favorite practice swings. Kind of sets up, takes a step, swings it through.
Kind of loads the club on the downswing. There's a little bit more leverage.
Again.
Just off the back into that collection area. Sends it at 1 over. Glover's at -2. Bones at 3 over.
Well, the wind's definitely a different direction, and what the players are feeling. I think if you have it more right to left, then right to left help.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
That's the proper wind direction.
There's Bone well left of the target. We've seen a few players off the mark, but none that close to the water.
Hey, buddy.
We're gonna clear a little traffic here.
See, there's just a bunch of cart traffic going that way.
Hey.
I'll get him out of the way here.
Hey, yeah, you gotta move.
There we go. Oh, me? Yeah, okay.
Got that morning nap going, and they interrupted.
All right, all clear. Yeah, keep moving along.
And that's Mitch Knox, used to caddy for David Duval.
53 back into the wind.
It's very simple. Listen to what the caddy wants and do it. That's all you need to do.
With this guy here.
With most people that have a cart out on the golf course, we talk about the players playing slow. They don't hit the ball perfectly, but then you have other factors that you have to bleed in to the whole equation, and that's just one of them. Just get your cart and get out of there.
It's tough to get a number from over here. It sounds like they're in the 150-ish range. Contact sounded pretty clean.
Shot.
All right, caught a piece of the front edge of the green. Bone will take it.
I'd love to hear that conversation right now. Mitch Knox and Bone going up to the green right now. He was on the bag for the majority of David Duval's wins.
Up to #1 in the world back in '99. Here's Johnson Wagner, 119 in the points projections. This is the last group to play the first hole here in the opening round.
Very narrow space between the shaft and the shoulders at the top of the golf swing.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Chad Campbell a little bit. His golf swing, kind of how he slings it through impact, and the shaft kind of loads coming down close to your point, the right shoulder there.
You know, Nicholson has the shaft close to his shoulders.
Sergio,
they still have the width, but they have such an angle in the wrist that allows them to get that shaft close to the shoulders.
It's a good move. Very difficult to teach, though, if someone had to do that.
Andres Romero, 111th in the points projections, going with an iron here. Tugged a little bit. It's going to find the bunker.
Talk about those players with great rookie years and getting out there and playing well. I thought after he won New Orleans, I thought he was going to be well on his way to winning more tournaments. It certainly hadn't been the case.
Here's D.H. Lee, 26-year-old Korean who was the medalist at the qualifying school last December. 2 over for the week, 120th in the projected standings.
It's just a perfect setup there. Back nice and straight. Kind of picks it up. Swings it left.
That's well left, though. Look out. Off the cart path. Trouble.
That guy's going to have to move his cart again. There it is.
That's a different guy. He's got that hat on. He's over there where Castro was. And Bowen with his third on the way.
Look out.
That would have been some crazy 3. A couple of victories for that man. Upstate New York at Enjoy.
Been a neat 3. Huh? From where he was.
Zurich Classic also. This was just a little bit earlier. 3rd for John Senden. Pretty good touch with that one.
Yeah, that shot's a little bit harder today because of the wind direction. Yesterday, kind of wind was back in their face. They could kind of get it to check just a little bit.
Also a long one here for Lucas Glover. U.S. Open champion 2009 at Bethpage. That's where Nick Watney won this title last year. 60 feet. Here it comes.
Well, he certainly had periods of good play this year. Certainly many more than what he's had in the previous 2 years.
4th at the Honda. 4th in New Orleans as well. He's missed 3 straight cuts coming into the week, including the Wyndham in Greensboro last week. First victory for Luke is coming at Disney back in 2005.
It's probably been that club right there that's been a little bit up and down for him.
Yeah, and made the equipment change.
It's always dicey, as we've seen a lot of guys through the years.
Especially when a player's not playing well. You kind of go in that. And
it's your tools. I mean, you grow a certain familiarity with your golf clubs and feel and look and comfort, and then you change them all.
Yeah, I think once you get the optics right, then the guts of the club certainly is the shaft. And if you get the right shaft, I think the biggest adjustment for a lot of these guys is the ball.
Senden 7 feet for a par. Okay, curling that one in.
I think there's too many options available for the players.
Yeah.
Trying to match the shaft, the face, the launch, the spin.
It can get very complicated and get very overwhelming.
Yeah. I remember when it used to just be a 90 compression and a 100 compression.
Those were your options, huh?
Yeah. Are you a long hitter? Yeah, okay, I'll take the 100 compression. You short hitter? Give me the 90 compression. Move on.
Bone for par.
Turn.
I'm familiar with that stroke.
Like kind of a wishful stroke there, didn't it? Well, badly out of position with the tee shot. It costs him with a bogey here.
You know, that feeling of a rope in your hand, you're trying to get that ball to move forward, it just doesn't work all the time.
And back in the fairway now for our final group to play the opening hole here in the opening round. About 30 minutes away, they'll get the second round started. Brendan Steele, Ernie Els, and Stuart Sink will be at the first tee. 153 for Romero, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
I think he's far enough back in the bunker that you know, really the lip shouldn't be much of a problem.
Well, we saw some good shots yesterday from this bunker. A few guys hit it very close.
Beautiful shot. He squeezed one in there left to the flagstick.
Not a bad place to be, I guess, in that bunker there. Saw some really good shots.
Really aggressive player. You've mentioned the victory in New Orleans, Billy. How about the final round he shot at Carnoustie the year Harrington won the Open Championship?
Can you believe he hit the piping on the bridge and went out of bounds to the left of the 18th hole? Talk about a bad break. That's one of the all-time bad breaks I've seen.
Johnson Wagner, 134.
See Johnson trying to stay a little bit more connected, keep his arms tighter to his body. Watch his left arm here coming through. It's a good look. See the club's exit well left, low finish with his hands.
That was pretty cool. Trying to sling one in there. It was on its way.
Yeah, it works.
Pretty good leave.
Works with Bobby Hines up at the Bulldogs.
Former tour player. Still plays a little, right?
Plays a lot in the Met section. Good player. He's been a good player for a long time in the Met section.
There's tournament official Mark Russell on the scene with D.H. Lee there. Well left of the fairway.
Mark's busy this morning over there off the left side of one.
He probably logged some time in the Golf Channel booth yesterday, too. Usually he's a pretty frequent contributor during lengthy weather delays. Tournament official / meteorologist. A relief from the grandstand here.
Well, I would certainly think that given the tilt that this ball is going to roll forward, and he's going to drop it a couple of times, and then he's going to be able to place it. Be very careful where you drop this one.
All right, now Lee will get to place it. And that one's in play. Second shot upcoming.
So Castro, we've seen over there. We've seen Brian Davis over there. Actually, we've seen some good shots from this angle. this is all about contact here. You can still see it. A little moist, a little damp right there. A little downhill line. Should catch it cleanly. But this is a ball first. That's a must.
I think he'll be very satisfied with that one. That's a heck of a shot. 3 top 10 finishes for this man. He was third at Congressional. Day 2 coverage from the opening FedEx Cup playoff event. D.H. Lee for birdie at the first. That would have been stealing one. Made the turn in 37 yesterday before they shut it down at about 7:45 last night. And in with a par here at the first. Glad to have you along. Day 2 coverage from the Barclays. John Swansek with Billy Kratzer. Rich Beam has joined us. Now 7 PGA Tour victories in the broadcast booth. Beamer, we're going to get this back on schedule by the end of the day. They're not going to completely catch up. It'll spill into Saturday, but going to make up a lot of ground today.
It certainly looks like it. The weather is obviously holding out very nicely. A little more breeze today, but yeah, they're going to play a lot of golf today.
Johnson Wagner, chance to move to -1. 16 feet here.
2 objectives: make the cut and then play great on the weekend, because sitting at 119th, you'll have 3 weeks off if you don't.
It's better than 4 weeks off, I guess.
It is.
Although I guess the other guys are going over to the other one. I apologize. You're right. That's a new twist in the saga of how to get your PGA Tour card.
Exactly.
But I remember when I had 4 weeks off. That was no fun.
No, and it's unusual are trying to absorb the fact that Vijay Singh, Padraig Harrington, there's a lot of good players not in the playoffs this year.
Astonishing that two players with their caliber. I mean, I know VGA is 50 years old now, but still, he's got all the tools. Harrington, that is very strange.
And both still work very hard at the game. But
absolutely.
That's how difficult it is, to get into the playoffs. And once you're here, boy, if you can make 3 legs. I mean, 4 legs is a bonus. Certainly, you've played quite well, and there's a lot that comes with making that top 30. But if you can make 3 legs of it, you've played well.
Romero in for a par. He's at -1, and Johnson Wagner just cleaning up here. You mentioned his coach Bobby Hines plays in the Met section. He was a phenomenal amateur player, Johnson Wagner.
Absolutely was. In fact, he won the Met Open as an amateur.
Met Amateur and the Met Open, in fact, held both titles at the same time.
Amateur, that's okay, but the Open, that's pros and amateurs. I think it's another scoring opportunity today, Rich. Even though the wind is a little different direction. Yesterday we saw this flag stick at 1 left to right. Today it's right to left, so the wind coming from a different direction, but not a significant amount to where I think it's going to be that much of an effect on the shots that we see.
I would agree with you. I believe they're now going to move these hole locations for the next round, and with the wind going a little bit right to left, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the players, or a few of the players who did not have a very good opening round, they might take on this hole location because in front. They might go out there and give her a drive. One eagle with Aaron Badley yesterday. That was my call, by the way. I'm going to take full
late in the day. Yes.
Late in the day, but obviously a very inviting hole to get off to a good start. Start your day.
5th easiest hole. Now that we've put round 1 in the books here at the first hole, it played about the same back in 2009 over the course of 4 days. Heath Slocum took the title that year at 9 under. Kevin Stadler leads this year at 7 under. So just about 15 minutes or so from the start of the second round here. Brendan Steele, Ernie Els, and Stuart Singh. First group coming through to the first hole. Aaron Baddeley, Ben Crane. They're in the very last group of the day, along with Stuart Appleby. Those boys didn't tee off until about 7:20 last evening. They're just 9 holes through their opening round. And playing well. Crane and Baddeley both at 4 under par. 3 shots off the lead. Baddeley made an eagle here at the first yesterday. It was one of the best shots of the day. The best, in fact, at the first. As we count down the top 10 best shots in the history of this event in the FedEx Cup playoffs.
PGA Tour.com presents the top 10 shots from the Barclays in the FedEx Cup playoffs.
For the first time ever, the PGA Tour playoffs are underway this week, and just a moment ago, Justin Rose at the 14th with the first hole-in-one of the week.
Oh, a little twirl there, Peter. He likes it.
Good solid contact right toward the center of the green.
Oh, beautiful shot. And rolling up to about 20 feet left for an eagle here for Tiger Woods.
A lot of men jockeying for points this week. That's one way to go about getting them.
He did that before against me. I remember that, Florida. This could be to win.
Could, very well.
Yeah.
Good stroke.
Look at
Heath Slocum!
Wow.
Knocks out the eights. What a putt. Biggest of his career.
Here comes a colourful one.
And Ricky Fowler, second shot at 17, over 270 yards to the hole. And this is going to be the first player in the field to hit the green in 2 this week.
Let's now go to 9, Vaughn Taylor. And the shot, by the way, how about that? That's from 164 yards.
This fella managed to get it up the hill into the bunker. Lower. Yes. Hey. Dustin Johnson. That's how you make it 2. It's going to be a seriously great putt to hole it across here. End of the day, greens are a little rougher. They're tough putts to read.
Get there. Got a chance. Yes, Sergio! Comes down to one VJ attempt to extend it.
I'm thinking he's got a great chance of holding it, to be honest with you.
He has to. Hold your line.
Oh,
hold your line.
He's going in.
Line. We're going on to another hole. Unbelievable. What a first playoff hole at the first playoff event of the season.
Well, Kuchar will be first to play with 192 and has a lie that will allow him to keep the ball down. Needs to keep it out to the right, though. He has no chance of going toward the flag on a direct line.
All right. Go get him, Matt.
Knockdown draw.
It's an easy sit, settle. See, I think it will. I think it might get the buffer and turn. It does. Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
Shot. Oh,
look at this. Can you believe this?
Matt Kuchar, one of the past champions of the Barclays here, which has rotated to a number of terrific venues in the New York City metropolitan area since 2007, when the FedEx Cup playoffs kicked off at Westchester Country Club. Steve Stricker, the very first champion in playoff history. There it is, Westchester in 07, and then over to Ridgewood in 2008. Slocum the winner here in 09. Dustin Johnson and Kuchar in 2010 and 11, and then Watney, the winner over at Bethpage last year.
Be fun to go back to Ridgewood. Love that golf
Beautiful
course.
track, isn't it?
Love that golf course.
Kuchar, by the way, opened up with 66 yesterday. He's 2 shots off the lead, playing with Tiger Woods and Brandt Snedeker again today. So the first round is in the books for many players, and we have closed the books on the first hole for the opening round here, Rich, and they're cutting new holes. So you want to take us through the process of how it all works?
What they do is basically the tournament committee. Basically, they decide at the beginning of the week where they're going to put all 4 hole locations, and they're basically general areas. But in this particular instance, they had already put a dot out there yesterday afternoon showing where the hole location would be on Friday. And then after they cut this hole location, they'll put a dot where the hole location will be on Saturday, so the caddies and players have an idea of where it's going to be. It's fair for everybody. And so basically we just a little bit earlier, Mark Russell was out there just kind of double checking and making sure where the new hole location was going to be cut is flat. There's no damage around that area, things of that nature, so they don't have to make any changes. And these greenskeepers are out there just cutting fresh holes. They're going to, what you saw there is he's tapping down the area around the hole where when he lifts up the sod, it lifts up the grass around there, and then he's going to go take that, what's called a plug, and put it in the old hole location.
That's how it works. It's like it's going to be front right for the second round here.
Yeah. they'll just go ahead and dress this flag stick up too. They'll crush this whole location also.
Think so?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They've got a little bit of a backboard, a little long and left. They'll zip it back down that slope.
Yeah, the only danger would be getting a little bit too aggressive, knocking it over this green.
Yeah, and then you go in that collection area, and then we may see the putter or the 3-metal. Just kind of keep it on the ground because you won't have the green to work with that you did in that back left hole location. But just kind of tap it down. I like the paint. Bring the paint out. You go. Okay, here we go.
There it is.
See, here we go. This is going to be good. Now you kind of tap it down. Make sure all the dirt nice, solid, compacted. Then you'll take that you'll take that can of paint and you'll turn it, twist it.
I guess this answers the question: how many gentlemen does it take to change a hole location?
Artists at work here, huh?
Well, and you want to make sure that the liner, the cup liner, is the same amount around, because even though they put it in a level spot, there can be a half a degree or a degree of slope. So you want to make sure that it's equal all the way around the hole.
A few years ago, Joe Daly actually hit the back of the cup, and
at Q
School, and it wasn't flush, and so it hit the back. It basically 1 in 1,000, but it was that one time where it hit the back of that cup and came back out and hung on the lip, and that ball was deemed to have never been holed, and it cost them. So what they're doing is they're just taking extra precautions to make sure something like that does not happen.
Daly missed earning his car by one stroke.
By that one stroke, yeah, that was that was heartbreaking to watch.
He was just incredulous too. Senior Players Champion now, Joe Daly, competing on the Champions Tour.
Okay,
there we go.
Now here's the magic. Now you want to know how they can. There it is. It's perfect. It's not caked on there. A lot of guys were convinced that if they lipped a putt out, it was a paint job. Because there was so much paint around it that there was no give to the hole. Now, with this method, just enough to give it definition. Perfect. And don't look for that on the weekend at your country club.
No.
It's not going to happen. You can see how much time it's taking them to get this one perfect.
Takes those guys 30, 40 seconds maybe to kind of get in there and do it all.
Extensive and exclusive coverage of cutting the holes here. You don't get this on television. This is the internet at its finest right here.
I'm not so sure it's hot enough that you need that ski cap out there, but look at this. Clip a few nose hairs out of there.
This is how it's done.
And the best part of it is that you're going to have Brendan Steele, Ernie Els, and Stuart Sink that have 9 fresh holes.
Yeah, those boys are finishing up over at the 9th, and they're going to need a break between rounds, too, so may not be exactly the 9:30 start we anticipated for the second round. freshly cut hole at the first here at Liberty National, waiting the arrival of Stuart St. Ernie Els, Brendan Steele to begin the second round. They're over at the 9th, finishing up their first round. And they'll get a quick respite between rounds, so it might be 9:50 or later before we see him over here at the first hole, where we saw plenty of highlights during our coverage on day one. Bright and early, in fact. Ryan Palmer, first group through. Watch this one from 135 yards. Ooh, pretty tasty. Almost had an eagle there. And Palmer would sign for 65. He was one off the overnight lead. Birdie for Charles Howell III. Just had enough steam to dive in over the front edge. And Howell opened with 72. Camilo Villegas, second shot. He had a good day on the way to his 65, thanks to shots like this one, which produced a birdie at the first. Two-time winner back in 2008 in the playoffs. Brendan DeYoung. Aggressive play, going right at it here. That led to a birdie en route to a round of 67. He was 3 off the lead overnight. David Hearn, runner-up in a playoff at the John Deere. He went extra holes there with Spieth and Zach Johnson. Canadian trying to win for the first time out here. Birdied the first, shot 73 yesterday. So a couple of long weather delays. And this first one was about 2.5 hours, and Rory McIlroy had to wait that long to come out and stroke this putt, which found the bottom. And Rory opened with 71, one of the 60 players to complete their opening round yesterday. Matt Kuchar, another one. He played with Tiger and Snedeker, 1, 2, 3 in the point standings. 66 for Kuch, one of the past Barclays champions in the field. Snedeker also birdied the first. He had it a couple under, but in the end, it was a 1 over par opening round for Snedeker. They'll go off at 3:21 later today. Webb Simpson only got 6 holes in. This was his second. You saw how close Ryan Palmer was earlier. Simpson was even closer. Kicked that one in for a birdie. But there was one even better than that, and it came late in the evening. Second shot for Aaron Baddeley, 120 yards away. Rich Beebe called it, and we got one. An eagle, too, from Bads. Now it's a good feeling. Start your day with a 2. And Baddeley going along pretty nicely, trying to make that field up in Boston at the Deutsche Bank. Over at 14. 150 yards on the scorecard. Played a touch longer than that yesterday. Birdie there for Richard H. Lee. 75 in the opening round. John Huff, Rookie of the Year last season. 65th in the points projections, as you saw. He shot 73. And it was a good opening day in his title defense for Nick Watney. Hasn't been a very strong season for Nick, but it wasn't last year before he won at Bethpage. Maybe he's found the spark again. Shot 68. Justin Hicks shot 78. This was easily the highlight of his day. That was not an easy shot, but he flipped it in for a bogey after a poor tee shot. So that's where we stood overnight. Kevin Stadler, who had a pretty good run at this title last year over at Bethpage, finished 10th. He leads Palmer by 1. There's Tiger on page 1 after a 67. He and Kuchar together again today. Graham Dillette also at -4. So we move a little bit closer to the start of the second round here on Friday morning at Liberty National. So this week in New York, next week in Boston, the first two FedEx Cup playoff events, the last two chances to accumulate points for the President's Cup team. We're headed back to Muirfield Village in early October. Fred Couples looking to run his record as captain to 3-0. They were victorious at Harding Park in San Francisco in 2009, Royal Melbourne in 2011. And this team at the moment is very stacked.
Whoa. That is a powerhouse of a team. You look at Snedeker, the Woods, the Mickelson. Wow. I mean, you could pick any one of those players. You can team them up with anyone in the top 8. You can put Tiger with Hunter. You can put Haas with Snedeker. I mean, you can put any combination out there, and they're going to go out there and play well. That is one strong team through the first 8.
Without a doubt. And I think one of the key things that I see on this, the first 8 here, all of them are excellent putters. And that's the one thing that we have not been proficient at, I think, in team events over the years, especially, the other team event that we have. But all of those gentlemen right there can absolutely flat out putt the golf ball. And I think that's the key in winning these team competitions. You've got to get hot with the putter. We've seen it time and time again with other teams. In the Ryder Cup, you got, the Europeans, they putt it lights out, it seems like. We've got to putt better as a collective group in order to win these events.
So there's the top 8. 10 will automatically qualify, and Freddie will be able to add 2 captain's picks. And, he may just go 11 and 12 and eliminate any skepticism or controversy or second guessing. I mean, why not?
Yeah, you look at Stricker and Dustin Johnson. Then you have Furyk, Bubba, Horschel. I mean, it's a team that, on paper, looks so strong to me. But then, on the other hand, as we're going to take a look at the international team, Rich, I think for them to become relevant in this competition, they have to pull an upset. I mean, right now, they've been waxed every single time, except once.
And you look at the top standings, the current standings for the President's Cup team on the international side. Not all of these players are currently in good form.
Right,
Ernie Els has been struggling a little bit. Exactly.
Schwartzel's not.
Oosthuizen has been hurt.
He's hurt. Matsuyama is a heck of a player.
Absolutely. Brendan Grace.
Sterney with the back issue. You know about the back issues.
Absolutely. Brendan Grace won 4 times last year, which got his world ranking up, and hasn't quite had the same form this year. So not everybody here is on top of their game. So
Cabrera's kind of a hit and miss. Tim Clark is consistent. Leishman played well at the Masters. Afi Bonrod, I wouldn't be afraid to choose him. I like the big man. I love the
John
big man.
Daly of
he
Thailand.
can play.
Big man with skills.
He can absolutely play. He was fun to watch. But you look at everybody on the international side, and I just don't see them being in good form right now. And as we all know, you got to be in good form going into these cup matches. And right now, I think that the American side has a distinct advantage over the internationals right now. That could change, but it'd take a lot for it to change. That's for sure.
It's just not that glamour lineup that you see for the American squad for the international President's Cup team. There's nothing that just, other than Adam Scott, there's no one that really stands out to me except Matsuyama. And I was able to see the kid play over at the Open Championship. He's the one that was assessed the penalty for slow play. I mean, this kid has got all the tools necessary to play on the big stage. But it's not that glamour lineup that you're used to seeing with the Boston Celtics or the New York Yankees or the New York Giants or one of those teams. It's just not there this year for me.
I would tend to agree.
Kevin Stadler sits in the pole position here as the opening round comes to a close. That's the first, and there's Mark Russell out there looking at what potential hole locations for third round.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're out there just making sure that they think it's in a fair spot, level. Just basically making sure that it's that there aren't going to be any complaints, I guess would be kind of a lack of a better term, but they just want to make it fair for all the players, and so they're just looking at the spots and just making sure that's going to be a good hole location there for the third round. I'd have a hard time believing they're doing it for the second round because the pin sheets are already made up, so I don't think that'd be the case in this one by any stretch, but just checking out for the third round. Double checking and triple checking and all that fun stuff.
So Stuart St. Ernie Els and Brendan Steele just completed their opening round over at the 9th. They've signed their cards, and those boys are going to be given about a 30-minute break or so. We're looking at about a 10:20 start for the second round. Speaking of Ernie, he's the guy in the bubble right now. 100 players make it to Boston next week. These are updated, fresh projections here. So Ernie's got to keep things in order and organized for the second round here.
That is very surprising, seeing Ernie being the caliber of player that he is, being right at number 100. Yeah, I could see that a little bit. He just doesn't look to be as easy, free-flowing golf swing at the moment. Obviously, I think that a lot of people thought that his putting over the years has been his Achilles heel, but I truly think that, he's got a lot of talent, and he's made some changes over the years to his swing. He just doesn't seem to just freewheel it a whole lot anymore.
He seems like he's always working on positions in the golf swing. When I see him on the range and warming up, it's not a warm-up session. It's not the shot that he sees. It's like he's trying to play positions, getting ready for the round. And I see Ernie as a more natural player. More of he reacts to the situation.
Nicknamed the Big Easy, and there's a reason for that in my mind, because everything he does seems to be very easy going for him, and now it just doesn't look as easy. It looks like he's out there working out a lot harder than he has in years past.
You saw Richard H. Lee's name. He was 84th in points to begin the week, but after shooting 75, all of a sudden he's out of the top 100. That's how quickly you can slide down the standings with a poor round here in the FedEx Cup playoff opener. Second round will start at 10:20 Eastern Time, and we'll be back shortly from Liberty National. 10:20 second round start time for the Barclays here. Just about 30 minutes from now. Kevin Stadler at the top of the leaderboard at -7. So we've got some time to fill before live action at 10:20. We've been on the air since 8. Let's send you back to some of our earlier coverage from the par 4 first and the big left-hander, Bubba Watson. Back to the tee we go. Here's Bubba. Stands at -3. He was bogey free through 9 holes yesterday.
You can see that tree right in line with the tent. That's his aiming point. Try to bring it hard left to right.
Now,
just inside that bunker.
Can you tap her for me? No pictures allowed today, okay? Thank you.
Stays just short of the divot.
Travis, he never hits anything straight.
No, everything's low, high, left to right, right to left. Combination of both. Sometimes probably a combination of all of it. He's always moving the ball. He's fun to watch. I mean, you come out here and on tour, if you're going to pick someone to watch, he would be one that I would put way up there.
Sang Moon Bay. What are the Byron Nelson in Dallas?
Kind of an indifferent year. You know, he wins. You kind of think that he's going to take off. Works with Rick Smith. They did some nice work tightening the golf swing up. That one starts down the left-hand side, trying to cut back a little. Nicely done. And even with all the rain we had yesterday, Travis, you can see these balls releasing down the slopes. I was talking to Ian Poulter last night, and he said the golf course is just magnificent condition-wise.
Matt Jones, he's in your all-speed group, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He could go right in there with Matt Every, Perez, and Stads. In fact, I think the 4 of those players
3 hours
could play as quickly or quicker than any threesome on the golf course.
A hot player right now, too. Matt Jones had good showing last week in Greensboro. He stands at level par. Up to the green. There's Castro looking to move back to 1 over.
Looking for this to move a little left to right. Just a little bit of tilt coming off of that bunker. Just kind of stays straight. It kind of starts breaking midway, and then it just straightens out.
It's kind of that part of the game for him that seems to not quite be to the rest of it. He's a good ball striker. Hits a lot of fairways, a lot of greens.
A lot of greens. A lot of greens. Very high in GIR.
Doesn't make quite enough putts. Take full advantage of that accuracy off the tee and into the greens.
Yeah, to your point, Travis, 175th in strokes gained putting. That's near the bottom.
Yeah.
Top 30 in greens hit.
Got to make putts, Billy.
Absolutely. You're never going to hit the ball good enough to where you can beat the players on the PGA Tour. Mm-hmm. You're never going to hit it. I don't care if you hit 90% of the greens for the week. If you don't make putts, you cannot outrace these guys to first place.
Here's Angel Cabrera at 4 over par, looking for his first birdie of the week. Pours it in. So the big man nearly slipped on the green jacket for a second time back in April. He's on the board here. So the second round tee times have been set. This is the way the draw is going to work at 9:30 a.m. And you'll still have players finishing the opening round at that point. They're going to begin the second round here. Tee times between 9:30 a.m. and 3:54 p.m. So we had daylight close to 8 o'clock last night. They're going to come close, but they're not going to finish the second round today.
Yeah, they'll probably get within three holes of finishing. So you may have Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. You may have seven groups on the golf course by the end of the day that doesn't finish. I think sunset's somewhere, right at 7:45 range, so maybe 15 minutes past that.
Bubba's got 133 here. How's he going to play this one?
Well, a little left to right off the tee, just took it off the bunker. This one, that back left location, you can probably see him hold this off a little bit, try to.
Yeah, he'll carve this in there.
Squeeze, cut in there.
133 yards, choking down just a little bit. Just kind of a half swing. Kind of that easy one, trying to let it move a little to the left.
Didn't seem too thrilled with it.
I don't think he quite caught all that. A little, just a touch heavy.
He sees a lot when he's playing.
Sangmoon Bay. A couple yards closer here.
Good golf swing here, Travis.
It is, and you look at his stats, and he not getting everything that he needs to be getting out of it.
Yeah.
He doesn't hit the ball a long way. He's not real accurate off the tee. He could probably use to hit a few more greens as well. He's a good putter, but it's a great looking golf swing. Just not producing the fairways and greens that you would think.
I mean, you look at all the positions, where they are. Good shot there. It's going to get a little bit better.
I like it a lot.
See that little abbreviation, not only in the arm swing, but one of the things you're seeing with PGA Tour players when they hit these wedge shots is they keep that right foot down longer, helps them synchronize the arm swing, keeps them in their spine angle. So, just kind of a three-quarter shot that we're not trying to hit it as far as they can, but accuracy is the premium.
Yeah, I think the less footwork when you put a short iron in your hands is certainly the more accurate you can be.
The sound you heard was Matt Jones quickly playing his second. You don't linger anywhere else when this guy's in the group. Here it is, just a moment ago.
It is a one-look ball in air, and guess what?
Beauty.
Hits a lot of quality shots. I just love the way that he plays.
Not for everybody, though. It's hard to.
It's kind of mindless, though. But I mean, I've said it before. You want to practice smart, but then you want to play dumb. And
back to the tee. Here's Chris Kirk.
I never looked at it that way. Practice smart, play dumb. Write that down.
Sounds like a Boo Weeklyism. Keeping things simple.
That's exactly right. Watch out. Watch out.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. See, he likes to work the ball right to left. In fact, primarily, that's his shot. I mean, if it doesn't turn right to left, he's probably not going to be in the mix that week.
Here's Ken Duke, your Travelers Championship winner at the TPC River Highlands in Hartford. Even par through 9.
Here's a guy that probably drives it as well as anyone on the PGA Tour, straight. And what's he hitting off the tee? Iron.
Yep. We were talking last night before we went off the air just how neat it was to see him get his win this year on the PGA Tour. That was pretty cool.
Well, you don't think nerves weren't a huge factor in that?
John Merrick at 1 over, Northern Trust Open champion at Riviera,
just
on the
able,
West Coast.
Yeah, he was, and Duke just settled down, hit a couple of poor tee shots, but that's all about trying to get that first win on the PGA Tour. But I loved his reaction.
John Merrick works with Billy Harmon.
Yep,
long time guy that Lee Kratzer and I do some work with, and I know they've been working on a couple things. Merrick having a good year.
Got that first win out at LA.
Yep.
Huge. Yeah. Now Bubba for birdie to get the -4.
So 3 under, 4 shots off the lead here. And Watson 38th in the points race. Oh, what a day. Much more promising than yesterday. We were plagued by those showers all day long, but the last couple of hours of the evening were just beautiful. And we had a sense of what was in store over the next 3 days. And we've got some really fine conditions for this elite field to work with this morning.
Well, the course should just be in prime condition for scoring. I mean, soft greens, the course is in perfect shape. The rough is really not a factor at all.
No. Again, you know, I go back to the conversation I was having with Ian Poulter last night. He said, it is out there. You can score. They listened to the players. They made the adjustments. Everything is good. In fact, he said it's nice to actually see an architect take the constructive criticism and apply it to the golf course the way that it's been done here at Liberty National.
Bay has a 54% conversion rate from this range this year. It's excellent. Top 20 on tour.
Yeah, he's a good putter. You know, he's 16th in strokes gained putting. Also, so you know, as good as that golf swing is, you just kind of get the feeling with this guy, he'd give him a few more opportunities. That putting stroke, be right there.
And he's got the 2-year exemption for the victory in Dallas, which is so important for a young player. Gives them time to figure things out, perhaps.
And he gets to start his year out at Kapalua.
Which also ain't bad.
No.
Matt Jones to get it to red numbers. Yep, he knew he'd miss-hit it.
See, that's where I think his approach on the green could benefit the majority of people. Just get in there, aim the face, one look, let it go, rather than sitting over the putt. You know, I think for most people, back in the fairway and on the tee, I think it's not for everybody, but on the green to kind of take that, what'd you say, the practice smart?
Practice smart, play dumb.
Play dumb, there you go. So I need to write that down. Practice smart, play dumb on the putting green can really go a long way.
There's a certain irony to that he needs to write it down.
Oh my gosh.
I've got a full sheet of paper today for all these one-liners coming from Kratzer today.
Oh.
Ken Duke pacing this one off. Put himself in good position there. Left side of the fairway, but well back here. 161. That's one of the deepest approach shots we've seen so far this week.
Right, exactly. You got plenty back there.
43-year-old from Hope, Arkansas.
Well, that's what it should be, because we played 18. You got to think that carries 55. I mean, I think it's going to be like, I think it's going to be right here. I sort of like it. I think you can just hit a good solid 8, just hit it. Yes.
If you go ahead and throw it out there to the right and bring it in there like they're planning on doing, it is definitely an 8-iron shot.
He knew he didn't quite catch it. Didn't seem fully committed to the club, did he?
Yeah, they caught that just a little thick.
Take another look here. Yep, it's not what I ordered. Over to Merrick, used up nearly all the fairway.
Pretty simple looking golf swing. Kind of up the plane, sets the club nicely.
Yeah, works club head up a little quicker than most. And Billy Hartman told me one of the things they work on is just getting the face more square to dress. Because he has a tendency to kind of hood it, get the face closed, and he starts to work underneath it. So just something as simple as get the face more square, then you can get a little more on top of it.
Kirk's draw here, 124 is what he has left.
He's kind of a player that you look at. I mean, he's a good ball striker. He works the ball right to left, but he's very rounded with the posture. You know, there's not that definition to where you see the straight back, good shot there, the straight back, the tilt in the hips, the knee flex. It's just kind of over it, just kind of rounded.
Hunker down for a long day of coverage here on PGATour.com from the Barclays.
And you can see the Statue of Liberty and the second round scheduled to start at 10:20. And our first group on number one will be Brendan Steele, Ernie Els, and Stuart Sink. But the first round, trying to get that in. Had 6 hour of rain delay yesterday, so just finishing up and trying to give the players about a half an hour in between rounds before they start the second round. So hopefully by day's end we'll get back on track, and then for the weekend we will be on schedule for this first leg of the playoffs at the Barclays. But another beautiful day here at Liberty National Golf Course here in New Jersey. Players getting ready. The wind's up just a little bit, so I would certainly think that the scoring would continue to be good until we reach that 10:20 time. We are going to watch some more golf from what was recorded earlier today.
A lot of rain fell yesterday here on Liberty National. Close to 6 hours in delays, but the golf course in very good condition. Held up well through all of that. to the green at the first, and Kirk looking to move to 2 over.
Let's see if he can figure it out. Looks pretty good, Travis.
Oh, just caught it. Kind of rounded in his putting posture too.
Yeah, it's not the classic look that we're used to seeing from the younger players.
Yeah.
A little bit earlier, it was Duke who found the bunker with his approach shot.
Just landing it just right on the fringe. Decent lie in the bunker.
That's interesting on the short bunker shot. Some guys will take it up pretty big, and they bring it down, stop it, quick finish, kind of low finish, and then others will quickly reassemble it back up the other side. Different ways to go about it.
You know, Merrick, chance to get back to level par.
I've seen a lot of guys make it from hole high in this first round. He just happens to be another one. Just kind of gently moves right to left. They can just kind of feed it into that line.
Southern Californian, played his college golf out there at UCLA, was an All-American at Westwood. Used to walk the fairways of Riviera as a kid, watching his favorite players. Now he's one whose name is on the trophy out there, along with Ben Hogan, the other greats of the game. Duke first par. Narrow stance over the ball there.
Yeah. Very narrow stands, pretty close to it.
Kind of the way he plays the game. You know, he just kind of gets comfortable, not a wide stance. He really doesn't have that wide base to where he goes into the right side a lot. Kind of narrow, kind of a 3/4 swing. That's why he drives it so straight.
So since the original Bob Cup and Tom Kite co-design in 2006, they've made pretty significant changes since the 2009 Barclays was held here. 12 greens were reworked. 12 tee boxes were altered as well. They've afforded themselves some more opportunities in the golf course setup. Spectator flow is better here. A lot of the contours of the fairways have been changed. The 18th, in fact, was moved about 20 yards closer. It plays shorter this year, a little closer to the water there.
Well, the golf course is in perfect shape. And even with the delay that we had yesterday, the rain, players were out there. Really, it really didn't affect anything. The golf course, the presentation of the golf course, by all accounts, by just about every player in the field, has been perfect. Greens are running just a little over 12.5. Seen a lot of guys make putts. Seen very few balls bobble on the green.
I mean, I was going to hit a full one. I think if we get a play, I'm giving this straight. Okay. So just a 31? Yeah. Okay.
All right. Here at DA Points say they're going to play this 131. That's 2 yards deeper than the Nikon Callaway rangefinder was indicating. It tosses one just beyond the flagstick. That's the plan anyway.
Sit.
That ball carried deep into the fringe and still came back a good 12 feet. Works very hard trying to get the club in front of him all the time. He's always trying to get the club down and in front.
Points at 25th in the standings after the victory in Houston this year. There's Russell Henley, Sony Open winner. He's 24th.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a good solid one. Right? I do not. Nope. You know, flying it all the way, so 124 hole, flying all the way at least to it. We'll go that one. Perfect. Yeah.
Well, the wind's a little different direction today. Yesterday we saw the players a little left to right, maybe a little more down than what they thought.
Just getting ready to play off with this flag. This is good. That's what I can flutter back. I got half. Correct. We got another 7 passes to call back some. So we got a little bit of
For a different weight, maybe one more there. 7 paces beyond the flagstick to work with, and the slope.
A little G on that golf bag. You see that, Billy? Huh?
We open up against Clemson a week from tomorrow. University of Georgia. Harris English has it on his bag also.
Right at it.
Good choice to go back to the bag. Good player. He's kind of one of those players that when he gets hot, he's one of those unstoppable players. And he's a player that can go low, likes to go low, and not afraid to go low.
We've seen some pretty strong rookie performances through the years there. Will Henley be the next? Here's Jimmy Walker's approach shot. Checked right there, didn't it?
Well, I'm calling it early. I'm saying Jimmy Walker walks this one in.
One of the game's best putters. Not exactly walking out on a limb there.
And we welcome everyone back to what is now going to be the second round of the Barclays here at Liberty National Golf Course here in Jersey City, New Jersey. And just another exquisite day here for the players. You can see different hole location at the first hole, kind of that front right. I think it's going to be very accessible for these players to get to. And looking forward to getting this second round started. We had the 6-hour rain delay the first day, so kind of backed up, but I think by Saturday we should be back on track. Not all the players will get their round in today, but certainly we're going to get close. And you talk about kind of the rearranging of the point system in the FedEx Cup and what it's done, the tweaking and everything. Rich, you look at this and you can see what a PGA Tour event is, and then once you get to the playoffs, the volatility involved.
Absolutely, and this just puts, as we've spoken about so often, so much more importance on playing well the next few weeks. You've got to get through this week. If you're not already in the top 100, you can play your way in with a good finish. And you continue that good run throughout the playoffs. So somebody that starts off 125, Ben Crane, if he has a good week this week, which he was 4 under for quite a long while in the first round, if he has a good week this week, that should get him into next week, and then from there on to the BMW if he continues to play well. So Ben Crane could win this thing, theoretically, if he continues to have good weeks. And that's why the points are structured that way, where a guy gets hot at this time of the year, he can run with it.
And I think one of the better changes that they've made is that the reset used to come prior to the start of the playoffs. Now the restart comes, or the resetting of the points now comes after the BMW Championship. So if you're number one, you basically go in there with a 250-point lead. And I think the beauty of the Tour Championship, as you go forward and you make that field of 30 in Atlanta and you're at Eastlake, if you win that golf tournament, you are the FedEx Cup champion. I think that's the beauty of it, and that's the tweaking that's been done, and that's why I think it was so important to put the emphasis on winning the Tour Championship.
I could not agree anymore. I think that if you win the Tour Championship, you should at least have the opportunity to win the FedEx Cup playoffs, if not being right there.
Well, all right.
We got some live golf.
We finally got to the second round. Took us well over the 24-hour period, but
that is all right. Brendan Steele here. Once again, we're just going with a long iron. We've seen most players either going with some sort of fairway wood or long iron, and conditions might have changed from yesterday where the wind was kind of coming in off the player's left. Now it kind of looks like it's out of the player's right.
Yeah, you can just kind of see that tree in the background right up against that tent.
On the tee, from South Africa, please welcome Ernie L.
You can see that tree kind of moving right to left.
And Ernie is currently standing with updated points list right at 100. So he is right on that number, which, as we said many times earlier,
you want to go north of that number.
He needs
as quickly as possible.
He needs to get out to a good start in this second round and really take advantage of having fresh greens for the first 9 holes and make 3, 4, 5 birdies and make getting under that cut line.
Look. A little bit of a hang on there.
I think the wind hit that, brought it back. I was just walking around out there, walked down one. Wind's definitely freshening a little more today than it was yesterday.
Is it helping the players, hurting, just right to left?
It's definitely a little bit downwind here, helping from the right.
So we might see a couple of the longer hitters give her a ride.
I don't think so.
That stinks. Yeah. I want to see somebody get up there and just
It hasn't freshened quite that much.
Not everyone's a loose cannon like the person sitting to my right.
Kind of like to see fireworks. Love 4th of July.
Okay, Stuart Sink go with the iron. To me, he's swinging the club much better.
Mm-hmm. Well, we talked about yesterday. He got a little between there on the swing changes, and I think he's kind of cleared that up. He's in a good state of mind now, understands what he's trying to do, and built some confidence with us. So it's good to see him keeping it in front of him a little bit more.
Yeah, so all 3 players off, but it's Kevin Stadler at 7 under, leading the way at the Barclays. And we welcome everyone back to second round play at the Barclays, where Kevin Stadler at -7, the leader after the first round, scheduled to tee off in his second round at 417. So should get relatively close, maybe within 3 or 4 holes of finishing his second round, but we'll go back to the first where Brendan Steele has found the fairway bunker.
Front hole location, front right. Yeah, just even though we saw some pretty good shots out of that fairway bunker yesterday, or the first round, because I guess first round was still going on today, that's just really not the place to be. It's just a very difficult shot from, even if you only have 145, 150 yards, it's just really not the place you want to attack it from.
Next to play is going to be Stuart Sink. You see Ernie waiting, and you saw that leaderboard, Ben Crane. And you talk about the volatility, you talk about the play. You know, his first round, 5 under par through 14, 125 to start the playoffs. He's already moved up to 51 if it was to stay throughout the rest of the week. But we know that's not going to be true. Now Stuart Sink, 112 yards according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
This shot will give us a pretty good idea of how the golf ball is going to react to that whole location. It's going to spin and roll away. How aggressive the players want to get. He only had 112 yards and was actually looked like he was trying to
keep it downstairs,
be a little conservative and not throw it up in the air, and if the wind doesn't hit it over that whole location, because he just doesn't. He knows that hitting it over that green is just dead meat.
Well, just to show you the improvement of Stuart Sink over the last couple of years, you know, his iron game, which was great there for a long time, but he was in the 120, 130 rank on the tour in the last 2 years. This year he's tied for 16th, so you can see him really a big jump now.
100-point jump.
Yeah, big jump in greens and regulation.
Yeah. Funny how that number 100 keeps coming up when we show Ernie Els. Right now, 100th on the FedEx Cup point list. Second shot here at the first.
Once again, looks like he kind of was trying to just squeeze that wedge back there, trying to drive it down a little bit, take some of the spin off, and get it all the way back there. And something's. I mean, I know there was a little breeze in the player's face, but certainly they are very aware of hitting it too far on this second shot.
Well, Ernie not happy, but off and running in the second round. We'll be right back. Back at the first, Ernie Els, this birdie attempt. Oh, yeah. Oh, just a little lack of enthusiasm there, but good putt. Ernie will tap that in. And just prior to Ernie's birdie putt, this was Brendan Steele with his third.
That was our first look from over the green, see how delicate that might be. Oh, checked it up there in the fringe. That was pretty nifty. I did not expect to see that.
I certainly would have thought you may keep that ball on the ground a little bit more. I know I would. It'd be hugging that ground.
So you might have been hybrid in play off of that one for you.
It'd have grass stains on it, I can promise you. Now Stuart C. He just got the line from Ernie Els. You've got to believe that if it doesn't go in, he's going to grab a piece of the hole.
All speed here. Yeah, didn't throw it high enough. That wind's going to play a factor on that putt today, too.
I think you're right, Travis. I think you're right. Cutting across that green.
Yep.
In fact, it was laughable to Stuart C.
Yeah, that was missed as soon as he hit it.
And I think that's always a good sign when a player can kind of laugh at themselves, after an attempt at a birdie like that. And because you just saw the putt from Ernie Els.
You still got to hit it, though. It's just... You can see the line. You can fall in love with the line.
It's like that extra point in football. You
still got to kick it.
You still got to kick it. Yep. This would be a nifty little up and down right here. And a lot going on with this putting style.
That would be the pencil grip. Different than the claw.
Belly.
Arms very extended. That putter was he's gripping. He's probably 34, 33 inches from the head to where his hands were. So there was a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. He's got a lot of changes to make before 2016. Now back at the tee, Freddie Jakobsen.
Freddie got the shirt fully tucked in here for the first hole.
You said the first hole, though.
Yeah.
Can we get a shot of him in a couple of holes and see where it is?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that
it'll be flailing in the wind. You know that for a fact.
I'm gonna say that part of it is going to be untucked by the time he gets to the green on one.
All right, Cameron Tringali, Georgia Tech product.
Yeah,
good player. Little bit of an off year. He's missed a few more cuts than what I would certainly think after watching him play. +3, needs to hustle.
And I agree with your statement yesterday, Billy. You said you kind of throw him into that group of guys that haven't won yet. Some of the most talented players, and he's got a really good golf swing. I love where he puts the club and how the body's synchronized to the arm swing. A lot of good stuff. The stats are good. He's a decent putter. It's all right there. It's just, when's it going to happen?
Yeah, certainly. You talk about a player that owns their golf swing. This is a guy that owns his golf swing. I mean, he's starting to squeeze more and more to the left, a la Trevino.
Yep.
Breaks it up. Shaft lays down.
But he knows where it's going. And there's just some players out there that, I don't want to say are uncoachable, but just don't like to be coached.
Well, it looks like he's drawn a pretty good line, and we'll see what Ryan Moore does with that shot when we come back. Second round action at the Barclays. Freddie Jacobsen with his second at the first. Does he like it? He should. Perfectly flag high.
Got his own logo there on his right chest there. FJ, and that's not Footjoy, that's Freddie Yak.
Why else would you change your name from Frederick to Freddie?
I think Freddie's kind of cooler.
It is. Now Tringali. First cut, left-hand side, great angle. See if you can control the spin.
Actually might help out the players a little bit there coming out of that first cut. Take some of the spin off so they know exactly how the ball's going to react. They won't have to worry about spinning it back too much.
Yeah, you have a little bit of a bang forward there, but prior to Tringali playing, this was the second shot of Ryan Moore. Just the ability to know where the club head is all the time in the golf swing.
And his hands start very close to his body. And the only person that I can think of that starts their hands that close is Furyk. Guys that have big loops like that, though, they have to stay in their spinal. They're the best at the maintenance of the spine at impact. Because when you start your hands that close, and then you loop it and you bring it back, and if your hips came in at all, you'd completely miss the ball. So when you look at those guys that start it low, out, big reroute, you drew that line on their hips, they don't move. I mean, they are just rock solid.
Is there a standard as to the distance you should stand from the ball?
Well, I think that if you were to get set up and then you were to kind of take your right hand off, I mean, the natural hanging of your right arm should be, you shouldn't have to reach for it too much or bring your hand back. So that's a pretty good rule of thumb that you'll find most. Or at with Moore, if he took his right hand off, his hand would move actually further away from the grip. You know, then you take a look at someone like Aaron Baddeley, who's really far away. If he took his right hand off, it would actually swing closer to him. Most of them would just pretty much hang right there.
Well, all three players, Jacobsen, Tringali, and Moore, excellent opportunities for birdie here at the first. And boy, what a great day. Skyline of Manhattan. You can see just a little touch of wind. You see the lone tree over there on the right-hand side of the screen, left-hand side of the fairway. I think that's a great aiming point for the players. But just a nice little starting hole. It's kind of a handshake. You kind of get out there. It's 381 yards today. You put the ball in play, and you move on.
You could, lots of good opportunities to make a 3, but there are certainly opportunities to make 5 or worse if you're not paying attention. So it still grabs your attention with the water all the way down the right-hand side of the fairway, bunker on the left. So you got to pay attention somewhat, but it's not a very intense thought process in this opening hole.
Well, Mickelson waited the whole day yesterday to tee off, finally got out there and knocked the first one in the water.
As did Luke Donald.
As did Luke Donald, yep.
I don't think there's anything worse than a rain delay for a professional golfer, you know, because seemingly there's never anything definitive in a rain delay. And everyone's trying their best to get you out there. But now, Moore trying to start this second round out with a birdie.
This is the one club you don't want the loop. As you can see, pretty traditional there. Club head, just slight arc. Right in the middle, 5 under now for Ryan Moore.
I think this would be kind of one of the guys you'd like to kind of play golf with. He kind of has his own style. He does his own thing. You know, the clothing. You know, he wore the necktie for a while.
To me,
I mean, it just
he marches to his own beats.
It just oozes with rich beamisms.
I actually got a chance to play with in the par 3 tournament this year at Augusta, and we had some nice chats. He's a wonderful guy, and you're right. I would love to play golf with him just because he just looks at the world just a little bit differently.
Well, a lot of big things were expected of Ryan Moore, especially after that 2004 year where he won the U.S. Amateur and the Pub Lanes. A couple of wins on the PGA Tour, so
battled injuries a few times. So
Jacobsen
I mean, this has just got to be good, isn't it? I mean,
pretty clutch.
Yeah.
Pretty clutch from here.
It's not too far off. His gimme zone's just a little bit wider than mine. Ooh. Now that was a very poor putt by Freddie Yock standards.
And you can see what that ridge, we saw the ridge earlier when we had the back left hole location in round one. We saw what that did to the shots that came up short. So that ridge, anything that's flagged high today is going to be influenced, and it's going to break towards the front of the green. But to watch Freddie Jacobson go around the golf course, he's one of the few players that I can actually go out there and watch and really not be too concerned where he's hitting it, because I'm more amazed at what he does around the greens. I just, the way that, and he doesn't always hit the same shot. He'll keep it on the ground. He'll go upstairs. It's a lot of different shots. Now Tringali trying to take advantage of that beautiful second shot. Nicely done.
Second group out, so they're going to have awfully fresh putting surfaces for their opening 9 holes. I always like that. I always like to go out early, get those greens.
Back at the tee, Sergio Garcia going with the fairway metal.
That just really thumps down on the 3-wood, takes a divot.
I actually think with trying to hit the cut, actually that's a decent lie in that fescue. Sergio a little lucky. We'll see what he can do with it when we come back.
Ben Green's playing slow. He's still on 14. Oh, there we go. So 15.
Back at number 1 with our third grouping, John Rollins, Kevin Chappell, Sergio Garcia. Just when we left, Sergio Garcia's tee shot found the fescue rough on the left-hand side. It looked like he drew what was a reasonable lie over there, probably as good a lie as you're going to be able to draw. Just kind of wonder how much that tree is going to come into play for Sergio.
or if we'll have to bounce it in there, depending on the lie, take it in lower, or if he chooses to throw it straight up. Although Sergio puts an awful lot of spin on the golf ball, so I would imagine his first instinct is to go high instead of low.
Probably the wrong club there for Sergio. Downwind, it seemed like an awful lot there for him. 3-wood.
He should have just hit driver.
Just go right at it?
Yeah. Why not? It's only 381.
That's going to be a reoccurring theme, Travis, for Rich today. That unless you pull out driver, well, he's not going to agree with
Angel is on the tee right now, so it may happen.
Yeah. I like it.
Okay, but before we can get back to the tee, Kevin Chappell, and this might be the most difficult lie I've seen in the bunker, according to our Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 132 yards. Hard shot.
Watch his torso speed. This guy really rips through with his torso.
All in all, a good shot from there. Ball below his feet. Trying to get the right distance coming out of there. You expect to catch it cleanly, but you still have to be aware that difficult stance like that.
You lean a little too far into it. You can catch it thin, trying to stay on balance.
He's probably the best at keeping his arms and hands in front of him coming through. I mean, he is the definition of hitting it with your torso through impact.
This man swings the club pretty good, too. John Rollins, kind of that three-quarter-ish.
Kind of right shoulder, left shoulder, called the ceiling. It's kind of a good image for people. Really good approach with your wedge game. You don't have to overswing your wedges. Just take another wedge and hit it 3/4.
And he takes that same swing right there. That wasn't a 3/4 shot for him. That was actually just a full swing. And
right.
You can just see that time in and time out from John. He's swung like that since 2001 when I first met him.
And it's amazing because you can probably not detect a lot of difference in the time it takes to swing the golf club from his driver to his pitching wedge. I bet it's within just a fraction of a second the same.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, what do we do? I mean, you look at the grass. It's laying that way. It's the grain of the grass is laying across. Now, because it's laying across towards him, that toe can just absolutely get caught up, and you can hang it to the right in a heartbeat.
His eyes aren't looking up either. They're looking low. He's not looking up in the air over that tree. It looks like he's thinking going down and around it.
Ooh, he did. Kept it underneath. You gotta like it, don't you, Rich?
Love that.
Just a little one hopper, a little spin.
That's imagination at its best right there. And one of his fellow countrymen, the late great Seve Ballesteros, was probably the greatest ever at hitting the most imaginative shots. Sergio learned quite a bit from him over the years, and he certainly uses a lot of imagination when he plays golf as well.
Yeah, he's fun to watch play. And Kevin Chappell going over there getting a little chuckle and saying, hey, that was a pretty good shot. How'd you make it stop so fast out of there? Now Sergio's going to go into the explanation.
Well, I've had a lot of practice over the years, so.
Does he win a major?
I think he does win a major.
Okay, but certainly likes the playoffs. You look at the scoring average leaders, minimum of 34 rounds, only one guy better, Tiger Woods. That seems to happen to a lot of players.
I look at that stat, and I obviously look at things a little different anyways. I mean, I'd take any one of those gentlemen in a money game. I mean,
as a partner.
As a partner, yeah, absolutely. If they're my opponent, I'd run. But they're all, I don't want to say gamblers, but Steve Stricker obviously can put in Luke Donald, but everybody else is an aggressive player. Maybe with the exception of Jim Furyk as well. But those three gentlemen plod along very nicely, and the other gentlemen, they go for it a lot. So they're going to have a lot of birdies. They're going to have fireworks. They're going to shoot a lot of low rounds, and they could shoot some high rounds. So when the money's on the line, that's the guys that obviously are performing the best in the playoffs over the years.
It wasn't too long ago that he took that time off to kind of to re-energize himself back to the game after the loss at Carnoustie. I think there were some excuses made, and I think it did him a world of good because right now he's back on track. Won last year, and I just I don't know if he'll win a major, but
This is the 10:53 tee time.
he's going to have the opportunity.
First on the tee.
Without a doubt.
From Birmingham, Alabama, please welcome Michael Thompson.
When you kind of get the feeling with Sergio too that his putting is no longer an issue now.
Right.
You know, he's past it. So, with that said, I think he's definitely going to have an opportunity. What question is, can he
do it?
Can he do it?
Can he finish? Up and down year for this man, Michael Thompson. Winner down in Florida.
He's one of the only guys that really kind of sets up out over his toes. And if you look at the back of his collar, went left, but if you look at the back of his collar, it's well outside of his toe line. You don't see that very much out here on tour.
Angel Cabrera.
There's your answer, Rich.
Crushing.
The disappointment on your face is unbelievable.
I just love it when he attacks. Because he gets up there with zero fear.
From Atlanta, Georgia, please welcome Roberto Castro.
He's had a good year. He's had a couple of chances. Played well in the opening round at the Players. Shot 63. Played well at Congressional.
Kind of an underrated ball striker, really, out here when you watch him.
Yeah, he hits a lot of greens, a lot of fairways. Carries his hands very low. Very long arms.
Long arms, big finish. You can see almost over rotates his hips coming through his right foot. It's in the bunker there, but his right heel not only comes up, but it actually kind of kicks to the outside of the toe. You don't see that a whole lot either.
You certainly hope that ball has gotten down into the flat portion of the bunker, but we move up to the green and Rollins for birdie.
Wow. That one carried a lot of speed there. Surprising. Even he's looking at that going, what did I just do?
Yeah, may have powder burns on his hands. Now Garcia just before Rollins.
I give Sergio a lot of credit with his putting. See a good picture of that pencil grip right there. You know, a lot of guys try that and then they go away from it. But he tried it and he has stuck with it since he went to the change. Changed the grip a little bit, some different things in his distance from the ball, but he has stayed with that grip.
I think that pencil grip that you're talking about for Sergio, I think it works better when you have a heel shafted putter. When the toe is moving.
Interesting. I would have thought it'd be better with a center shafted where it would there'd be less toe swing.
For Sergio, because he is a handsy player, I think he needs to feel the toe of the putter.
I got you. Okay.
Now Rollins to save par. So safely in, but still waiting for Kevin Stadler, our leader after the first round to tee off, and he will do that at 4:17.
Roberto Castro, second shot at the first.
Shot all depends on what kind of lie he has in there. Sometimes you can get little troughs where the sand has been raked, and if it's sitting down just a little bit, it's very difficult to catch it clean. And as you can see there, that might have been the case on that shot.
Here's Cabrera, 152 yards to the flag. Wind really gusting now.
It's the longest yardage we've seen into this whole location. Probably into this hole for the last 2 days.
Okay, just catches a piece of the front edge. Cabrera at +4. Needs to start making birdies, but very capable of racking them up in bunches, as we've seen through the years.
He is such a good guy. He really enjoys spending time with him. He is always just one of the nicest people to visit with, and very intense competitor. Just kind of does things a little bit, almost kind of like a nonchalant attitude. He just okay, whatever. But trust me, inside he enjoys working hard at this game and enjoys playing.
Well, the results bear that out in the majors. He's got a gift.
Yeah,
He's one of those guys who shows up in the big ones.
Yeah. Well, very gracious to it. His defeat at Augusta to Adam Scott. That was they went down to the stretch there in the playoff, and I thought it was kind of cool how he handled that whole situation of Adam Scott winning his first green jacket.
That second shot on 18 was just in that downpour. That wasn't just rain. Yeah. It was a downpour. And hits it, and he was barking at it from the moment it left his club face, and hit an absolute wonderful shot in there on the 72nd hole to get into that playoff with Adam Scott after Adam had birdied 18 in the group ahead. So he is a very exciting player to watch and to hang out with.
You almost get the idea from him, and you know him better than we do, Rich, but you know, you need something to get his attention. A really difficult shot. The bigger the tournament, the bigger the challenge. You get his attention, and he's going to be there at the end.
That's not too far probably from the truth, and that's I think his instructor Charlie Epps would tell you the same thing. He really needs something to focus in on to give him that extra motivation. And sometimes it just looks like he's going through the motions where, you know, almost like an Andre Agassi sometimes when he was serving. You know, it always kind of a blank look on his face, things like just going through the motions, maybe even in golf now Jason Duffner. But trust me, inside there is a very, very competitive person in there. But sometimes you need something extra to bring it out of you, whether it's a major championship, whether it's your back against the wall, whatever the case may be. This gentleman is certainly capable of turning it on when it needs to be turned on.
And I think there's more guys like that out there than we think. And that's what's kind of neat about the tour now. You don't only have the major championships, but you have the World Golf Championships. You know, now you got the playoffs. There's a number of big events throughout the year where you can get these players like Angel Cabrera who play at the peak. Although he's not playing that well this week, you know, you get the feeling that he's going to be up there again as we continue on.
What a stretch of big-time events, really, dating back to mid-June. To the U.S. Open in Merriam, 3 major championships, a World Golf Championship in Akron, and now 4 playoff events over the next 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Great stretch of golf we're in the midst of.
And then the President's Cup.
So there's no shortage of tournaments on the schedule that will get guys' attention. There's no doubt. I mean, with the World Golf Championships, even starting off at the beginning of the year, the Hyundai Tournament champions. You've got the PGA Tour winners from the prior year going out and competing, so you know that they're all on top of their games. So you've got there's a lot of big time events out there, and I think that's why we see players that it's a lot harder to separate themselves. Where years ago we had a Tiger Woods who completely separated himself from the rest of the world because he would go to these events and just absolutely demolish them. So So by, when you look at that, but now you've got so many more world events where guys are stepping up their games and playing and competing against the best. So it's a different world out there in terms of competitive golf. Not just 4 big events. There's a lot more than that.
It's been great, right?
It's Michael Thompson, third member of this group.
Oh, is he who's playing?
Yeah.
We kind of lost him there for a minute,
Actually, it's
didn't we?
caught up to the other two. Taking relief from cart path over there. His drive was well left to the mark. You talk about a player who has performed well on the big stage, especially the Olympic Club in particular. He was runner-up at the U.S. Amateur back in 2007, then runner-up at the U.S. Open when they went back to San Francisco last year. And of course, won the Honda Classic earlier this spring. Good young player out of the University of Alabama. That victory at the Honda got him inside the top 50 in the world. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Got him into the field at Doral for the Cadillac Championship the week after.
And 19 events, but only 9 cuts made. That's surprising. I would think that a gentleman like Michael Thompson, who does play well in the big events, would have stepped up. But if you look at the top 3 finishes, all big events. The Honda, wonderful field there, the Cadillac Championship, and the Memorial, both tied 8th. So he does like the big stage. Maybe he just needs to figure out how to get motivated for tournaments that may not have quite the luster of the other ones.
Decent shot there from 170 yards. Thompson's back in business. Sangmoon Bay back on the tee, playing with Matt Jones and Bubba Watson.
Ooh, Bubba. Could we see the big stick come out from Bubba on this hole? I just want one person to go for it. I'm sorry. When I was out walking the golf course the other day, I just thought, man, what a perfect opportunity for somebody to get off to a great start. Go ahead and go for it, chip it in, make 2, and go from there. But you could also hit down the middle of the fairway and hole it out for 2, like we saw Aaron badly yesterday.
Well, it's about 340 to the front, so that's definitely in Bubba's wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Bay's going to go with the 3-wood here.
And nice looking golf swing here. We saw him earlier this morning. Very sound. Good fundamentals at address. Watch where this club is at the top. Take a picture of this and try to copy it.
May have hung on to that one a touch. Going to run out of fairway over there. Scatter a few of those folks.
Next on the tee, from Sydney, Australia,
Pretty manageable first cut of rough to deal with this week.
Jones.
It's just fine. Matt Jones introduced on the tee, but we'll swing up ahead. And the 3rd for Castro.
Nicely done there. Took something a little less lofted, bumped and ran it back to that pin.
Matt Jones' tee shot, not surprisingly, is in the air and in the fairway.
He doesn't wait for us, does he?
No.
He doesn't wait for anybody.
No.
Baghdad, Florida. Please welcome Bubba.
Come on, Bubba.
Watson.
Come on, Bubba. Oh. An iron.
Hit this morning, too. Hit a little rope hook just off the edge of the left-hand bunker there.
Very steep tack angle. Watch this club head, long iron. Just smacks right down on top of the golf ball.
It almost looked like he was trying to hit that straight. What's that all about?
No, that was he wasn't trying to do that.
Okay.
That was a mistake.
Okay. I was about to say, there's nothing straight about any golf shot that he hits, including putts.
Up ahead to the green, and Cabrera outside 35 feet here. About 6 feet of work to do. Pretty compelling story. The 43-year-old from Cordoba, Argentina, came up through the caddy ranks. He was very much a self-made player. Eduardo Romero, another great player from Argentina. The Cat, this man known as the Duck. He kind of took young Cabrera under his wing there. Showed him the ropes along the way.
He's fun to watch. He's an aggressive player, and you can see it right there. He's not going to leave too many putts short, even from long distance. Got some work to do, though. He's +4. He's trying to kind of force the issue right now.
Thompson, similar flavor putt here to the one Cabrera just had.
After watching that one go by, he put the brakes on there. A little bit at impact. That wasn't going to go past the hole, Rich.
No, it wasn't, and I don't blame him. Anything coming back down that hill, looks like the breeze is going that direction as well. So downhill, downwind, no thank you.
4:17 start time for Kevin Stadler, the leader. It's a long gap in between the end of his first round yesterday afternoon and the start of his second round, which will conclude on Saturday morning sometime.
And watch out for Henrik Stenson. There's no one playing better golf right now than that man. He is on a tear.
And back inside the top 10 in the world, where he stood back in 2009 after winning the Players. Cabrera able to get his par at the first.
Even as smooth as these greens are, those putts right there, you don't want a steady diet of those. They will wear you out at day's end. So glad to have made that one, but has certainly got to get motivating with his golf game so he can stick around for the weekend and get some valuable points, because we know that if you miss a cut here, people are going to pass you in a hurry.
Well, 3 of those players safely inside the top 50 right now, so good chance to get to Boston, especially if they survive the cut, which will be made tomorrow morning. Just a moment ago, Thompson cleaning up for his par. No problems.
The stakes are just not big enough yet for on hill. We got to wait another week or two here. Let this accumulate, get a little bit bigger, more money on the line. Then he'll start to roll out to 66, 65.
That would not surprise me whatsoever.
And Castro just a couple of seconds ago popped that one in for his par. Early second round coverage here late in the morning outside New York City. Moment ago at the opening hole, Sang Moon Bae after driving it into the left-hand rough. Beautiful shot, just right of the flagstick. And it was Bubba. This also a little bit earlier.
Enjoy watching him play the game of golf, because that's what he does. He plays the game. He does zero swing thoughts. He just wants the golf ball to go one direction or another. High, low, left, right.
John Merrick at 2 under par after a 69 was concluded earlier this morning in the opening round.
Watch the club head here. He works club head up very quickly. Early wrist hinge. All right, good shot.
Next on the tee, from Sea Island, Georgia, please welcome Chris Kirk.
Chris Kirk shot 72 in the opening round. And he had a victory in his second full season out here in Mississippi in 2011. A couple of victories on the Web.com tour a few seasons ago as well. Tall player, at 6'3", plays a hard draw.
Which can make this opening shot just a little more difficult, but he's picking up the tee quickly, so he likes it. To hit the hard draw on this hole.
From Palm City, Florida, please welcome.
You'd have to actually aim way right and over that water to bring it back in.
Up ahead, Matt Jones for a birdie. And tee shot of Ken Duke, going with an iron as he did earlier this morning.
Low flat ball flight, left to right.
Yeah.
Oh, hold it.
Look out, folks.
Oh. Almost pulled it right back into the fairway after a couple of very fortuitous bounces there.
Could have been a lot worse. Bubba with a birdie chance to run it to 4 under.
Bubba's going to place a lot more emphasis over these next few weeks trying to gain some valuable points to get in the President's Cup, but that was not a very good stroke or roll there.
There's the numbers for Watson this season. 3 top 10 finishes. One was in a limited field event to begin the year out in Maui, just 30 players there. One was in a match play format of 64, so relatively quiet season for Bubba. Still looking for his first win since the Masters.
He is the Traveler champion this year. Great win by Ken Duke, but it's also a lot of, he gave it away. Bubba Watson did coming down the stretch there. Really hit some poor shots and just did not handle everything as well as he could have.
Not the best stroke we've seen from that man. Sang Moon Bae, one of the best putters out here. Can't convert, so that one left to stay at 1 under.
A difficult roll, though, from the back of that green where he was. Big sweeping break. I don't see too many putts from that angle throughout the day.
Yeah, just below the hole, middle of the green. The best spot to be here, just coming right up that ridge. Very little break from there.
83rd on the money list last year was Bae to keep his tour card. Now he's got it for 2 more years after the victory at the Nelson. Bubba came up short with the birdie effort, and this to stay -3.
Currently 15th on that U.S. President's Cup list, and we all know that he wants to be a part of that team in a bad way. So he's got to step up his game over the next few weeks. Show Freddie Couples that he wants to be a part of that team, and a couple of good finishes the next few weeks will take care of that.
It's live coverage from the opening FedEx Cup playoff event from Liberty National. Moment ago at the first, Ken Duke played his second shot just outside 160.
Kind of a cool swing. See how he keeps his feet down. Right foot just kind of rolls in off the heel. Never looks like he's working too hard, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't.
Now we're live, and the second of Merrick. Fat part of the green, but safely aboard for the winner of the Northern Trust Open this year. He is a Southern Californian through and through. Grew up there, played his college golf there at UCLA. Played well at the Canadian as well most recently, but a good West Coast swing with a victory at Riviera and a top 20 at Pebble Beach.
At the RBC Canadian Open, that's one of the stranger sights we've seen, him being in the final group in a one-some, as Hunter Mahan, who was leading, withdrew to go tend to the birth of his first daughter.
Second for Kirk. Comes up a little bit short with that one.
I think what we're seeing here is that the players are being a little tentative with their second shots. They want to be aggressive with their second shots, but they're afraid to get too aggressive, and land it past that hole. So I think we're going to see a lot of shots come up about 15, 20 feet short on that opening hole.
Here's the course rotation through the years. Steve Stricker, the champion in 07. VJ won it over at Ridgewood in 08. And then Slocum right here at Liberty National 4 years ago. Matt Kuchar in 2010 at Ridgewood, and then Dustin Johnson at Plainfield Country Club in 2011. That was a hurricane-shortened week. They only played 54 holes that week.
Actually came up to do a outing on that for that weekend and landed on Friday afternoon at 4:25. Grabbed my bags, rechecked them, got out at 8:25, straight back home. It was one of the stranger things that I've seen. And look at what he has here. This is Chris Kirk with a huge swing from right to left. Find a spot that he wants to hit it to and then just let the ball feed from there. Just didn't carry enough distance going through that fringe, but awfully tough to get it much closer than that.
Kirk at +1 for the week. Tie for 9th at the Sanderson Farms Championship in Mississippi. And his best finish in some time this season. And off to a very good start on the West Coast swing. He was second at Pebble. Merrick next to run it to 3 under.
And as the day goes on, you're going to see putts from this angle. They might bounce a little bit more because there's going to be a lot of traffic where guys are going to be putting it from that angle. And it won't be quite as smooth as we saw yesterday, I don't believe.
Yeah, pretty straight from down in there. Get up a little bit closer to where Kirk was and starts to move right to left. That's the angle to attack that flag from, though. You want to be down in there where Merrick is, a little closer, kind of just come straight up the hill, very little break.
Back to the first tee. Russell Henley playing with D.A. Points and Jimmy Walker.
Russell Henley, winner at the Sony Open in Hawaii. Made about every putt that he had for the 4 days.
Pretty much.
And I liked it because he got up there with a putter, looked at it once, and pulled the trigger and went. And I think that is something that every player, amateurs and professionals, can learn from.
That one finds the fescue. Pretty thick in there. Ken Duke for a birdie down the slope. Looks good.
I think just had a little bit less speed there. That would have, I think that would have had the exact line there. Just carried a little bit too much speed for that, but overall pretty good. I was expecting to see it swing a little bit more left to right.
Well, after watching Kirk's putt, he probably borrowed a little bit more. Big sweeper from the right. See if he can salvage a par here.
Former Georgia Bulldog, part of that 2007 U.S. Walker Cup team. That was a very deep squad. Ricky Fowler, Webb Simpson, Kirk, and others. Back to the first. Here's D.A. Points. Winner in Houston at the Shell earlier this spring.
Likes it. Reaching for the tee pretty quick. Wow, that was look at that first bounce.
Yeah, that wind is blowing a little bit more than I think the players are thinking. Downwind. Starting to see that more and more now. Guys hitting it through the fairway.
And now Jimmy Walker. Good start at -3. After finishing up 68 earlier this morning.
We're talking about this guy getting a win. Maybe this is the week. 3 under, good start. He started that out to the right. The wind's hitting it, bringing it back to the left, and perfectly in the middle.
Good look from there for his second shot. Ken finishing up for his par 4.
Approaching high noon here on day 2 at Liberty National. somewhere in there, the tee shot of Russell Henley came to rest. Like a nest in there. And there's the look into the green for a second.
All he was trying to do there is basically just identify that was his golf ball. So he's allowed to mark it and pick it up and look at it, but he has to replace it in the same exact position as it currently was. And now that he knows it's golf ball, now the fun begins. I'm not too sure what he's going to be able to do with this. Looks like he's trying to aim it out to the right a little bit. And
I don't think I mean, I think. Okay. I mean, if you think it's going to come out, then that's fine. But I mean, I think you're. I mean, you gotta. I mean, you get it out of it so you know kind of what it's going to do. You got to trust kind of your feel on it. If you think it's going to come out, I mean, we got 120 front. You good with that? Just kind of chipping it out, and then I mean, just get it up and down. Okay.
What do you think of that? A little more cautious strategy from his caddy there.
I think the caddy is probably correct on this one. Sometimes as players, we think we can do just a little bit more. The caddy is usually correct in instances like this, although I'm pretty sure Mickelson's caddy, Bones, hasn't really talked him out of a whole lot of shots, but still, a lot of times the caddies are a little bit more level-headed about these things.
Yeah, as well as Russell Henley putts, he's got a good chance to make 4 by grinding out that number. He's 24th in the rankings with the victory. Spieth is 8th. Jordan with a win and a runner-up finish. So those are the only 2 guys in the top 30. That's the number for Atlanta, the Tour Championship. And this is what Points is dealing with for his second. Great look from behind here. He's probably about 115 to the front with the tree to deal with as well.
And I think the difference between where Russell Henley's ball is and where D.A. Points is literally could be 8 inches. I mean, it's that close. If D.A.'s would have kicked a little bit further into that fescue, he could have gotten an equally terrible lie as Russell's, but now he's a little bit short of it, and he's got to play.
Just absolutely jumped.
Yeah, you heard him. There's a heater out of there.
Came out good.
There's so much guesswork, Rich, with a lie like that, though, isn't there?
There really is. You can catch it, and there's the grooves, since we've gone back to V grooves, there just is not as much. There's not enough metal to catch the ball and spin it. So now you get a little bit grass in between the club face and the ball, and you just have a very difficult time controlling any of the spin off it out of a rough that's marginal like that.
It was Henley's third, spinning away about 25 feet. The only player to find the fairway here was Jimmy Walker, who's left with 105 yards to the hole.
After a very long wait to hit a second shot.
He's got to be looking his chops here. Good position. Attack that front right pin location. Like you were saying, Rich, players giving that back edge a lot of respect. I would have skipped up there another 7-8 feet. He would have been a good place to be putting from. Not a lot of breakdown in there.
So a birdie chance for Jimmy Walker to move to -4 and climb within 3 shots of the lead here. D.A. Points took relief from Sprinkler head back there. He's going to go with the putter here.
Billy Kratzer would love this play, keeping it low to the ground like we talked about earlier. Just really tough to judge the distance and how hard you need to hit it from way down there, and with the grass you got going.
Back to the tee we go, and Bo Van Pelt.
I like that swing.
Yeah, very 1-2. Good tempo, good lines, plugs in a good spot. Very consistent with his tempo. Another player that from the wedge to the 7-iron to the driver just all looks the same.
Walker to move to 4 under.
Playing from a very familiar spot, well below the hole. You can see there right off the first 3 feet it bounced a little bit, and I think that's just due to the traffic in that area. Unfortunately, it's just going to get a little bit worse for the players coming this afternoon.
Son number 2, Beckett Walker, born earlier this year, back in late February. Three times a winner on the Web.com tour, but not yet on the PGA Tour. Now Henley for par.
Gets in there like I spoke about earlier. Takes a couple practice strokes, looks at it once, pulls the trigger. I think that is very important for players that might be struggling with their putting, overthinking it. And when you overthink it with any aspect of your game, it can be very detrimental.
Back to the tee, and William McGirt to begin his second round.
Willie McGirt. He and I have played some golf together over the years. Just a fun guy to play golf with. I enjoy hanging out with Willie.
Here's D.A. Points. We just caught the tail end of that practice routine there, Travis. It's almost like he has a little phantom belly putter stroke as he lines it up.
Yeah, a lot of guys use the belly putter. Ooh, good putt there. Thought that might turn a little bit more, carrying a little too much speed, but the belly putter can be used as kind of a training aid to help get the right feeling of the pendulum or a little bit better release through impact. So guys will kind of get that feeling of that, then put the regular conventional putter back in their hand, then try to duplicate it.
I'm going to go ahead and finish up here.
He's always been pretty creative, though, with his routines, and he's done a number of things over the years where you can see him really trying to paint the picture of what it should feel like, you know, before he gets over the ball, and then try to replicate that same move.
And I like what you said there, replicate the feel of what you're trying to do. You want to feel this putter, feel the stroke. You don't want to have to work at making a stroke. You just want to feel the stroke. The more you can feel it, the more everything kind of flows naturally.
Well, it's the putter used as a kid. We talked about it yesterday. He won some amateur events when he was a preteen. Well, the folks at Ping cleaned it up, spruced it up for him a little bit. So the numbers on the left are the point standings to begin the week. The numbers at the right, the current projections. So look how much ground Camilo Villegas was able to make up with a 65 on the opening round.
Big move right there. This is what happens when we quadruple the points, and that's why you're seeing the big jump from 110 to 12. In fact, I believe when he Slocum won here back in 2009, he went from mid-70s or 80s to number 1, and that's what a win can do during the playoffs.
Yeah, 5 times the point value of the regular season. Here's BVP. Another one comes up short.
I think the wind's hurting there a little bit now. Into that shot, kind of turning back into it a little bit. A lot of guys coming up short now.
McGirt will be next.
See if we can't see if he can't drive this one down just a little bit more and challenge this whole location. Seen a lot of shots come up short out of the fairway, the last few players. Last few groups, I should say. Once again, when players are looking at from the fairway there, it's almost like a negative edge pool where they can see just to the back edge of the green and then it falls off, and they just know that, well, I wouldn't want to go to that fall off zone.
Texan Justin Leonard from 125. He's a good wind player. Driving that one in there low.
University of Texas graduate, Hookham. I'm not a graduate of UT, but I play at a UT golf club in Austin, so I got to throw that in when I can.
Best of the three right there. As our live coverage continues here on day 2. Bo Van Pelt from off the green here. That's just a moment ago.
Well judged there. I'm a little surprised that he didn't roll it from down there using the putter, but obviously had a good feel for it with the wedge. So he went with his instinct, and it served him well.
McGirt will be next. 106, his current projection. And one of the few who got it all the way to the hole from down there.
And we talk about the playoffs and how important they are to some of these players. You know, somebody like Willie, it'd be pretty big to get to that second round. I mean, granted, some of them, hey, listen, 125, I got my card back for next year, but to get to that next level gives you extra confidence going into the 2014 season.
Yeah, which is right around the corner, right after the President's Cup. We'll get it cranked right back up again. What were the fall series events will now be the first events in the 2013-14 schedule.
More exposure as a player that you can get to those big time events such as the playoffs here. The more confidence you get that you know what it takes to get to that next level. Once you have the confidence of knowing what it takes to get to the next level, you tend to do it.
John Senden, what's going on with the rehearsal there, Travis?
One of my favorite practice swings. I was saying earlier, we saw him come through. He'll step through, puts his feet together, he takes it back, takes a little step forward, swings to third, just kind of feeling the weight shift. He's done that for a long time.
Well, it works. One of the best ball strikers out here usually. Bit of a down season, though. Didn't like that one either.
Next on the tee.
Up ahead, Justin Leonard, chance for a birdie.
Has always been, I think, a really wonderful putter. It hasn't always been there, but just the tempo of his stroke, how it just opens and closes just ever so slightly. Just love the fluidity of it.
And Jason Bone next.
A lot like Ben Crenshaw, Lauren Roberts, Brad Faxon, all those guys, the same approach with the flat stick.
Well, he was way left this morning with his drive here. This one in good shape.
Playing third from Sea Island, Georgia. Please welcome Lucas Glover.
Lucas Glover, level par 71, finishing up earlier today.
Former U.S. Open champion. Doesn't have quite the loop in his swing. Doesn't drop it to the inside quite as much over the past few years, does he?
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's taking a little bit of that out. A little more kind of up and down the same plane, not working underneath the backswing plane quite so much.
A little bit of work here for Van Pelt's par.
Gets that one to fall.
Van Pelt's at -1. The lead is -7, and it belongs to Kevin Stadler. John Senden next to play here at the opening hole. Trying to gauge the wind, which is really picking up. Flag looks still and quiet. in the foreground there, but they're feeling it back out in the fairway.
Since we've got an extra second, John has always finished with his knees close together and his follow through. Why?
Well, I think it's just, you want your right knee to kind of come up and kiss your left knee, because that's going to solidify weight transfer. And you could see him really highlighting weight transfer in his swing, even in his rehearsal, where he's taking a little step and then swinging through. But I think it's a good image and a tip for our viewers is when you finish, the right knee should be kind of up kissing the left knee, right foot all the way up onto the toe.
I agree. I see a lot of these young kids where their knees are very separated, but I always thought, knees need to be a little close together, have a little more control of your golf swing.
Footwork's such an underappreciated part of the golf swing, Travis. Do your students recognize that when they come looking for help?
I think so, and I think weight transfer in general is more understood in our industry now and how it works. Watch setting shot here out of the fairway bunker.
Not bad at all
there. But I think through the biomechanics and technology and all that in our industry, we understand footwork better and how the weight can be used not only to help control the low point and getting the divot ahead of the ball, but also how to use the ground as leverage. You see a lot of these players, almost moving the weight into the ground like Justin Rose, and then from there kind of leveraging themselves off the ground. So it's interesting in force plate technology and how weight transfer, I think, is more understood in our industry, and how the feet should work to certainly promote that.
Glover from 136.
Once again, we've seen numerous second shots end up there, and it looks like from Lucas's, he was posing, so I think he really believed that he hit a good shot. I think the wind is actually just confusing the players a little bit. They think it's kind of maybe going a little more right to left, and I think it's more into their faces.
Yeah, I think there's more up there than they think, and it feels downwind off the tee, then you kind of make the corner and you go up in there, and then it kind of feels like it's coming at you.
Well, this is an important second round for Jason Bone, currently sitting at +4, and even worse, though, he's a 115 in the FedEx Cup list. He's got to have a solid round of golf today to make the cut, to have any chance of making it to the second stage of the playoffs. And that second shot right there will give him a very good look at birdie on this opening hole in the second round.
That was the most aggressive approach we've seen in a while. Right over the flagstick.
Once again, he's got to be a little aggressive. He can't afford to wait anymore. He's got to step on the gas. He's got to go make a bunch of birdies, and hopefully not make very few bogeys or no bogeys.
So Bone is projected at 115 right now. These are the guys on the bubble for the Deutsche Bank. Ernie's been the man on the number, battling one position outside the top 100. A little bit of work to do for Perez, Appleby, Lee, and the others outside. The number for the Deutsche Bank in Boston.
Three names there. Ernie Els, Badley, and Perez. Perez, I always thought had one of the best swings I've seen. So to see him sitting outside of it right now is shocking.
125, the number of players who qualified. Steve Stricker is not here. He's been playing a limited schedule all year. Zach Johnson also not here. He's in his brother's wedding tomorrow. He had plans. So the Deutsche Bank next week's event, which begins Friday, ends on Monday, Labor Day. 70 at the BMW Conway Farms, new venue outside Chicago. And then the biggest cut there from 70 down to 30 for the Tour Championship. It all begins in the shadow of the Big Apple. The Freedom Tower standing above all others just across the harbor from Liberty National.
Beautiful sight there.
Glover's going to go with the putter here.
He's a little closer to the front edge than Bo Van Pelt was in the group ahead of him. We're just not too thrilled about the second or the third shots there, so he's got a little work to do for his four.
Doesn't take much to get Lucas in grumpy mode, though, does it?
Maybe on the golf course, but I tell you, off the golf course,
different guy, isn't
he is one of the most entertaining and the funniest gentlemen I've ever had the pleasure of hanging out with. He's just so quick-witted, and anybody that's spent any time with Lucas will tell you the same. He's just a really good guy. See, it just goes to show how nuts this game will make you sometimes. It'll drive you batty. It'll make you just do crazy things sometimes.
Birdie chance for Sendo here. Move to -1. 33 feet here. Let's see if he can get it all the way to the hole. Give it a chance.
Looks good.
Oh.
One of the better efforts we've seen from that side of the green coming up the hill.
Here's our next group on the tee. D.H. Lee set to put it in motion here.
Seems to me that a lot of these Asian players that we have currently on the tour are all just technically sound golfers. Technically swing the golf club really well.
Yeah, very sound, very deliberate and disciplined in their approach as well. Very, you look at their backswings, a lot of them, they're very deliberate going back, then kind of the gradual acceleration coming down.
I like that. Don't hit anything with your backswing.
That's
Why
right.
should it be fast?
Here's Romero.
Just like that. Nice controlled backswing, and then once it gets to the top, he just lets go.
Playing third from Charlotte, North Carolina. Please welcome Johnson Wagner.
Johnson Wagner introduced. Right at level par after a 71 in the opening round. And outside the top 100 currently.
Good golf swing here. It reminds me of Chad Campbell. Watch how he just slings it through. Watch his torso just kind of propel his arms to the finish. It's like he's swinging a rope, There's not, some guys look like there's more of a 2x4 in your hands, kind of more of a hitting motion, and then others like they got a rope and they're just cracking the rope over the left shoulder.
Glover with work to do for his par here. Got it. This remains even par. Just a bit earlier it was Bone. Chance for a birdie from above the hole. There you go.
Sit on there for Jason. Needs to make a bunch more of those, though, to have any chance of making it to Boston next week or just outside of Boston.
Send in for his par. Second round coverage. First playoff event. Back at Liberty National for the Barclays. Live look at the opening hole here. And the wind has really been tricky, fooling these players, most of whom have come up short with their approach shots here. Let's see how the Argentine Romero handles this one from 129. All right, finds a piece of the front edge of the green. Was looking for a little bit more out of that one. Over to D.H. Lee. Another one on the front edge of the putting surface. Welcome Bill Kratzert back in. Very few folks have gotten all the way to the hole. Jason Bone did. The last group coming through made birdie.
What's the problem?
They're fooled.
I mean, it's right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the hole location is right there in front, and you have a little bit of a backboard there. You're inside a $130. Come on, guys. It's playoffs. Bring your A game.
Well, you came back in with guns blazing, didn't you?
Man. Perfect angle right here. Trying to flight it.
Yeah, I think it looked good to him.
What do you think of that one, Joey?
I think when you put a wedge in your hand, you ought to do better than that.
Lee, Romero, Wagner going to work here at the first. Kevin Stadler still sits atop the leaderboard. Among the players on the golf course, Ryan Moore is closest at -6. He's 6 holes in. Freddie Jacobson 2 back at 5 under. D.H. Lee needs A lot of birdies today. Chance for one here.
I know there were a lot of good scores yesterday, and certainly the guys in the morning took advantage, but I'm curious to see at day's end, was it better to play 27 holes, 26 holes, 28 holes, 29 holes, all in the same wind condition, or was it better to get off to that quick start?
Well, scoring was incredible before they went off the course in the first rain delay. The guys were just going low right out of the gate. We saw a lot of 3-4 under pars through 7, 8 holes, and they came back and still played well, but it did definitely taper off a little.
It's par for the qualifying school medalist.
A little more wind today, though. We're seeing the wind playing
in a different direction.
Yeah, in a different direction.
Earlier, it was Wagner for birdie. Maybe the best one from down there we've seen. Now he tapped that one in for par. Now Romero.
We're going to get one of these here soon. It's going to go in. Maybe this is it.
Nice work, Mr.
Very
Fulton.
good. We saw the line from Johnson Wagner. You know he's going to be close.
Romero just guns one in there for a birdie. He moves to +1. Brings a smile to his face. Picks up 3 spots in the points projections with that birdie. He can make up ground quickly. Can also head in the other direction just as fast. Beautiful early afternoon here in metropolitan New York area. Blue skies overhead. Didn't see much of those yesterday, that's for sure. There's Ryan Moore, as I mentioned, climbs within 1 of the lead here as Kevin Stadler begins his second round later this afternoon. Back with you on day 2 of the Barclays. A little bit of a gap before the next group makes its way over to the first hole. Ryan Stewart, Jerry Kelly, and Brian Harmon began the second round early this morning on the backside. So that's our next group coming through, but they're over at 17 right now. So while we have some time, let's go inside the trucks and inside the guts of ShotLink, powered by CDW.
The numbers that are gathered week in and week out on the PGA Tour are so important to not only the media, but the fans. For instance, everyone wants to know how many greens in regulation did Phil Mickelson hit last week? Or who had the longest drive on the PGA Tour? Most likely Bubba Watson. All of that comes from this truck right here. ShotLink, powered by CDW, is the only place to get all of those numbers that go internationally. And we're about to take you inside all the action. So this is where all the magic happens, and joining me now is the ShotLink coordinator, Jason Larson. And Jason, this is such a huge process. We see these numbers go all around the world, but it seems like just a few people in here are getting the work done.
Yeah, more or less. We have about 14 members, staff members on site each week. This room right here is our central nervous system of ShotLink. It's basically where we make sure everything's running correctly.
I think the collaboration between CDW and the PGA Tour and the ShotLink team has been fantastic, and there's been all sorts of unanticipated benefits. So initially, ShotLink was really designed to be a system that captured data for historical purposes, but it's now being used by players to improve their game and really figure out where to focus when they're practicing. One of the things that CDW is doing now to ensure that that kind of continues is also augmenting the PGA Tour IT staff when necessary by using CDW professional services.
What's the first thing I should know about your area?
This is really the central nervous system here. This is the server rack. Inside this rack we have some IBM servers running a variety of ShotLink applications that do everything from just keeping track of the scores to doing all the math involved in the laser system. CDW wanted to make a big impact when they came in, and they did. We did basically a complete overhaul of the server area, which was the most important part of the truck. It takes a lot of processing power and a lot of networking power to pull this thing off every week.
CDW ensures the 256,000 pieces of data collected each week gets uploaded in real time, all collected with handheld devices and laser rangefinders.
This is one of our fairway lasers that we have set up at every landing area in the fairway. And what happens is a group is displayed on the GPS unit here. Once that group, a player from that group hits on the tee, a walking score shot hit on their device, and in turn that sends a message to our laser operator. And at that point, the laser operator will actually shoot this laser. If they get the ball in the crosshair, they'll actually shoot the rangefinder at the ball. They hit enter, and it's sent to our truck in seconds where they will validate it.
Providing fast and accurate data around the world for the over 1.3 million shots hit each year on the PGA Tour is no small task. A team of producers validate every shot, finding solutions for every hurdle along the way.
One of the examples that I would be looking at during the week is this is Sergio Garcia on 10. The walking score has said that he hit it his drive in the fairway, but our laser operators came up with it in the bunker. So my job is to find out which piece of information is correct. I can call the walking score on the radio or the laser operator and find out a grid coordinate, which is just they're looking at a map that's printed, and we can verify it, to make sure the laser was accurate.
This amazing technology is nothing new for the PGA Tour team. They've been teamed up with CDW since 2008, finding solutions to every problem along the way and delivering a quality product incredibly fast thanks to CDW technology.
Over the course of the last several years, we've been able to improve the fan experience by delivering data more quickly to both broadcasters, the website, PGATour.com, and the world, really.
All right, thanks to Amanda Balionis for bringing us an inside look there at ShotLink, powered by CDW. There's some more stats that the folks at ShotLink help provide to us. Certainly a very useful and valuable tool in presenting our live at broadcasts. This week in strokes gained putting, Morgan Hoffman is the guy, picking up an average of 5.5 strokes on the field. That's pretty good. And generally, it's about, what would you say, about that 8-foot range where that strokes gained putting number comes from?
Yeah, 7-8 feet. That seems to be the critical zone as to where the guys are either saving or losing shots.
There's a few volunteers there manning the ShotLink Tower. And another one here. Windy down there. Beautiful early afternoon in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty. One of the groups we're watching began its second round this morning at 11:26. 4, 5, and 6 in the point standings. Mickelson, Haas, and Horschel. Phil stands at 1 over for the day and the tournament after a 71 in the opening round. Horschel's at -2, and Haas currently 2 over par. Scorecard for Mickelson. We caught him late in our coverage on day one. Made a mess of the first hole last night, but managed to make a bogey. This is where he stands 3 holes into his second round.
Just a couple of par 5s that maybe he can take advantage of, but still trying to find it after that Open Championship win.
Haas at 2 over, FedEx Cup champion back in 2011. And a good start for Horschel with a birdie at 12 just a couple of moments ago.
He's trying to find it too a little bit, like
Mickelson. Yeah, and I think after the miscut at the PGA, when I was talking with him down in Ponte Vedra before he left to come up here to the Barclays, he felt as though, okay, I wasn't that far off. I've kind of tweaked a couple of things. I'm looking forward to the playoffs.
One of the best reactions of the year when that winning putt went down in New Orleans. The emotion just exploded from Billy Horschel. He'd come so close in a number of events leading up to that week. He knew the time was coming, and man, did he just let it loose.
You know, and a lot of guys don't seize that opportunity. You know, you look back at Overton had the same kind of run to where a Congressional and then to Greenbrier, You know, he was always right there. He was always in the top 3, top 4, top 5, always right there, but he never got that win. And then he got ambushed by Stuart Appleby. When he tossed a little 59 at him.
Mm-hmm.
Just got ambushed.
Yeah.
I mean, just came up, boom.
So here's the players relative to where they stood in the standings to begin the week. Tiger the top seed, of course. There's Kevin Stadler, who sits at the top, 87th to begin the week. So everybody on page 1 there was safely inside the top 100 except for Villegas.
Well, these points increasing. Look at Stadler, 87 to second. If it was to hold up today, Camillo, huge jump, 110 to 13. So this restructuring in the point system, and you just you get in the playoffs, you realistically, you have a chance to win at all at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's with a win, obviously. Stadler would jump up to 2.
Keimer and Crane outside the number to begin the week. Now they're in the green zone.
Big week for Ben Crane, 125. He's got to maintain the pace.
And it's good to see because last week with all the pressure on him, being at 125, usually there's some movement in and out of the top 125, and he missed the cut and was stationary, did not move off 125.
Morgan Hoffman there at 4:39. That's the last tee time of the day. So that group should get about 3 hours of golf in, leaving them maybe a half dozen holes to finish up in the morning. And that's when they'll make the cut, probably around 8:30 or so in the morning. Possible 9 a.m. or roughly in that neighborhood to start the third round. Appleby's done some work, but not enough, getting closer to the top 100.
Jimmy Walker lost a stroke there, had it 3 under. Bumped it back to 2. Jeff Maggart sneaking in at this point.
Everything that Maggart gets, pretty much a bonus. He's not too far from that magic number.
No.
5-0. He can just go ahead and back his pickup truck. He lives down there in Texas. He'll be able to back that pickup truck and just fill it on the Champions Tour.
You're going to get a lot of starts out there, too, as a multiple winner on the PGA Tour. Wagner to 105 at the moment. Baddeley's picked up some ground, highlighted by an eagle at the first last evening.
Jordan Spieth. Look at that.
He was 3 over at one point. It's a nice fight back there.
Yeah.
And back to the top, where Stadler protects the lead. All late afternoon tee times for the top 5 there. Ryan Moore has dropped a shot. Ricky Fowler has joined the group at 5 under par. 2 shots off the lead here with a 5 under par second round going. Back with you at Liberty National. I'll start for Ricky Fowler. Birdies at 12, 14, and 15. Sandwiched around an eagle at 13. So 5 under in his opening 6 holes of the second round to move within 2 of the lead here. As Fowler looks to mount a big charge out here outside the Big Apple. So 500 points to the winner of most of the events during the regular season. They bump it up for the majors, the players as well, the World Golf Championships, but 5 times the point value in the playoffs. They've made some changes through the years, but this has been a system that's been relatively intact since after the 2008 playoffs.
Yeah, well, they needed to make a change after the year that Vijay Singh won. Both he and Vajegas won all 4 events, 2 each. There was an argument that Vajegas played better. I mean, he had 2 seconds and a third, but he missed the cut at the Barclays, the first leg of the playoffs, and that turned out to be more meaningful than what he did over the last 3. So I think they've got it right going forward. You have the reset as you get to Atlanta. So everyone in the field in Atlanta, all 30 players, have an opportunity to win the FedEx Cup if they win that week.
There's the summary for the season. And it's a tough system to get right because you do want to reward the players who play well over the course of 8 months and are consistent and rack up a lot of points, but you also want to give guys a chance to get hot at the right time. That's what we want as professional sports fans. We want to see it in playoffs and other sports. So kind of a balance here between the two, Travis, that they're trying to find.
Well, I think they went into it knowing that this was going to be a work in progress, too. And they knew they weren't going to get it right the first year or the second year or the third year. So I think they've listened and they've made some good adjustments, and they're as close as they've ever been right now.
Second round groups coming to the first tee. Just a perfect day here. Temperatures in the low 70s. All the nasty weather that ripped through the area yesterday is gone in the rearview mirror. Clear skies expected for the next 2 days, too. Should be a glorious weekend here. Here's our next group on the tee. Stuart, Kelly, and Harmon. And the man from Wisconsin, Jerry Kelly, first to play.
Pretty predictable here. Going with fairway metal.
Sit down. Sit.
Working left.
Sit.
Just fine.
Yeah, plenty of room to spare.
Jerry was a little agitated there, calling that one down. Brian Harmon 6 over. Not what he was looking for. He was 80th in points to start the week and slipped to 97th in the projections.
I thought after his play last week, might be another good week here at the Barclays.
Thanks. That's a good one. Brian Stewart had already struck his tee shot as well. Back for the second shots after this. Second round hole location there, tucked front right. And most of the players have been coming up short. Even with a wedge in their hand, 9-iron for some, have not been able to properly gauge the gusto of this wind. Brian Stewart going to be first to play here. Could be Jerry Kelly, actually. Once he meanders over to where his tee shot came to rest.
Little water, little snack.
3 times a winner on the PGA Tour. The Sony in Honolulu back in '02. He also won the old Western Open, which has now become the BMW Championship in the playoffs. He won at Cog Hill. And then at the Zurich in New Orleans in 2009.
Whoa.
There's the number from the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 119.
American flag right there. Yeah, right to left. There, her. Yeah.
We got to start it right at, so it's not going to be a firm one, though.
Okay.
He's always had a kind of a flatter ball flight trajectory.
Well, I think it's because he gets the shaft a little laid off at the top, face a little closed. Usually when that happens, you'll be lofted more at impact.
Good shot. One of the better ones. Stewart is next, a couple yards closer, 117.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of balls, front of the green, even short of the green, short distances. Guy's not factoring in the wind enough. Starting to blow pretty good out there.
Oh, it's just fine.
Yeah, shot.
There you go.
You see, he thought he hit that too hard, and wind held it up. It was perfect.
Harmon from 110.
On, Brian.
Well, that reaction tells the story.
He runs hot quickly.
Yep. Birdie chances for all three coming up when we come back to Liberty National. Ricky Fowler's moved within one shot of the lead here, and he's done it in a real hurry this morning. Began his second round on the back nine late this morning into the early afternoon. Look at this. 6 under through 7. That's how you make a surge up the leaderboard. Really streaky player. We know if he can get it going.
18's going to play tough. You get through the 18th hole. Adam Scott this morning hit driver 4 iron. to that par 4.
Wow.
Ben Crane hit driver 3 wood.
And it's 20 yards shorter than it was 4 years ago. Brian Harman missed his long birdie attempt a moment ago. Kelly will have a good chance here, and then Stewart is in there real close, just a couple of feet.
Lucas Glover just withdrew, so he won't be advancing to the Deutsche Bank. Wrist injury. Love watching Kelly putt. Body language, urging it, looking at it.
Taps in to remain 1 over. Projected 96th right now. Anxious moments for that man. And a mere formality here for Stewart after best approach shot of the day we've seen at the first. To this hole location. And Stewart moves it back to +2. But Ricky Fowler's the man of the moment now, moving to within a shot of the lead at 6 under. About 28 hours after the first round began yesterday, it was completed, and we started the second round at 10:20 this morning. Now it is in full effect as we wait our next group on the tee here at the first. Leishman, Poulter, and Davis. Here's the big Aussie, Mark Leishman.
Going with a fairway medal. Went with iron yesterday off the tee.
Just ran out of fairway there. That was a moment ago. Now live as Poulter strikes his tee shot. It's a good one.
Played a nifty 9 holes. Got 33. Look at that eagle that Davis made it 13, but then 3 bogeys. Makes the turn at +1 for the round, +3 for the tournament.
Seems to like it. And Davis finds the fairway. So Tiger began the week as the #1 seed to begin the playoffs. For the 4th time, 07 and 09, he was also the top seed, went on to win. Last year as well, finishing 3rd behind Snedeker and McIlroy. Kuchar's 2nd, Snedeker's 3rd. They're playing together again later today in the 2nd round. Mickelson's a couple over for the week. So is Bill Haas. Jason Day there at 14. Playing very well. He's within a couple of shots of the lead. "36 events comprising the regular season. The Wyndham Championship in Greensboro last week was the last chance to get inside the top 125.
Well, you look at Webb Simpson, the guy that's, trying to get a win this year. It's been an indifferent year for Webb Simpson. I think just the simple fact that he hasn't won kind of puts a damper on the year, but it's been hit or miss. I mean, he's played well in spots and he's played poorly in spots. But there's one thing about Webb Simpson. He's always going to go out there. He's always going to work hard. As I said yesterday, Jerry Haas, his golf coach at Wake Forest, said he's never had a player on his team work harder than what Webb Simpson did. In fact, Webb trained with the football team. Yeah, spring practice one year, spring and fall. He just went practice with the football team. Got permission from Jerry to do it. So he's going to work hard. U.S. Open, I think his short game, I think it's kind of let him down this year. I think the putter, from what I've seen, he's missed too many short putts.
So full pads, everything. Was he a flanker or what?
He, you know what? I don't think he's got a lot of quick.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever noticed that? I mean, there's not a lot of good lateral movement there.
So it's like a
pretty stationary.
Block and tight end.
It just hike the ball and just continue on.
Free safety, maybe. Definitely not the interior line. Somewhere with a little less contact.
No, but I really like to see the players that work hard. They put in the time. You look at this young crop of players. You look at a Webb Simpson. You look at Ricky Fowler. You look at Hunter Mahan. You look at Bajagas. They're all hard workers. Henley, Harris English, the guys that are winning. Just Jordan Spieth. I mean, he puts in the time not only off the golf course but on the golf course. Patrick Reed. I mean, what he did last year, going and qualifying on Monday and then going back to school and then getting through and then getting to this point. It's really gotten to the point that what you do off the golf course is as equally important as on the golf course in your preparation.
How long do you think it takes for these players to figure out that balance once they're out here, as far as how much time I need to be putting into this, with the thought in mind of to avoid burnout too? Because we've seen some guys get out here and they just go too hard, and then pretty soon you just kind of maybe dig yourself a hole and you can't get out of it. But because there's it's different for everybody on how much they need to be working and balancing it all. They all need to be working hard, but that can mean different things to different people.
Go
ahead.
I totally agree. I don't think anyone can work as hard as Tiger Woods has worked. I think that's going to be too much for a lot of people. The way that Vijay Singh used to work, that's too much for a lot of people. A lot of players will break down if they work that hard, and then you have other players that can just go out there and really not worry too much about all the physicality off the golf course.
132 for Brian Davis here. Second shot on the way. Hates it. Came up a half club short, at least. That's what he thinks of that one.
I'll tell you, a guy that's improved his body for golf the most to me is that Henrik Stenson. He is so much stronger than what he was. And he's having the year to kind of back it up why he's doing it.
Leishman, 117 is the number. Played in the final round of the Masters this year with his countryman Adam Scott. Thinking about it now, maybe. Bring back fond memories. Even the water taxi in the background, sailing up close for a look.
Is that the water taxi or the water ferry?
That was the taxi, the yellow one.
Okay.
Leishman comes up short as well.
It's kind of neat. You just jump on the taxi there and mosey over to the city. Short ride, take it in, and come right on back.
Poulter, 113.
You've been over a few times already, haven't you, Billy? Enjoy your time up here?
Really haven't made that trip yet. Hoping to get there tonight. Wow.
0 for 3.
About the only thing you can say about that is that stunk. That was not very good.
Take a look at what happened here a moment ago with Ian Poulter here, Travis.
Well, like Billy said, that was not one of his best. So you can see there setting up, hands pretty low at address. We're going to go ahead and take it up to the top of the swing here. Trying to knock it down. You can see kind of sitting on the left side a little bit. Most of the time when these guys are hitting their shorter wedges, they're going to put a little more weight on the lead foot and then just kind of stay there. You can see he's definitely into his lead side. Let's go ahead and bring it down to impact. If he comes down to impact, maybe just didn't quite get out of the way enough. Pretty steep attack angle coming into it. You can see a good sized divot there. What we can't see is really kind of the angle of the face, and I think that one was a little heavy, and Ian wasn't able to stabilize the face there at impact, and the result was not to his liking. With these wedge shots, you can get too heavy on the left. Attack angle gets too steep, and then you kind of lose control of the face, and you get stuck, and you kind of hit one of those over to the left like you did there. So be careful. Just anytime you're moving your weight around, I think a good tip. If you're gonna put a little weight in the left foot, just put a little bit over there. Don't put it all over there.
Mm-hmm.
If you're hitting your driver, you want to put a little bit more weight in your right foot. Put a little bit over there. Don't put it all over there. So be conservative with your weight.
Pretty straightforward bunker shot here. Good lie. Pretty much textbook. He's never made it to Atlanta.
He's got to hustle. He wants to this year. 85th right now.
He had pretty good explanation last night when I was talking to him. And he said, I play 15 events on the PGA Tour. 15, maybe 16. I don't play enough events to get there.
To rack up the points. Unless he gets more quality out of those starts.
Exactly.
There's Davis. Using the putter from off the front.
Well, if he just approached every week like it was a Ryder Cup, he would.
Well, that's true. and you can make the argument that Tiger only plays 16 or 17 or 15 events or whatever. Well, there are players that do it with quality, and there are players that do it with quantity. Tiger does it with quality. Poulter, he would have to do it with quantity.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't hit it long enough to really contend each and every week.
Here's Leishman. Okay. I mentioned he was in that final group with Adam Scott. It was a 5th place finish, tied for 4th actually at the Masters. Then he went 9th at the Heritage the week after, 8th at the Players Championship. David Lynn, good week going here. The angular Englishman, 4 under par.
He stands quite a bit away from it. Quite a bit of space in there between his hands and the club. Maybe even a little bit out over his toes there at address. We saw with Michael Thompson. He chases it with the right shoulder.
I like the stretch through the shot. If you're going to be that much on your toes, you're not going to have that kind of that sag in the legs like you see a lot of players like Mickelson.
Yeah.
You better keep the shoulders rotating through the shot. Keep that chest moving along with the arms and the club. Otherwise, you can hit it over your left shoulder in a heartbeat.
Ryan Davis for par. Very upright posture and address here. Good stroke.
Yeah, everything Davis does is aesthetically pleasing to the eye. You know, he's good putting setup, good stroke, his swing looks good, short game shots. I mean, just all looks good, you know, when he's playing the game.
Hasn't yet produced a victory, though, in the States. 6 times a runner-up. Leishman to stay 1 under.
Ball's got to go in the hole, though, Billy. Make it all look good, but you just got to get the ball in the hole. You got to do it at the right times. Got to do it often.
And Davis got off to a slow start this year. Didn't play well early. Really had to make up ground. Okay. It's a nice 2-putt now.
Polzer cleaning up.
All right, good up and down there. Not a great wedge shot as we saw into the bunker, but good bunker shot. Got out of there with a 4.
We'll pick up some action from the 14th later this afternoon in our coverage. We'll stick with the first right now. Go back to the tee. Good start to the week for Luke Donald, who stands at 4 under.
Hit it in the water yesterday with his opening tee shot. Not afraid to go ahead and challenge that right-hand side again.
Yeah, that one, I think the wind may have helped that one steer clear of the water in round 2.
I know my eyes would have been a little more directed to the left.
Fowler dropped a shot, had it to 6 under, and slipped back into a tie for 6th here. 2 shots off the lead. Currently, 55 players in red numbers. If you're wondering about the cut line, it's level par right now. 77 guys at even or better. Tee shot of Tim Clark on the way. Beautiful drive, but we usually see that from Tim Clark, one of the straightest drivers out here and a former Players champion. Let's spend a little time outside the ropes with the South African.
From South Africa, Tim Clark.
Probably Dumb and Dumber. I think one that sticks out if I think of movies that I enjoyed and could still watch. For a couple of years after high school, I worked in a pro shop and I'd do the regripping and you know, checking guys in, and that was pretty boring. But at least it gave me a chance to get out and practice, and you know, still kept me around golf. Penguin, I guess it came from Sergio and his caddy and my caddy at the time. I guess I had put on a little bit of weight and started to look a bit too much like a penguin, particularly when I walk with how my arms are. They coined the phrase, and I don't mind it. I kind of tried to take the easy route in high school, and I took art and home economics and things like that. In home ec, I was there cooking, making brownies and stuff, which was pretty bad, but at least I didn't have to get into the books or anything. Probably a good roast leg of lamb and roast potatoes and gravy and yeah. Probably more leg of lamb. I enjoy playing table tennis, and that's about the most activity I get. I like being competitive in everything, so you know, table tennis, playing pool, darts, whatever it is. I do enjoy American Idol. I've started watching that the last couple of seasons, but that's only on for a few months a year. But otherwise, mostly just sport. Like most people, I'm a big U2 fan, Coldplay. I love a lot of 80s music, pretty much all 80s music I'll listen to. A lot of stuff from the 90s, that's when I was finishing high school, and that's normally when you're influenced the most by the music. Big South African World Cup of Rugby is a big deal for us, and I've never had a chance to go to a game. But that's been one, and I would also like to go to Wimbledon one day and watch a match or two at Wimbledon. I've had my putter for about 8 years now without changing it. That's one that I probably will never get rid of. I feel like I'm consistent with it.
The wait is over. The Players' Champion in 2010.
Second for Tim Clark, and a hole-in-one Sunday PGA Championship at the 11th.
3 hybrid.
He wears those hybrids out too, doesn't he?
Oh, he is so good with the hybrids. In fact, I think the last hole-in-one at the 11th hole at Rochester was Howard Clark in the Ryder Cup.
Nice pull. All the way back to 1995 for that one. Kevin Stadler begins his second round at 417. No one has gotten to 7 under. Ryan Moore got to 6. Fowler had it to 6. Sergio making a little bit of a move. In fact, he also climbs within 2. Here's David Lynn.
Okay, let's see if he can. Most of the guys are coming up short. Just about every player has come up short.
And earlier it was Luke Donald. Rich Beam back in with us. Donald needs a good week. Hasn't been a great season for him.
It's been pretty much a down year for Luke Donald, and by his standards, certainly he needs to get reorganized in the offseason. He needs to figure out what he wants to do in his golf swing. Does he want to get stronger? What he wants to do, but one thing for sure, he needs to drive the ball better. He needs to put it in play, and then take advantage of his game around the green, the short game and the putter.
Without a doubt, I think historically we've seen him be one of the better putters on the PGA Tour. And I agree with everything you said. I think also just might need some time off. After the Ryder Cup last year, he took advantage, played around the world, and then came back out this year, and he plays a very full schedule, traveling between the United States and Europe, playing both tours, being a member on both tours, and so
on the money list on both of them
exactly.
in the same year.
And you can't do that without it getting to you somewhere down the line. And it might be time where he just needs to step away, take a month, 6 weeks off, put the clubs in the closet for at least 3 of those weeks, and then come back out with a refreshed attitude and outlook on the game.
Makes his home in the Chicagoland area. In fact, he's a member at Conway Farms, which will host the BMW in 3 weeks. Great college player at Northwestern. 4-time All-American there.
Right now, he's got some work to do to get in that top 70.
Be hard pressed to think, though, that he won't get it done. I know that he's not quite there as of yet, but he's such a solid player, and you just think that pride alone might be able to carry him onto the BMW more than anything else.
This putt coming up the green. moving right to left. You can see the slope. You can see that pitch coming off that right-hand side. Watch how much this ball moves to the left.
Well, it was supposed to. Every other ball has done that.
Yeah.
Every other putt has done that today. That's amazing.
I'm wondering, did he just get maybe 2 or 3 inches outside that one spot, and it kind of went directly up the hill?
That must have been what happened, because every other ball we've seen there, as soon as it gets 3/4 away there, then it starts drifting left, and his ball actually looked like it started to drift to the right a little bit.
David Lynn may have gained some information from that one. We'll see.
Well, he's certainly looking for this ball to move to the left. You see,
and that one,
that one broke 18 inches to the left. Haven't a clue what happened to Luke's. You just saw the putt from Lynn. You saw it move across the hole. You saw it move 15 or 18 inches. Now you take I mean, this is the same look. Look at this. Look at that ball. Just catch the hill and move 15 or 18 inches. Luke Donald's just went straight up the hill.
Straight up. It almost looked like it kicked it right a little bit. So he must have missed that small ridge there where it kicks it to the left, and obviously it darted out to the right.
Jim Clark for a birdie.
Yeah, just take a little bit of the breakout, pour it in.
He hit it hard enough. Every putt straight. That one was moving at a pretty good pace when it's hit the back of the cup.
That's what I tell the amateurs. I said, look, let's straighten out every putt, and I don't want to see any practice swings.
So Clark to +5, and Donald remains at -4 here.
Well, if things were to end right now, he's got himself to 42, so he would be safe. He'd be well within the 70 that are going to play at the BMW Championship. 3 rounds to go.
Let's go back to the first tee. Martin Laird playing with Scott Stallings and Ricky Fowler today. Keeping an eye on that one.
Yeah, very much an American game. Yeah, you know, from Scotland, went to school at Colorado State, but he plays everything way up in the air.
Pretty sure that's not how he learned the game, though. Over in Scotland, going to Colorado, that's a pretty interesting choice of schools coming from Scotland.
Yeah, unless you had an ample supply of golf balls.
Exactly.
And here's Fowler. He had it to 6 under par on the day at one point. Bogeyed the 17th, made the turn in 30. He's 2 off the lead.
See, that's that little move where he's trying to get the club a little more on plane. You can see he's not flattening the shaft out. He's not laying that club down as much as he used to.
That one just covers the hazard. Pumped that iron a long way. Scott Stallings going to go with an iron as well.
Over at the Open Championship, I walked a practice round with Ricky. He looked at Joe Scavern, his caddy. He says, "What's the cover on that bunker?" He said 303. He says, "Well, I've got that. What's the next one?" And sure enough, there it was, 303 in the air. And Stallings safely on that left-hand side.
Ricky Fowler, as we've seen in the last couple of years, not afraid to be aggressive on the golf course. You know what? He's got the same personality outside the ropes as well.
Good looks, youthful charm, cool style, athletic ability, social media savvy. Add it all up, and you've got an American superstar in waiting.
Ricky Fowler is great for the young kids. He's a great guy. I've never seen so many kids wearing that flat-bill Puma hat, you know, so obviously they're doing something right.
It's amazing, his impact. The flat brim, the bright colors. I'm glad he's my friend, you know, because I can hang with him and look cool, you know.
Fowler's backstory isn't the typical started at age 2 on the range with dad that's so often seen on tour. His first love came on the dirt, racing motorcycles.
Growing up riding and racing dirt bikes, you got to be your own person. You got to have your own identity out there. So, you know, it's kind of related into the way I dress, the way I play, and, you know, kind of the way I go about things. It's just a way to be different, way to stand out, and at the same time, just be who I am.
He chose golf at age 14, and the iconoclast image carried over to the course, instantly connecting with young fans looking for the next big thing.
The way he signs autographs, talks to people, always wanting to give back to the game of golf. At a young age, it's unheard of.
It's pretty cool to see the impact that I've had on some of the younger fans. It does surprise me at times to see how much impact I've had, people dressing like me or wearing my hats. It's pretty cool to see that.
That looks like money.
Well, it's not easy being a trailblazer, but Fowler's actually creating a template for young athletes on how to flourish in a world of 24-hour information without losing anything in competition.
I want to bring some younger kids in. I want to get them, you know, into golf if they're not already, or keep them interested. I want to be a positive role model, so trying to keep doing the right thing. It's always been a dream of mine to play on the PGA Tour, be a professional golfer, and everything that comes along with it. Doing anything from interviews to photo shoots to media days. I just got to soak it all in. It's all part of being a professional golfer.
It's fun to watch, and it's fun to dress like him, too. Look at our man here.
I think he'd look good in that flat bill hat, Rich. Maybe not?
Not so much.
Okay.
No. I think the kids that dress like him, I think that's fantastic. But when the adults do,
you can't.
Come on, man.
You can't even imagine in Ponte Vedra, at a stadium golf course, when the kids come there for clinics and they'll come in, they'll see Travis and they'll do their schools and all this stuff, and then right around the players, you cannot believe the amount of kids that come out in the orange, the hat, the flat bill. They try to emulate him to an absolute T.
Laird's going to be up first here.
No reason not to either, though. I mean, he's a good kid, and he's a nice he's a
nice role model.
Good, yeah, that's exactly right. He's a very nice role model for these kids. So, absolutely.
And this is interesting right here.
Sprinkler head, taking relief from it, possibly.
I certainly think so. There it is.
Yeah.
You just kind of see it right on the corner there, and it's one of those drops that you can measure back through your relief. Just make sure that you're not standing on the sprinkler head, but you can measure back through, so get the ball in the fairway.
Is that a fairway regulation?
I was going to say, statistically, does that count? I'd count it.
Heck yeah, man. Are you kidding me?
So Laird stands at +2. 35 on the backside here. 34, rather.
Okay, Swanee, what do you think the cut is day's end? He's +2, 9 holes left.
I think +1s may get in by day's end.
We'll have to wait till tomorrow. But
yeah. Calling it down. It's just fine now. Three victories for that man, including the Valero this year in San Antonio. 63 on the final day to nail it down. Stallings, his drive just trickled into the first cut.
just trying to control it, make sure it doesn't come out too quick with the grass in between the club face and ball. And watching that makes it even more amazing that Luke Donald's ball didn't move a little bit to the left with his putt.
He was actually pretty fortunate. We saw Chris Kirk putting from there earlier today, and that thing broke a good 8 to 10 feet, and he still missed it low.
Fowler from 112. Just 126th on tour in greens hit this year.
You can see wind just shifting slightly, maybe a little more into the players. I think earlier it was more right to left.
And it's just getting pretty breezy there at times as well. I was outside during my break, and I was actually surprised at how breezy it was getting out there. That still wasn't a very good shot right there. Not from 112 yards.
Fowler trying to keep the pressure on the leader, Kevin Stadler. He's 2 back. Fowler off the front of the green. Got to putt this one.
Yeah, it should roll pretty smoothly. Yeah. Misjudged the speed a little bit.
That was just a little bit earlier. Now live. Stallings for a birdie. At +6, he needs a lot of them. Runner-up Memphis this year. Well, they played well at the Colonial as well, and the Memorial. Had a good stretch there through the late spring. 3 straight top 5 finishes.
A couple of wins on his resume.
Yeah, each of the last 2 years, in fact.
Yeah, I think the win in Mississippi, that was much needed because he was hurt at the beginning of the year last year. Didn't perform all that well. Tried to come back right around the time of the Masters. Just was not there. And then all of a sudden, you go to Mississippi, you find it.
Martin Laird for a birdie. So he'll stay 2 over.
Pretty silly game we play, isn't it? I mean, you don't have it at all, and all of a sudden, boom, you find it. Woody Austin, another great example of that. I mean, you just, you never know.
I've always said, each player out there is one swing thought away from winning. Just whatever clicks.
Good putt there to stay at
very solid putt there.
Keep the momentum of his round humming along in the right direction. Fowler 2 shots off the second round lead. Dustin Johnson on the tee, playing with Harris English and Webb Simpson. He's level par.
A little more cautious today. Went with 3 metal yesterday. Iron today.
Right down the center cut.
You look at the grandstands, and you looked at the tops, you can see those little flags. They're going at a pretty good clip, right to left. Good golf swing here, Rich.
It sure is. But there's a lot of young guys out here that have really good golf swings, and obviously this is no exception. Very well balanced.
A lot of rotation through it. I was talking to his golf coach at University of Georgia. He said that Harris English probably has the shortest memory of what he's done on the golf course than any player he's ever coached at the University of Georgia, which is a huge attribute and asset.
Without a doubt, that is. There'd be plenty of people out there that pay a lot of money to have that. If you can forget quickly all the bad things that happen and just feed off the good things, that's what a tremendous asset that is.
Webb Simpson only got 6 holes in yesterday before nightfall. Finished up his first round this morning, signed for a 67. And shot 35 for his opening 9 holes at the second round.
Like I said yesterday, he and Paul Tesori, they put in a lot of time. Tesori had his card. Then he had some injuries. Had his car to play on the PGA Tour, but then went through some injuries. But they worked very hard on his golf swing, trying to keep the head just a little more steady. So there's a little bit more of a rotation. Good tee shot there.
So 3 good ones here. Dustin Johnson among them. What a run he had in last year's FedEx Cup playoffs. 3rd at the Barclays over at Bethpage. 4th up at TPC Boston. 6th at the BMW, and then 10th in that field of 30 at the Tour Championship. Only 3 players finished in the top 10 in all 4 playoff events last year. Rory Sabatini and Padraig Harrington. That's ever, beg your pardon, not just last year. Harrington not getting the chance to duplicate that feat. Didn't qualify for the playoffs this year. Sabatini did it a few years back as well.
And Sabatini here this week. There's an athlete. You kind of watch him on the basketball court when he was at Coastal Carolina. Kind of watch him. Built that workout facility for the school.
I'd like to see he and Gary Woodland go one-on-one on the hard court. Be a good matchup.
Would be a good matchup.
DJ's got a few inches on him. Woodland might be able to take him down low in the blocks, though.
I'm thinking that Woodland, he may put it up from the outside.
Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I were taking one of those two, I'd go with Woodland. I mean, I know the DJ's got a lot of talent, but
you're going to get tired of dunking.
You're going to get
your legs are going to get tired of dunking.
Yeah, you're going to get tired of getting beaten up by Gary. I can promise you that.
Harris English and his man going through the numbers here. We got him at 143 to the hole. See if they can account for the strength of the breeze here.
See if he plays the shot that we've been watching most players play, kind of that cutoff swing. That was pretty much a full tilt wedge.
Had to have looked good to him, right on line. Good shot for the FedEx St. Jude champion.
Once again, though, right in that area where so many shots have ended up today. Imagine by day's end that area in the front of that front right portion of that green is going to be pretty well beat up.
Might be a little bit lower than the other sections of the green.
DJ from 116.
This is the shot he struggled with. Just hasn't dialed in that distance control. He struggled with it over at the Open Championship. Even though he played well, and he played well at the PGA Championship, he puts enough short irons in his hands that if his distance control was just a little more on the money, I think he would have already had a major championship.
It's a tie for 8th at Oak Hill for Dustin Johnson. Simpson's got 109 yards to the flag.
Looks like he just got a fresh cut, too. Yeah, right in there with Charlie Hoffman.
Yeah, but we can at least recognize Webb. Charlie, I mean, you couldn't pick him. I mean, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He could show up to most places right now and probably take on a few guys and make a few extra bucks and some side action because nobody recognizes him.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting closer to full 8. It'd still be a 13 effort flighted.
13, that's 4 paces beyond the number to the hole.
I know
Off
it is.
3 times now.
It'll just die down for a second.
Yeah.
Simpson off a tie for 11th in Greensboro. He was 25th at the PGA. Well, he figured it out.
Well, some of those shots are landing close, but they're having to hit it so hard that it puts more spin on it. So even if they do land it up almost hole high, it's spinning back down that green. Players in the afternoon, they've got to maybe take a little bit extra club and just hit a little bit softer. But then once again, you bring in the over, which is dead, muerto, not good. So, I mean, they're hitting in the right spots, but you feel like you should attack that hole location, with only 115 yards.
Got some pretty star-studded groups coming through. Adam Scott's playing with Keegan Bradley, Boo Weekley, and then Mickelson, Haas, and Horschel to follow.
Well, this player right here is the best long driver on tour. Doesn't like that one. That's working left quick, but it's going to be okay. But in my opinion, length, accuracy, he's the best in the world right now.
Could not agree anymore. He's got all the tools. I love the way he rolls that long putter, though. I think that is just enjoyable to watch. In fact, I used the long putter last year for quite a while, just because I kept watching him going, man, he just looks like he's never going to miss with it. And certain days he doesn't, and other days it's, he's still human like the rest of us with it.
Look at Boo. Look at Boo. I mean, he's in an absolute trance watching Keegan. Look at that. Stevie won't even watch.
Boo looks like
Boo's leaning on the shaft. Boo may fall asleep. Okay.
Yeah. Once it's in the air, though, I mean, you talk about long and straight. Keegan Bradley 6th in total driving. That's a combination of distance and accuracy. One of the best out here. Not quite in Adam Scott's caliber, but certainly.
Well, I think he's in that caliber. I think, so far as taking it long and accurately, I like it. Now Dustin Johnson for birdie. Look how much break he's playing. And look how much he's got on it. Oh, melted over the edge.
Back to the tee. Here's Boo.
Yeah, that's a pretty loose swing for Boo Weekley, and like he says, it's a big club head. It's a small ball. There's a lot of grass out there. Why should I ever miss a fairway?
He doesn't miss many, that's for sure.
Oh,
a couple major champions right there, strolling down the first fairway. We move ahead to the green, and English chance to move into red numbers.
Pretty much the same putt we just saw from Dustin Johnson. Just kind of looking outside, right? Just all depends on the pace.
So we've seen a lot of good rolls out of it. The speed is off just ever so slightly.
That's the key ingredient in making putts. It's a key ingredient in reading putts. If you don't have good speed, the proper speed, you can't make putts.
You only need 2 things to make a putt: line and distance. You can have those 2, pretty well off. Sometimes line's more important, sometimes distance is more important. But you're right, I would go with distance. I'd rather hit the right distance 24/7 than I would having the right line.
Simpson 18 feet for birdie. There you go. Having a nice week. That moves him to 5 under. 2 strokes off the pace here. He's game's been peaking. We had a feeling we were going to hear from Webb Simpson this week. DJ in for par to stay level par. Recently engaged. He and Paulina Gretzky will tie the knot. So Simpson to 5 under, moves within 2, joins Garcia, Moore, and Kuchar there. Simpson now projected at 12th off the good play so far this week. Villegas has made the biggest move from outside the top 100, inside the top 20. Fowler grabbed a birdie there to get back to 6 under on the day and for the week. Martin Keimer, former world #1, playing very well this week, early into his second round. McDonald, former world #1, also going along nicely at 4 under. Tiger goes off later with Kuchar and Snedeker, 4:06. The adjusted second round tee times. Back to the fairway. This year's Colonial champion, Boo Weekley. The golf courses that players win on tells you a lot about their game, their personality. Boo Weekley, 2 victories at Harbour Town, 1 in Fort Worth this year. Balls, strikers, golf courses. That's what this man is.
Yeah, that's a paradise for them. Hilton Head, Colonial. Drive he hit on 72nd hole at Colonial. Just absolutely just mashed it down there.
He's got 134 remaining here.
Really doesn't try to flight too many shots. You know, he'll go ahead and kind of like Tom Watson would always do when playing over at the beautiful golf shop over at the Open Championships. He really wouldn't try to vary the flight too much. He just knew that if he hit it solid, it really wasn't going to have that much effect on it.
Ball flight it's neither high nor low. It's just a penetrating ball flight, which that was a wonderful example of it right there. First player that we've really seen land it just past the hole and just judged it perfectly.
Scott from 133. First cut of rough.
Looks like a pretty clean lie from there.
A little release to that one. Good shot. Tied for 21st here at 3 under. So is Keegan Bradley.
Does he have a set amount of twirls that he does, or does he just keep going until? I know why he does it. I just wasn't too sure if he.
No, I think he
thinks about it.
Yeah, he just kind of goes about it, and then when he feels good, I mean, it's a totally different routine, but he's got to stay in motion. And see now, right now, that second look, he's ready to go. You can pretty much bet that after that second look, that ball's going to be put in motion.
Maybe the best collection of shots we've seen here in the afternoon at the first. Birdie chances upcoming for Bradley, Scott, and Weekley. Former St. John star over in Queens during his college days.
Where's their home course for St. John's if you're in Queens?
Billy Haas playing with Mickelson and Horschel. Look out left. There's Phil. He drove it in the water here last evening. Made a 5. Stands at even par.
needs to play a nice, solid 9 holes. You got to get some momentum going into the weekend. And again, going with the hybrid.
Market improvement from yesterday's tee shot on this hole. He's just a player that just loves to go for everything.
At the PGA Championship down at the TV compound, brought the claret jug. There must have been 100 pictures taken with the claret jug down there.
It's an iron for Horschel. He's one over, made a triple bogey 8 back at 13. He finds the fairway here. A couple of marquee groupings back to back. Back up to the green. Birdie opportunity for Scott.
Here's your guy. Here's the style you like.
I do.
That looks good.
I just love the way that he utilizes that club. It's just always in wonderful tempo. And if it goes back a certain distance, it goes forward that same distance. It's lovely to watch. He just never looks like he's ever going to miss to me. I know he does, but it just doesn't, standing over, it just doesn't look like it's ever going to miss.
And another strong run at the claret jug. That's back-to-back years there. We all know what happened last year, but he may have snatched it this year as well, were it not for a stretch of 4 straight bogeys on Sunday.
Well, certainly the last 6 holes that Mickelson played, I don't know which stretch of holes were better. The 5 out of 7 that he birdied to win the 2004 Masters, or the 4 out of 6 to win the 2013 Open Championship. I put them together.
I would say this year's Open Championship, just because the golf course, I think, was playing so difficult on Sunday. Nice birdie there from Keegan.
He moves it. Yeah, he moves it to -4.
Going back to Phil, because so many times in the years past we've seen Phil get into a contention like that, and he just doesn't always seem to hold those putts.
Mm-hmm.
And this year he was flawless.
I think the finish at Royal St. George's certainly helped him, helped his outlook. Boo Weekly strolls that in for birdie, but I think that finish at St. George helped Phil understand that he could win over there at the Open Championship, and then winning the week before at the Scottish was just a bonus, and it was a carryover. And boy, was it! That's one of the best rounds I've ever seen. That final round this year over at Muirfield.
Just 9 strokes needed for those 3. A hat trick of birdies. A little snack for Mickelson here early in the afternoon. He's been one of the best performers in this FedEx Cup playoff series since 2007. Finished 3rd that year, 2nd to Tiger in 2009 when he won the Tour Championship, and 5th last year. And begins the playoff run this year as one of the top 5 seeds. Stricker and Mahan have been very steady as well. Steve, of course, winning the very first playoff event over at Westchester Country Club in 2007. Mahan, 25 straight appearances in the playoffs.
Okay, Billy Horschel. Currently +1. Body language says it needs to get left. Also needs to get up a little bit.
Wind gusting around this afternoon. I think it's going to give the players a lot more fits today than obviously yesterday was dead calm. But it's going to present some challenges for the players this afternoon.
Phil from 129 here.
Phil's looking to flight this one down a little bit. Should see a very abbreviated follow through. Just trying to hold it down and control it. It's choking down on that club, as you can see there, almost down to the end of the grip.
Shot in there, just about hole high.
Looked like there he might have taken one extra club and just choked it down, taken a little bit off of it, and thus was able to control the flight of the golf ball and the amount of spin he put on it. If he would have had to hit wedge there, he probably would have thrown it up and spun it. Might have gotten it to the hole, but certainly couldn't have controlled the spin as well as he did with that club, which I'm assuming was a 9-iron. They're looking over there to find out where's Bill Haas. Where in the world is Bill?
Somewhere back there in that sea of people. There he is.
Just left of the cart path there. All the fans have been walking,
still, folks.
So
Hold your positions.
He might have actually drawn a pretty clean line from over there. Obviously a lot better than where if you'd have just missed the fairway into the fescue, miss it big.
We've seen some pretty good shots from this area when a guy has hit it over here.
Good ball, Bill. Attaboy. Shot. Nice shot.
They could be pretty satisfied with that one. The crowd over there certainly is.
What do you expect from the New York crowds? You know, quiet and calm and collected? No, sir. Tight lie right here, as you can see, but sitting very cleanly. You got lies like this, you really just are trying to think ball first, just kind of like a bunker shot. You're just trying to pick it, take the ball first and pick it ever so cleanly, although you do see the divot there. That's certainly after the fact, but very well done there.
Bill Haas, of course, the champion in 2011.
For me, that was the most exciting finish to the playoffs.
You think? With a shot out of the water to get up and down?
You know, at the start of the week, they've kind of have implemented the system where anybody in the tournament, if they win the Tour Championship, they win. And it took the right, the right combination for him to win, because he starts out the week 28th, somewhere in that area, and had he not gone into the playoff with Hunter Mahan, if Mahan would have missed, he would have dropped down. He wouldn't have won the FedEx Cup. So it was all the numbers lined up for him.
Third for Horschel comes up short. Staring it down. Looked like a do-over on that one.
Very intense competitor. I like that fire. That's good to see. Was a detriment at one point in his game. His instructor actually said, listen, that's it. Either you're done with that or I'm done with you. And woke him up a little bit. So changed his attitude around, and a very determined young man, and backs up his words with actions.
Yeah, the Haas victory in Atlanta a couple years ago also produced a President's Cup berth. Remember, Fred Couples had picked Tiger much earlier in the summer, and the rest of the guys knew they were competing for one other spot. And Fred Couples told this guy, you go out and win, you're on my team. And that's exactly what he did. That's a good looking putt. How about that three?
Yeah, very nice. It's been a while since we've seen one made from that distance. The group before all made birdies, but they were significantly closer, especially Boo Weekley, but that was a very nice roll from Bill. All set up by that wonderful tee shot, right?
Perfect.
Exactly.
It's all about angles. Mickelson, just kind of busted, and
now
always trying to get that little edge, always trying to see that roll out.
Exactly. Now this is interesting. Now look at Phil Mickelson's grip on his putter. He was using a Super Stroke model, for the Scottish and the Open Championship. And now it's an oversized Odyssey model. Now, I don't know if it's the same shape or same design as a Super Stroke, but I thought that was interesting, and just goes to show how much Phil tinkers with his equipment.
Horschel and drop a shot here.
It also shows how much he's willing to promote the product.
I'm sure the folks at Callaway and Odyssey are very pleased by that. But
I think there's maybe a little uptick on that bottom line.
You're probably correct. I was just looking at it from a different angle, my friend. So, but yes, as great a player as he is, he's not afraid to make small changes to equipment every now and again, and we've seen that through the years.
This to stay at level par.
There's another player, though. Talking about Harris English earlier, there's another player that's got amnesia pretty good. He forgets all the bad things and just keeps rolling with it. That's why he hits it.
Well, this is a group of fans known as Team Phil. These are KPMG employees from the New Jersey office. They're out supporting Mickelson. They're all wearing the blue KPMG hat. It's available at philsbluehat.com. It's a great promotion they've got going. For every hat purchased, KPMG is going to donate 3 books to a child in need through KPMG's Family for Literacy program. Big galleries following Mickelson, and a few in one of Phil's blue hats. They will follow their man over to the tee at the second, along with this swarming sea of people following the Mickelson group. Not bad to hang with this group, and then Bradley, Scott, and Weekly ahead of them. Kind of hopscotch back and forth there. This is basically an all-star game. 125 players here. Quality groups all strung together off the point standings.
And at a quality venue as well. Look at that skyline right there, right behind the players. Amazing stuff.
In fact, the only 2 players missing out of the top 125, Stricker and Zach Johnson.
Tee shot of James Driscoll.
I'm actually a little surprised that Stricker didn't play this week.
Just before 2 o'clock Eastern Time, Friday afternoon, outside of New York City.
Back at the first, James Driscoll with his second shot.
Johnny Cash looked there, the man in black.
Boy, so many players coming up short. Just a little bit of wind back into the player's face. Kind of look at the flag stick. Kind of think it's more right to left. But while we were away, Bob Estes from a downhill lie. First cut of rough.
Looking at it anxiously.
Ooh, a little pitch forward. Kind of like that.
It's a nice result there.
Love to see that interlocking grip. Mr. Estes there.
Oh, yeah. He's used them all. Okay, now live. Jason Kokrak, big guy. Kind of a small swing, big guy. Massive tee shots. Nice touch.
Be too bad there. Pretty straight coming up the hill from that angle.
And you have that kind of that backboard behind the whole location. Players try to utilize that, but more times than not, given the situation, into the wind, the ball's going to drag back down that slope. Nice to have you back, Travis.
Thank you, Billy.
Had a nice hour off.
Oh.
As we watch Jason Kokrak and Driscoll and Estes work their way up to the first green. Go back to 2009, Barclays. 5 easiest holes on the golf course. You'll see that the 2 holes that we're covering, the 14th, the par 3, and the first hole played under par. And I like the fact that the first hole is kind of that, it's just a nice greeting. It's hello, welcome to Liberty National Golf Course, enjoy your day. I may kick you by day's end, but you're going to get a nice handshake from me at the start.
Exactly, and that's what member golf courses are all about. Come out to the first hole, something, you got the water on the right-hand side, visually intimidating. You got the bunker on the left where you don't want to go, so you just want to have something fairly enjoyable for the membership, and then after that, have at her.
And we've got 1 round in the books, and we're kind of easing up on maybe a third of the way through our second round. But you look at the stats for this week on the first hole, it's been the 4th easiest, and Rich Beam called it yesterday. There would be an eagle. It was Aaron Baddeley, but 48 birdies. And if this is your 10th hole of the day, this is a hole that the players, okay, this is a birdie hole. It's a positional par 4. Just take it to the corner, play from there.
Absolutely. The players have already played 9 holes. They're warmed up. They're in control of their games, or they know what to expect from their games. And so they get to this hole, and it's put it in the fairway where we can attack it with a short iron. Just run out.
They welcome this hole after 18, playing 18. One of the toughest on the golf course.
Yeah. Earlier today, Adam Scott hit driver 4-iron.
Yeah.
Ben Crane hit driver 3-wood to 18.
See,
when you came in and said the wind had kicked up a little bit, you were right on the money.
And for the membership, that's why that clubhouse is right there in the background, because most of the players, as soon as they get done with that 18th, cannot wait to sprint to the 19th hole. That is a beautiful clubhouse there. I had the opportunity to have lunch in there today with my son. My family surprised me last night by coming in. I had no earthly idea. I get back to my friend's house I'm staying with, and sitting on the couch is my wife and my kids pop out. I'm like,
nice.
That was a pretty neat surprise.
Estes for birdie here at the first. Got a good look from Driscoll. Hang in there. Ooh. He's been a good player for a long time. Solid. Just 1 or 2 years where he's kind of been outside that top 125. Other than that, it's been a career that you could pretty much take to the bank every single year. He was going to put the numbers up. He was going to stay exempt. And certainly a player not afraid to experiment with different swings and grips. But back at the tee, Mark Wilson.
Well, no one hits more fairways than this guy. And he'll improve that percentage even a little more. He needs to hit it, not a long hitter.
Yeah, well, he's outside the number right now. And he's +3 this week, so hustle as we go back to the green and co-crack for birdie. Currently 89th.
Yeah, just doesn't turn as much down in there. Kind of levels out. Move that ball over a few more feet to the front of the green. Then the ball will take the break. So the zero line, as we call it, kind of the fall line. Pretty straight.
Now Martin Keimer going with a fairway medal.
He came into this week needing a good week to advance on to the second stage of the playoffs and is currently doing that. Sitting at 5 under par, just 2 off the lead, held by Kevin Stadler. That was an interesting kick right there, Billy.
That ball had to hit the corner of either the cut line or a divot or something. That ball just shot forward. But Keimer, you're right. He's playing a nice round. Shot 68 in the opening round. He's a couple under on his opening 9 holes. So just continue this trend. Now, Charlie Belgian outside that number, 100, advances, and that's never a good sign. Holding the club up left.
Ooh. Looked like it hit well left, and that looked like it took a vicious kick to the left.
Well, players continuing to tee off. It's Kevin Stadler still in the lead at -7, teeing off in just a little over 2 hours. Back at the first hole, pairing of Mark Wilson, Martin Keimer, Charlie Belgian.
I think the reason why Martin Keimer got such a fantastic kick there, I think it actually clipped somebody.
Well, I couldn't tell if it hit that wire or if it hit someone, but boy, it just took a kick to the right and forward.
Looked like he was over there joking with some of the patrons out here.
I can guarantee you his caddy, Craig Connolly, was very pleased with the kick.
Absolutely. We get word that he was over there thanking him. His caddy is one of the neatest people I've ever run across. I ran into him a few times in Europe last year when I was on the European tour, and he's just a funny guy to hang out with.
Oh, when Keimer starts, getting a little off, he'll come up with just the right thing to say. Just the right thing to say, and then all of a sudden it just breaks the tension, and then Keimer's okay.
Martin's looking back, see where, what or if or where Charlie Belgian might be. Even Mark's over there looking.
You can see Wilson looking over there also.
They're kind of wondering, well, what's he going to do? We unfortunately we couldn't see how far left his golf ball did kick. It looked like it might have actually caught the cart path. It looked like it took a pretty wicked kick. And over that hill right there, that's 18 fairway. So
you can go catch the Staten Island Ferry.
Yeah, right there.
You hit it much further left than what he hit it.
So I think I can see his caddy pacing a yardage back there, but that's it's going to take him a while to get back there. And he might even have to take a drop for a temporary movable obstruction.
I like to go with TIO. Only because that temporary movable obstruction just doesn't roll off my tongue.
Well, I just had a Red Bull, so I'm pretty well fired up right about now. So I'll be bouncing off the walls here before too long.
I don't care if it's not playing into. He's still got to feel that 125 9-iron.
And what they'll do is they're going to take relief. So then you get clear sight. Then you measure one club length from that, and then you have to drop within the next club length.
Yeah, it's a very strange rule how that all plays out. Because you think normally you get one club length from that, but it's almost 2 club lengths away from where you get a clear view. I remember one time I hit it so far left of 13 at Colonial one year behind the grandstands. How it all worked out, I ended up having to take 5 drops before I could finally get free and clear, because I would drop on a cart path and then drop behind another TIO, then on the cart path again, and then another TIO, and I ended up having to take 5 different drops.
Can I go ahead and clue everyone in? It's a par 3.
Trust me, I know that.
I'm just trying.
That's what makes it even a better story.
Exactly.
Oh, it took us, I think it took us about 35, 40 minutes to finish all that off.
And kind of the unknown here. Usually players would just say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and play. But Wilson, he's playing a nice round. He was 7 over. He's now fought his way back. He's 4 under 4 this round. You got to kind of keep that momentum going, and that's probably why we're not seeing Wilson play.
That's a great point. As professional golfers, we rarely play out of turn, and when we do, I think we think about it. I think it messes up our routine. It's not our turn, and we know it's not our turn. So, I think Mark is doing the right thing, and Martin. I think they're both doing the right thing. Hey, let's wait until he does what he needs to do, and let's just take our time and stay on our own rhythm, because right now our rhythm is working. We don't want to break that up. So I like what they're doing with this.
Yeah, 4 under, one of the better rounds in the afternoon. Of course, Ricky Fowler's out there at -6. David Lynn's out there at -5. Keegan Bradley's at -5.
Now, wait a minute. Both of you are such advocates of fast play. So you're telling me that those 2 guys in the fairway don't hit until 15 minutes later, until Charlie's not?
He may not be done for a while, and if they hit and leave the fairway, then there's no indication that's going to keep the next group from hitting into the group, so they're doing the right thing.
Okay.
Trying to keep the spacing correct.
Again, I'm going to make a note of that.
Well,
coming out of Billy
can't go
Cratchit's
anywhere.
mouth.
Well, they can't go anywhere anyways. So even if they do knock it on the green, they're going to have to wait there. So they're going to wait somewhere. And
I think it's just as important for Wilson because he's fought back so hard. Now he's got a chance to make the cut.
And in contrast, I think if Mark Wilson was 2 over par, the ball would have already been on the green.
He's putted out. He's standing on 2 tees.
But he's
waiting.
not. He's playing well, so you know what? He's got to keep with that routine.
Okay.
I think we're ready now. Charlie getting in there.
7 minutes later, we're ready. But this is the first time we've actually seen someone from over that mound coming in to the first green. Okay, back in play.
125 shot here. That's up, right? Hold up, please. Quiet. Thank you.
All right. Back to business for Wilson. Currently outside the number, trying to get in next week.
Down.
He didn't like it, but
No, I
not
think
horrific.
I think he waited a little too long. I think he should have played a little bit.
Don't you love the hindsight? Okay, Martin Keimer. Good angle. Currently 5 under par. A couple shots behind our 2 leaders, Webb Simpson, Kevin Stadler. Ouch, babe. That is going to be a tough up and down. So both Keimer and Wilson with poor shots here at the first, but it's Webb Simpson and Kevin Stadler in the lead at -7 here at the Barclays. Back at the first, this a moment ago, this was the 3rd shot for Charlie Belgian. After the errant drive, just a little Kind of a pop little chip. Grabbed a little bit. Has about 3.5, 4 feet left for his par. Now, live Martin Keimer going with the putter.
Get up. All right, settle down.
That's not too bad right there. It's kind of in that right section. Kind of limit the damage.
Yeah, you got to putt that. Tough to anticipate that bounce with that mound right there. The ball could really kick hard to the left.
Think Phil would have putted that?
I do. I do. I think Phil might have putted that. Even though he's amazing with the 64-degree wedge, I just think that there's enough there that the proper play was to keep it on the ground. As Wilson, it's going to come up a little short.
Kind of lost his momentum there a little bit back in the fairway.
Well, you wait that long for a ruling. Now back at the tee. Charlie Wee. -1 for the tournament.
One of those players that started off in the very bottom end of the 125 list, so he still has a little work to do. He's got to make the cut first and foremost, and then from there it looks like he might have to improve his position over the weekend.
Another good bounce.
All right, Keimer. This left for par. 2 under for this second round. 5 under for the tournament.
He's aiming that putter, Rich. A lot of break here on the right side of this.
Downhill. Looks like he might even try and hit a little bit off the toe to dead now. That's just where he sets it up.
On the way. Look, it came a little left off the face.
It did. It did. Broke first 2 feet. It was going left right off the get-go, and once it starts going left, obviously it's going to continue. Disappointing bogey coming up for Martin after that fortuitous break off of either the mound or somebody. I think somebody. So kind of tough though when you're sitting around waiting for a ruling and it takes you that long.
Yeah, I mean they both. I think they should. I think they should have played a little sooner.
Right now, I think they probably both think the same thing. But
okay, Karnak. Charlie Belgian with nice par. And he's laughing about it. Like, really?
Kind of an adventure for
really,
him.
that might have been the ugliest par I've made today. And so Keimer, this left for bogey. It's amazing, what a bogey will do, a birdie will do, where it shifts you in the numbering of 1 to 100. Where, I mean, it's just so volatile right now, and if you catch the right combination, you can just blitz up the board. If you don't, you can struggle. But Wilson, this for par. He's at 110. He needs to make something happen. He's got 8 more holes to do it.
I mean, he just got his head down and going. These guys that are right on that bubble, I imagine it's kind of different. You're used to just going out and playing your round, but now you're thinking, oh my God, am I out? Where am I?
Well, you can't think like that.
Yeah.
You've got to go out and just shoot the lowest number you possibly can.
It'd be hard to improve on what this man did on the first hole yesterday. Aaron Badley.
Well, if he was going to improve on it, he didn't take the right club out. He would have had to take a driver
Exactly.
out, which I don't think I'm going to see it. If I didn't see it, if Angel Cabrera didn't hit driver here today, then nobody's going to do it.
Well, just to make a 2 here, and you called it. Perfect hole location to make a 2. It's kind of a nice way to start your day.
Absolutely.
Even though you started it late, still a nice way to start your day.
Better late than never, right?
Had a nice round going. He actually had it to 5 under at one point and gave a couple away at the end.
Now, Eric Compton.
position A right there.
With this wind direction, you really have to hit a bad shot to hit it in the water. But you can see Webb Simpson with a hot round in this second round has caught Kevin Stadler, and they lead by 1 over Lynn, Fowler, and Palmer. Back at the first fairway. First to play is going to be Aaron Baddeley. Just a perfectly positioned tee shot. He and Eric Compton right there side by side. A little right to left, but Rich, Travis, a lot of guys have come up short.
Yeah. All right, Rich, what's he going to do? Where's this ball going to end up?
I think it's going to be right where we're seeing the majority of them today. Well, that hasn't been it, but if it would have hit a little more in the center of the green on line, that's where it would have been. But
well, maybe his eyes were drawn over to the left, because the whole location yesterday was back left. And look what Aaron Baddeley did yesterday from the dead center of the fairway. Just a high, nice, tight little draw, a little zippity-doo-dah, drag it back, 2, no problem. That's how I drew it up.
That's about exactly how you want to draw it up. One shot there from Bads.
Now Eric Compton with his second. At the first. There you go. Stay.
Good job.
Minimize the spin.
The wind's dying down just a little now. It doesn't seem quite as fresh.
And prior to the shots that we saw from Baddeley and Compton, this was Charlie Wee from just a slightly downhill lie. Okay, about 20 feet. And as well as he putts. Certainly an opportunity for Charlie Wee, but kind of drift on back to the tee, and Stuart Appleby. And I always thought that he had all the ingredients to be a superstar.
It was for a little while. Won 3 consecutive Tournament Champions events.
He's won 9 times. PGA Tour.
Would you say just a little inconsistent, Billy? I mean, when he's on, he's great. I mean, he's got it all, like you said.
May have tinkered with his swing a little too much, but just to kind of update everyone, you're going to notice that this is going to be a twosome, Stuart Appleby and Scott Langley, the left-hander that splashed on the scene out in Hawaii when he kind of pushed Russell Henley. But Ben Crane, who was playing quite nicely, had to withdraw. He was 125 coming into the week, was playing nicely. That reoccurring back injury, a little bit of a disc problem, he's had to withdraw. So now we've gone from 123 players down to 121 because earlier today, Lucas Glover withdrew with a wrist injury. So we've had a couple of withdrawals, a couple of guys that didn't start. So right now, in this opening session of the playoffs, 121 players. And obviously we're going to cut to 70 in ties after the second round is complete.
That's too bad for Ben Crane.
Yeah, you work so hard, you kind of anguish through that last week of missing the cut. You're sitting on the number, and you get that reprieve of, oh my gosh, I get to go forward, and then you don't.
Well, we got the first putt, Rich, we've seen from pin high clear up on the left there on that mound.
It was. Hadn't seen too many shots end up over there, and so judged that nicely. But I tell you, he rolls the ball so wonderfully. Just gets in there, stands behind it, takes one look at it, no practice stroke, and just goes.
I think when he went away from that putter for maybe 3 or 4 weeks, I was a little jaw dropped that he did that, but just trying to get a little bit different look. But Travis, you like the fact that his eye line is well inside the ball?
Well, I mean, I do. I like the fact that he's got room between his hands and his body. You know, I think that you got to create some space between your body and your hands for the most part to free it up a little bit and be instinctive. That's what I see out of him. That's what I see out of a lot of these great putters. Usually when you start to struggle with putting, you start to see him start to crowd it. They get in close, elbows get tight, and everything's, you kind of get the whole steer push stroke type of movement going on, where if you can create some space, your arms can swing. I think you can be a little bit more instinctive. So I like Badley's setup a lot.
This guy can roll it.
Yeah.
This guy's really good with this club right here.
Left hand low.
Yeah. Keeps the shoulders pretty level. Just pretty much everything stays stationary. He knew right away that he missed it. I mean, I think all good putters, they pretty much know 3 or 4 feet off the blade from that length. I missed that. I'm always hopeful.
Same here.
I'm always hopeful.
I wait till it stops.
Kick in somewhere.
just in case. Going back to Ben Crane for 1 second, too. I feel bad for him as well in his back, but he just released his new single this week, too. So, I mean, that's just, wow. That's tough.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Billy's a big fan of Golf Boys and what they've done.
Was there dancing involved in the,
I didn't
in the new
see
video?
This one, no, but they're all in good fun. They poke fun at themselves. I think it's refreshing to see. I mean,
they do poke fun at themselves.
Exactly, and that's great to see.
Okay, Eric Compton for birdie. You can see 120, 20 spots outside of the magic number of 100 that will advance and play next week at the Deutsche Bank, and that tournament will start on next Thursday and end on Labor Day Monday, and nicely done there. Or start on Friday, I should say. Excuse me. End on Monday. But Compton gets one back, so moves to +2. Maybe that cuts what?
Still at even par. I think it's got a very good chance of staying there. Obviously, we have the afternoon tee times to go, but as of right now, it hasn't crept any closer to that even par number for me to think anything differently.
This is never a good look when you see Stuart Appleby trying to figure out how to get out of the bunker, just walk out of the bunker. let alone trying to hit it out of the bunker. Scott Langley's going to be first to play. Right now, we're starting to see more and more players scatter. The spectators to the left over there.
Kind of a neat story of Scott Langley. Came out of the first tee. Of course, does so much great work all over the country.
And Nikon Callaway rangefinder has him at 155 yards.
Young man behind him likes it.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
He does like it.
He does like that. It's good to see there. Good to see. Fan for life of Scott Langley right there.
There's that stance that Appleby was trying to somehow figure out how he could advance this ball up onto the putting surface, or at least near it. Boy, it's hard to get good, clean contact with that much of an awkward stance.
I think he's going to give it a go here. How many times he's rehearsing it? Big swing here coming, looks like.
All right. Got all you could get out of it.
Had to get it up awfully quick over that lip, and ball was well below his feet there, so not much he could do.
Well, he's going to have plenty of green to work with, so when we come back, we'll see if Stuart Appleby can get that one up and down here at the first. Back at the second round of the Barclays first leg of this year's FedEx Cup playoffs a moment ago. Appleby, as you saw him take the flag out a moment ago. This shot, plenty of green to work with, pretty clean lie, a little bit of an upslope. This was the result.
I love how he hits those shots. He kind of picks the club up with his right elbow. Not a lot of left wrist hinge. You see guys really set the wrist quickly. It kind of makes it more V-shaped, a lot of spin. keep the left wrist more passive. You can pick it up with your right elbow. He's really good at those shots.
After listening to your instruction for the last couple of days, I tell you, I'm going to go back home and retool my entire game. It's very interesting to listen to what you see versus what I feel. It's actually, I would never have thought about that.
And what you do and what you feel could be totally opposite.
Exactly.
Now Langley for birdie.
Yeah, just don't ask me to do it. Just don't ask me that. That's your job, Rich.
Now see, look at that putter. That putter goes up in the air pretty quickly on the backstroke. You still have that video? The CD? Or DVD, I mean? Send it to Rich.
Oh, Tour Academy Home Edition.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Send it.
Tour Academy Home Edition.
Love to see it.
Stuart Appleby. Just maybe just a fraction of break from right to left. But I think this is the kind of putt, and he's pretty much done that his whole career, lining up putts, just kind of covering the sides of the visor, trying to keep all the glare out.
This putter can't be any longer than 32 inches.
There's that space you were talking about. You can see that his arms are away from his body. Allow the arms to work independently, work along with the shoulders. You never get cramped.
I think the most common error in putting, I'd say one of the most common errors in putting, amateur player, is they stand too close to the ball in putting. And they do that because they try to get their eyes over it. And their weight goes back to their heels. As a result of that, they have no room. So you have to back them up, get them more over it. Now they've got space, and it just frees them up.
And you kind of hit that cut spin.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of like in bowling, you know, that reverse spin coming in on the Brooklyn side as opposed to in the pocket. Not that I can bowl, but that's kind of my analogy. But boy, does it get any prettier than that. That is absolutely outstanding.
That is solid right there.
To think that we were delayed 6 hours with rain and lightning yesterday to have this kind of day today. Any of those your boats out there?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
No. Can't say that any of them are. There we go. Beautiful shot there of tourists checking out Lady Liberty. You ever been up there?
I have not.
I haven't either. We're
here. We are. Here we are.
500 yards. We need to go.
We should. And we'll be back in a moment. Now we'll move over to the par 3 14th hole. This par 3 playing 138 yards, Sangmoon Bay. Looking for it to drift a little bit to the right.
Did for most of the way, but then the last 2-3 feet maybe it just straightens out right there. I'm just on a little ridge that separates the front portion of the green from the back portion of the green there.
That is some long grass there to the right of him. We saw that yesterday. A few guys get in there. We actually saw one that went completely underneath it.
Matt Jones.
Ooh, that one squeezes in on the left-hand side.
That's why the hole is that big.
It was good speed. You know, you try to ram that in, that ball doesn't go in. So, utilizing the entire width of the hole when you hit at the right speed, which in theory is, 6 to 10 inches past the hole.
Bubba Watson, a little work left for his par, but not many good shots here at the par 3 yesterday. I thought the guys struggled.
Oh, they did. They struggled. And even though it was downwind, only 150 yards, 153 yards, you saw a lot of the guys just tugging it just ever so slightly. And when you do that, you hit a little too far, and they found that deep fescue over the green, which was no man's land, as we found out awfully quickly. Verrazano Bridge there.
Well, it's Webb Simpson and Kevin Stadler. Stads still about an hour and a half away from his tee time at 4:17, but Freddie Jacobson out there playing a nice round of golf, -3. Ricky Fowler certainly playing well, 6 under for this second round. Adam Scott playing well. Ryan Palmer, who kicked off the playoffs for us here at Live At on that first hole, where first shot actually grazed the right-hand side of the hole. Made birdie, but Stinson continues his good play. He's set to play in a little over an hour. And Bajegas, again, kind of right in the mix. It's something about the playoffs for Camilo Bajegas that kind of gets everything going for him. And he plays well. He has as many top tens as anyone playing in the playoffs, which I found kind of hard to believe.
Pretty interesting on that one. David Lynn, not a whole lot of fans know about David from the U.S. This is his first full year over here. I got the opportunity to play with him quite a bit over in Europe. He makes more cuts. I think the stat was he hadn't missed a cut in 3 years over on the European Tour. He just is a grinder. He gets out there. He will absolutely grind it down to the last putt from 6 inches away. He will not give anything back.
Yeah, and Kuchar, along with Snedeker, going to go off with Tiger Woods at 4:06.
You see Keimer making it in there now, so he's making the most of his opportunity here this week.
And I think it's interesting that the lead yesterday, Kevin Stadler at 7 under, it hasn't moved off of that number, so a lot of players now in the mix as we kind of approach getting to where we're going to start the second half of the field for this second round. Now, we're not going to finish. We're not going to get everyone in, so players are going to have to come back once again on Saturday morning, finish the round, then they're going to repair, then start, and then by day's end Saturday, we're going to be back on schedule. But I find it very interesting that this golf course played so easy yesterday. Only half the field really had an opportunity to go out there and take advantage of it. And guys that need to take advantage of it are the guys on the bubble. You look at Ernie Els, he sitting at 100, cannot make a mistake, and Pat Perez is paired with Kevin Stadler.
He'll need to feed off of Kevin, see if he can't get inside that top 100 number so he can advance on to the Deutsche Bank next. Starts late next week, next Friday, a week from today. Finish on Memorial Day Monday.
I saw Brian Harmon, who really having a tough go of it this week. Started out at 80th, but now is 96th. But it's all interesting, and it's all about the playoffs. And we'll see what happens in the second round when we come back. 3 14th. This is John Merrick with his tee shot. Par 3 playing 138 yards today. Boy, it just looks so inviting. You know, that front hole location.
Completely opposite wind today from yesterday. Yesterday was kind of going down out of the player's right a little bit. Right now it's mostly back in. Hard to tell right now. A little bit in and off the left. So 180 degree switch in this wind direction. 138 yards, but I would assume the players almost be hitting the same club, if not one more. Yesterday, 9 irons and wedges were in abundance, and today, probably a lot of 9s and even 8 irons.
Ken Duke sees everything left to right. He sees everything just kind of falling out of the sky to the right. Good shot there. About 12 feet. And this guy sees everything just the opposite. He sees everything right to left.
Different strokes for different folks. Once again, there's a gentleman, Chris, who finishes with his knees far apart, and
yeah, he does.
Kind of helps kick out those knees and helps him hit that big high draw out there.
I mean, it's just a lazy looking hook. Just kind of gets out there and just kind of just starts gently turning.
That looked
very effective.
That was gently turning right at her.
Well, everybody has they kind of have a certain swing direction. They want to see the ball curving one way or the other.
Well, the Rolex groups we're watching about an hour from now. Justin Rose, Jordan Spieth. What a year he has had. That win at the John Deere. Several top 10s. Stenson without the win this year, but yet you look at the summer he's had. A couple of top 3s in major championships. Pretty special group. 7th, 8th, and 9th in the FedEx Cup standings. And of course, Justin Rose with that win at Marion this year. Probably the only guy left standing, really, with the way that they had that golf course set up. Seemingly par is the number that the USGA strives for.
Just a beautiful long iron he hit on the 72nd hole. I mean, he couldn't hit that any better.
Okay. Little lesson right here.
Oh, yep.
The middle island. The middle island. If you give me a little circle there, Trav. Ellis Island.
And then. And is that Liberty Island? I'm sorry, I don't know what the name of the Liberty Island.
That is Liberty Island. Very good.
That was just an awesome guess.
But I don't think there is a more spectacular view than what we just had right there of Manhattan. I mean, the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, the Freedom Tower. I mean, everything right there encapsulated in one. Now Merrick for birdie.
Yeah. Nice roll there. He's very excited about that, as you can see.
It just all roll together. You make so many birdies, I guess they just all kind of roll together after a while.
I mean, that's why I get so excited when I make them. I don't make as many as I used to anymore. I get a little more fired up usually when I make birdies.
What's that old country western song? I'm not as good as I used to be, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Something like that.
Something like that. I'll roll with that.
Toby Keith.
There you go.
It's coming from a guy from the West Coast. Very good.
It's getting to that point in the show where we're just trying to pull.
It's getting near happy hour.
It is.
Oh. And Duke needed that. He's at +2. They squeeze up to +1.
It's going to need.
But if the wind dies, golf course soft. Better scores came out of this half of the field too. As we go back to the first tee, and the group of Daniel Summerhays.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the afternoon pairings for round 2 of the 2013 Barclays. This is the 3 o'clock tee time. First on the tee, from Farmington, Utah, please welcome Daniel Summerhays.
Well, the wind's still going at a pretty good clip. You can see the flags back there, but 3 metal. Again, that tree straight away, right at the tent. That's your aiming point right there.
Crowd like that one, as well they should. That was right at the tree.
North Augusta, South Carolina, please welcome Scott Brown.
Scott, the winner of Puerto Rico this year. His first tour victory.
And if I was a player on the PGA Tour, I would go play those events opposite the World Golf Championships. I mean, look what it's done for Scott. It's got him into the playoffs. A couple years exemption. I mean, there's a lot of benefit to go and play those tournaments.
Pretty fun tournament in Maui, beginning of the year.
From Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, please welcome Nicholas Thompson.
Usually comes out with the bright colors.
Yeah.
This is a little
conservative
subtleness that I really don't expect. But
just looking for that early handshake here from the first hole.
Played a nice round yesterday. 4 under par, 67.
That's a homemade swing right there. Kind of up. Drops it underneath.
There's a lot of pressure on those wrists. Hands at the top. You can see, much like Graham McDowell, Dustin Johnson, you can see that wrist. You can see the bow in the wrist. You got to be a strong player to especially swing it at that speed to do what Nicholas Thompson does.
Absolutely.
But look at just happened at the top of the leaderboard. Adam Scott, an eagle at the par 5. Moves to -8 along with Webb Simpson, who made birdie. So 2 players, 1 shot ahead of our first round leader, Kevin Stadler.
Adam Scott just eagled the 6 to move to -8. He briefly, very briefly, held the co-lead until Webb Simpson just birdied 7 while we were in the break there. So Simpson at 9 under has the outright lead here with 6 birdies on the day.
Well, I hate to say it, but Billy Kratzer said look out for Webb Simpson yesterday, and here he is, top of the leaderboard.
Second for Scott Brown over at the first. He's at 1 under, and he's 128 from the flag.
Knock it down there. Looked like to be a P on the bottom of that pitching wedge. We've seen a lot of golf shots end up there.
In a popular spot.
Sure is.
Well, I think you hit it on the head, Rich. You said, you know, they're putting a lot of respect to that, you know, right side there. They don't want to go over it down into that collection area. Guys that have gotten down there had to putt it. And I think we've only seen one person get it up and down from down in there.
113 here for Nicholas Thompson.
Watch this here. Up. Really drops it underneath quick.
I imagine with that swing, he has a lot of. One of his problems might be taking something off of it, hitting something soft.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you know, it's funny. You look at that golf swing, and could it technically be better? You know, to the geometry or the bounce? Sure. You know, from a teacher standpoint. But when you look at statistically, he's number 12 in greens and regulation. So there you go. It's not all about how good it looks.
That's really good.
Summer Hayes just inside 110.
Asking for the wind to get it, but 110 trying to power something back in there, and he got it back there for a second, and then all that spin on it. Back down to the front edge of the green. Now he's going to have a good 30 feet to go.
14, and Russell Henley at 1 under par.
.138 yards here. Ooh, fortuitous bounce forward. Could have easily hit that lip and bounced back into the bunker, but now he's actually have a birdie opportunity from there.
He's had 5 on the day already in this grouping with 8 points, and Jimmy Walker, who's next to play. They all stand at 1 under.
Yeah, it's not a ton there, because I think you're just getting blocked a little bit, so if you have a nice little flight on it, I think that should be about perfect.
A little like Groundhog Day. We've seen these same players now for almost 2 days now. I think we saw Jimmy Walker and Russell, this grouping on this hole yesterday.
It's a good swing here, Rich. I like this move here.
It's very simple. Not a lot of moving parts. I like how he holds that follow through going forward. Nice, well-balanced swing there.
Now it's just a little bit earlier. Now points.
Go.
Really keeping the shaft down there, trying to flight it lower. Usually when you see players hold the shaft down through impact, trying to de-loft it, get the ball to come out at a little lower trajectory.
And back over to the first.
Daniel Summerhays has this long birdie opportunity. Currently 78th on the FedEx points list, so we'll be comfortable for next week, but if he wants to make a move to get into the third event, the BMW Championship, he'll have to make a move either this week or next week, preferably this week, as you want to make plans as early as possible.
Yeah, Friday start for the Deutsche Bank, Monday finish.
Exactly. Especially going to Chicago. I always loved playing golf in Chicago, one of my favorite cities in the U.S.
Great golf town, too, isn't it?
Wonderful golf town. great golf courses there.
Good-looking putt. Summerhays nearly bought one. He racked up a lot of his points in a 3-tournament stretch this year. 9th at the Greenbrier. Followed that up with a 4th-place finish at the Deer. He was one shot out of a playoff that week. And then did go to sudden death the next week. Lost to Woody Austin in Mississippi.
Kind of nice when you get on streaks like that. You just feed off of it each week. Week in and week out, you keep going. And then probably about after the 3rd week there when he was in contention, basically all 3 weeks. But pretty soon it'll wear on you both physically and mentally. And after that, probably need a little break. And then, unfortunately, when you take a break, you tend to lose the momentum. So it's a frustrating thing. You want to ride the wave for as long as you can, but pretty soon the wave just comes crashing down. You just need to back away for a little bit.
Thompson to get it to 5 under. He's going to run out of pace.
His sister Lexi Thompson, a member of the Solheim Cup this year for the American squad. Fortunately, not fare well against the Europeans, but nonetheless, she is a very talented young player. She's got a very bright future ahead of her on the LPGA Tour. The honor of covering her at the Marathon Classic earlier this year, and she was highly impressive. Actually saw her make a hole-in-one on live TV. She was the last one to hit on number 14, made a hole-in-one. She won a car, but she didn't jump on it like
I was going to ask you that.
No.
I don't think anyone.
I was rooting for her too, but
no.
There's Scott Brown for birdie.
Much in this putt. Just wiggled a little at the end.
"30-year-old from Augusta, Georgia. Used to go to the Masters as a kid with his grandpa and lived not far from 16th there at the National. Back to 14 and birdie chance for Jimmy Walker.
Players looking for that ball to go right. It just does not.
Summerhays back at the first. In for a par.
Nice, comfortable hole for all 3 of those players.
Back on the tee. 3-wood for Luke Guthrie. A lot of speed and rotation in that move there, Travis, huh?
Yeah, it's a good golf swing. Very aggressive through impact. You see these younger players, they create a lot of differentiation between their upper and lower body. They can really see it through impact. Their hips are excessively open, their torso kind of more closed. Difficult to do, but these younger guys certainly can do it extremely well. That's where they create a lot of their speed.
Robert Garrigus, on the other hand, never seems to go at it with too much authority, yet he hits it as far as anybody.
Well, surprising going with the fairwood there, but that was a very controlled swing that I don't think I've ever seen him.
Yeah.
Not that he always goes after it, but without much effort, look how far it goes. He could have easily hit an iron there, but wonderful angle to that hole location, but might have been a little too much club off the tee shot, off the tee box there.
Young Derek Ernst, rookie on the PGA Tour, already a champion in a playoff, defeating David Lynn in Charlotte. 2 over on the week. So these guys beginning their second round at 3:15. They've got a fighting chance to get 36 holes in before nightfall. 4.5 hours would take us to about 7:45. It's about the time they blew the horn last night. It'll be close. There's Tiger warming up for the start of his second round, along with Hunter Mahan, Patrick Reed, and the rest of the field at the Barclays. Luke Guthrie from the fescue out behind the tree, shooting one out of there. Not the right idea, a little too much heat on it.
That was a good shot, but all set up there by the tee shot going too far. Now he's going to have a few issues now getting that golf ball up and down for his par. Although, as I say that, he'll probably hold it out for birdie and
There's Derek Ernst, 119, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Nice looking shot.
Golf ball land a little bit deeper into the green than we've seen a lot of players hit it to today. Be interesting to see if the wind settles down this afternoon.
Oh, it's the ball. Robert Garrigus wasting little time, feeling it.
If the wind does drop down this afternoon, then it'll be clearly obvious that the morning afternoon wave got the better drawing this week. Watch this ball from Robert Garrigus. Perfect distance right there. Hit it right there hole high. Just released out ever so slightly, and he'll have that 5-footer for an opening birdie.
Let's go over to 14. William McGirt, 1 under par.
It's Willie McGirt.
Come Willie. He does not like dirt, McGirt, though. That much we know.
Yeah, well, I understand. Falls down in that collection area. Kind of a very similar collection area as they have on the first hole. Have the opportunity to roll it up there with a putter, bump and run into the hill, take out a hybrid, and we'll have an abundance of options from down there.
I think you'll see more wedges from that collection area just because of the mounds a little bit more right at them. They can predict or anticipate the bounce a little bit more. One-on-one, that slope kind of veering off to the left. Really difficult to get the ball to hit that slope and then up on top and roll out to the flag. The ball can really kick hard to the left.
Justin Leonard is in full attack mode here. Running out of holes quickly, and he slid outside the top 100.
+5, currently 106. If he does not make this cut, he is going to go back to Dallas for the better half of a month and work on his golf game to get ready for the 2014 season.
It's not going to help the cause here. Finds the bunker, par 3.
Well, it was off the right. You know, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean it's hurting the touch here.
Voice of Mark Cheney, caddy for Bo Van Pelt. A little bit of a hurting breeze here at 14.
Kind of interesting just watching Bo just kind of roll it up onto a decent lie instead of putting it on a tee. Might be a little bit resigned of his fate for the rest of the year. He just has obviously not played up to his expectations so far this year, standing 109th on the FedEx Cup list.
To the first, and here's Luke Guthrie.
Looks like he's got some loft in that club. We've seen everyone putt it from down in here. He's going to go up high.
Well, he's young.
Yeah.
He's got the nerves to do it. Billy and I, putters.
The key here is you got to get your sternum right on top of the golf ball and just keep it there.
Yep, and that's the risky proposition with that shot.
I think he hit it. He hit it good, solid. Just didn't hit it hard enough. But you know, that's what makes that shot higher risk because of the amount of loft. You have to hit it harder with the torso. The miss is certainly much bigger because you can hit it fat, roll it down the hill, or blade it over the green. But he hit it correctly, just didn't give it enough speed with the chest coming through.
Yes. Especially off of a tight lie, such as they have down there, that closely mown area. Go back to 14. We'll find Justin Leonard, his second shot. Out of the bunker.
Gave it a look.
That he did. But I think, the day that one probably needed to find the bottom of the cup to get any momentum going into the last 5 holes, or 4 holes as I should say.
Another birdie for Webb Simpson, who carves out a 2-stroke lead here.
Do we really have to say that he's right? I mean, can't we just say, well...
I've already said it. I'm not saying it again.
Don't give Kratzer any reason to gloat. Just don't do it.
Too funny.
Guthrie for par now. So Luke's going to drop a shot here after being out of position with the tee shot. Runner up the Honda earlier this year. It's Michael Thompson. Played together the final 2 days, in fact, in the last group.
Those are the tough bogeys as well there. Not a good tee shot. Didn't really hit a good second. Average third. Just kind of one right after the other. Easy hole. Tough bogey to
Billy
kick it off here today.
Billy kept saying today that it was a very welcoming hole. Nice little handshake. How do you do? Well, this one, it wasn't that nice to Luke right there. It was. But he's got 17 holes to amend the situation. So Derek Ernst. So many players from that spot have failed to get the right speed. Some of them have the right line, leave it a little bit short, or just get it just a little bit too hard and just catch the top edge a few times. So all in all, par 4 on the first hole.
23-year-old rookie out of the Q school by way of UNLV. Now Garrigus after that sparkling approach shot for birdie. Rewarded. And a good start here to begin his second round. The season last year, 5 runner-up finishes. He's close to winning a bunch of times in 2012. Back to the tee. Brendan de Jong starts his second round at 4 under.
One of the few players on the PGA Tour that brings the club down a steeper a plane above the plane going back. You see him kind of bring it in going back and then back on top coming down. Usually reverse with most players.
Leonard for par over at 14. That one's in, but pars are not going to get the job done. It looks like Leonard and Bo Van Pelt in the same group. Going to miss the trip to Boston. Brian Gay opening tee shot of his second round.
Brightly colored Puma gear on kind of matches the brightly colored Cobra golf bags that the Ricky Fowlers and Jonas Blicks are sporting these days. Got a chance to look at Ricky Fowlers up close at the PGA Championship a few weeks ago, and that's pink. That's a bright shade of pink.
David Hearn is next at +2.
In pink.
You could put that shirt on top of Brian Gay, and
you could.
I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying you could.
Just an iron here for the Canadian. Yeah, it's the last thing you want to do is take an iron and miss the fairway, as Hearn has done. Webb Simpson loose on the lead here at 10 under par. Range is busy here late in the day. You don't normally see that at 3:30 on Friday, but because of the 2 long weather delays yesterday, we've got guys including Snedeker, far right, Tiger right in the middle there, who've yet to get it cranked up here. Back to the first, 129 for Brian Gay.
And there's another pink shirt, 2 pink shirts in the background. It must be pink day. Yelling at it to bite, and he was correct on that. Pulled that a little bit, and I said before, when you pull a little bit, you get over the top, get a little steep, a little bit further.
Just earlier, this was David Hearn.
That'll be an interesting shot coming up for Brian Gay.
Yeah.
With that sprinkler head right in front of him.
Oh, good shot. Very good shot, in fact.
Wow. Pretty bold there. But the end result was very nice.
Also earlier, De Jong. Okay. Another one in that 25-foot range underneath the hole. Tee at 14 where Jason Bone waits.
Checking out the views, hanging out. See there, the name of Lucas Glover does not have a name or number by it, as he's withdrawn due to a wrist injury. So this is now just a 2-ball.
Verrazano Narrows Bridge in the background there. And so Glover and Crane have WD'd. So we're down to 121 players here. And Crane, after 67 in the opening round, out with a bad back. And he was the guy on the number at 125 to start the week.
And after yesterday's round, he'd actually moved up to into the side of the top 60. And obviously he's been struggling with, had health issues, and his back has not felt good for a couple of years now, and unfortunately did not feel good today, and he had to withdraw. And always unfortunate for that. After having back surgery myself, I know how bad that feels.
5 holes to go here for Jason Bone to make some birdies, projected at 113th at the moment. Bunker.
And with 5 holes to go, this is one of them you have to take advantage of. This one and 16 are basically your only 2 legitimate birdie opportunities. 15 is long par 4, 16 short par 4, but then 17 and 18 once again long par 4s. And there's just not a lot of legitimate birdie opportunities out here. So the ones that the golf course does give you, players have got to take advantage of that. And then kind of almost hang on for dear life on the other ones, or pick up a couple when you can. Players that are playing well are stealing some, and the guys that aren't obviously are struggling. So
same boat for Sendin here, Rich. He's bogey 12 and 13, so he's slipped to 111 right now.
Josh is caddy there in the Austin, Texas area. Been together for a very long time.
He goes, excuse me, here you go, Swanee. Watch this little step through here.
Yep.
Practice. I like that.
Teach it to your students.
Yeah.
It's a good drill for them.
That. Yeah, just a little step through, weight shift into the left foot, then turn through.
Normally a very good iron player. His stats are down a little bit this year. That was a cool little shot he just played in there.
Yeah, how about that? See the left elbow coming away. Now that was a hang on there. That toe was not crossing over the heel.
That it was not easy. Held on that left elbow, came flying out. Back to number 1, Brendan de Jong. So many putts from that particular area have burned the edge. Now the players, if they get just a little bit further to the left, it's a little straighter up the hill, And we've seen a lot of putts make from that angle, but anything kind of on the front right portion of the green, just have not seen a lot of putts going from that angle.
One of the better efforts that we've seen today from down in there. I thought he made it really good speed coming up the hill.
Now comes the long putter for David Hearn. You see the projection. He's in good shape for next week at 71st.
Thought it was actually pretty amazing that he missed 2 short putts at the John Deere to lose out in that playoff. Another one of these gentlemen that utilizes this long putter just so efficiently.
So you see the pencil grip there in the right hand. You can see the grip is right down the first finger and the thumb, just like a pencil if you were holding on to it.
Rolls that one in. I'll need to make the adjustment with the left hand, just even if it's an inch away from the chest, and no longer anchor it.
You know, the belly putter, I can see them going a little shorter. It's not anchored, but yet it feels like it is. I think it's going to be more difficult with the longer one. Moving that away, oh yeah.
Absolutely. I could not agree anymore. That's the one where you really want to have something anchored right there, and you see that pencil grip where just that right hand is on so lightly, and then if you have to pull it away a little bit, it's not going to be even close to the same thing.
Ryan Gay, this man's one of the best in the business on the greens.
His hands are so light on that grip. Just kind of gets that putter in motion.
It's a bogey to begin his second round. He'll slip back to 2 under. He made a challenge winner earlier this year in the California desert. And De Jong just cleaning up here, a couple of feet of work. To stay 4 under. 16th in the International President's Cup point standings as well. So he's got that to motivate him over the next couple of weeks. Trying to make his first international team.
And he'd love nothing more than to play for his fellow countryman, Nick Price. I've had the pleasure of playing with Nick on many occasions. Nick is one of those few gentlemen that I would absolutely just sit there and watch him hit golf balls on the range. He just never missed a shot. It was a lot of fun. Always enjoyed playing golf with Nick.
There aren't many who are more well liked and well respected as that man, are there?
No, there's not.
Back over to 14. Send in a birdie chance there. You see the projection of 111.
Currently even par. He's on the cut line, so if he can maintain that or gain a couple of spots, it'd be interesting to see. Makes birdie here. What 111 would he get inside the top 100?
Yep.
Points are that volatile.
Stay up.
You and I both knew it. We've sat here and watched it today. We just know. Hang on.
Back at the first, and McIlroy.
My son is probably out there amongst that crowd.
Yep.
He absolutely loves Roy McIlroy. So he's probably out there, found him somewhere.
No, he made it clear, young Mr. Beam, when he was in the booth with us earlier. This is the guy he would be following this afternoon.
Well, that was his, but yet you got to take a step back. That's his second favorite golfer.
After his dad, of course.
Father
Because he still wants some free ice cream and some stuff in the merchandise later on. Let's be realistic, boys. I mean, come on. He's a 10-year-old. He knows how to butter up old pops.
Well, that is Charlie Hoffman. If you didn't catch any of yesterday's coverage, freshly shorn Charlie Hoffman. This from 112.
I don't know about you. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
It is.
It'll be interesting to see if he decides to kind of let it go a little bit and get some of the mane back, but I like the look.
Both him and Badley. Badley, of course, had long. He's cut it off, too.
Third member of this group is Scott Piercy. He stands at +1. Ah, there's a good look. .72 for Piercy in the opening round. Chance for a birdie here.
Putt will drift slightly from left to right. He's going to have a little easier putt than Charlie or Rory.
64 for Ricky Fowler today. 66 for Webb Simpson, who bogeyed the last. McIlroy for an opening birdie.
We've seen this putt many times today. Let's see if Rory can get the speed correct. Once again, looks good. Yeah! There we go. First one we've seen made from that angle in quite a while. Although he doesn't know that, so he doesn't really care. All he knows he made birdie on the first hole.
He had 4 birdies and an eagle in the opening round, yet only got a 71 out of it because of 3 double bogeys. So up and down for Rory. This was a little bit earlier. Charlie Hoffman for his birdie. Look at Rory sneak in there for a peek.
Absolutely. Trying to get all the information you possibly can. Scott Piercy. This putt on your sets here looks like it breaks pretty hard from left to right. It does go, but not nearly as much as you would think. Although it went a little bit more than what Scott thought it did. He's got a little work left for his opening 4.
Winner in Reno in 2011, then the Canadian Open last year. In fact, he was all set to defend in Reno until he won the Canadian. That got him into the Bridgestone, the World Golf Championship the following week. Change of travel plans, but a good problem to have.
A very nice problem to have. Difference between playing for $3.5 million versus $8 million. Always enjoyed playing in Reno, but I'd rather play for 8.
He's in there for par. Plus, there's always the chance in Reno you may not go home with any winnings that you do accrue. You run that risk as well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hoffman to stay at -3.
Everybody walks away a winner. Everybody goes to Vegas because they're just giving money away.
Charlie, tie for 21st. He'll be in that field in Boston. He won that event a couple of years ago. The 62 in the final round on Labor Day.
It's going to take me a few weeks to get used to the new look here. It doesn't even look like Charlie, does it?
I'll bet you he's signed fewer autographs than anybody else this week because nobody recognizes him.
14 and D.H. Lee.
Oh, jeez, I thought this was Walker and Henley again. It was a Groundhog's Day if they were standing on that tee.
Just lifted out there. Almost made a hole in one.
Like just a solid one.
Yeah, perfect, right?
We'll need to chip that in or come up with something pretty special to stick around for the weekend, and then obviously do a little damage on the weekend to get into the Deutsche Bank.
Same for Wagner here.
Same thing with Johnson Wagner. We've seen a lot of players come through that have started off outside of the top 100 and are staying there. So you've got to catch fire here for the last few holes and then stick around and fire at all the flag sticks that they can find over the weekend. See over that tee marker right there, the Barclays sign. It's the clubhouse in the background. Pretty unique clubhouse, very modern looking, lots of glass. It's actually like an office building. The side is absolutely magnificent, though.
Right at it. Maybe a half club short, though.
Looks like that flag stick is going a little limp there, Trav. Might be wind might be dying down just ever so slightly. Kind of getting to that portion of the day where the winds will kind of die down a little bit. So if that's such is the case, these guys are going to have a lot of fun out here this afternoon firing at these flag sticks.
Yeah, it feels good out there right now. Nice temperature, overcast, wind is calm. It's just like that perfect condition to play golf.
There's Romero, also well outside the cut line at 5 over.
He really went down after that one. Big divot. Short iron. Okay, on the green there. Off to the right. It's usually what happens. You get a little steep. Down in their face just stays a little bit open to the right.
More live coverage from Liberty National continues on PGATour.com. There's your PGA champion, Jason Dufner, and his second into the opening hole. Drove it in the bunker over there. There we go. That's what he'll be dealing with for his third. In between yardage there.
Must not have had a very good lie there over there in that bunker.
Kevin Streelman, champion in Tampa Bay this year. Shot 70 in the opening round. Just left of the flag.
Bad play there. Kevin and his wife Courtney are expecting a little one sometime next year. Kevin and Courtney at the PGA, and they were very pleased to announce the news. So, assuming they'll let everybody else know if they let me know. If not, everybody knows now.
Wow. If it was confidential, no longer.
Well, you know.
I think we're all good there. 109 for Jason Day. Just went back in the bag.
Okay, like that shot? Okay. Anything on that skinny tree just left of it's perfect.
You try and bounce one in there, Beamer. 1-2 check.
As talented a player as he is, I see no reason why he shouldn't be able to do that. Take a little something off it, drive it in there ever so slightly. Oh, that was a good motion there. I think that's what he and his caddy talked about right there. Said, listen, there's just a skinny tree right there, and try and peel a little bit off that. Just didn't have enough peel, but a wonderful shot nonetheless.
Yeah, picking up right where he left off after a 66 yesterday.
See the soft arm swing. That's what takes the spin off. You don't. Not a lot of hinge and speed through impact. Just make sure you got enough club, soften the arm swing, just an even acceleration with the torso coming through, and one hop and settles down.
It was beautifully controlled there by Jason. Now to another Jason. He's got don't say any issues here, but coming out of this first cut of rough. Hole location kind of just cut over that mound at this angle. Be interesting to see how much spin he can put on this and stop it quickly.
Elevated it quickly. Threw it right over the top of the flagstick.
The right idea is trying to utilize that mound directly behind that hole location. Being able to put a little more spin on it, he could have sat there right there and spun it back down the hill, but unfortunate coming out of that first cut of rough, unable to do so.
Adam Scott and Webb Simpson both bogeyed the ninth, their final hole of the day. Keegan Bradley with a 63, the low number of the week. Look at that leaderboard. Pretty glitzy. Simpson at the top by 2. Kevin Stadler still half an hour away from starting his second round. So 63 for Bradley, but look at these low numbers through the years. Zach Johnson in Atlanta in the third round at Eastlake in 07. Weir in the opening round in Boston in 2008, matched by Snedeker 2 years ago in the third round of this event.
Those are some low numbers there. 61. 61s and 60s. That's golfing your ball there.
Your career low?
On tour?
Yeah.
I know I shot 63 a couple of times. I'm hesitant to say 62. I don't think I did.
We'll dig it up.
Playing with my friends, it was 60. I actually made 3 eagles, including a hole-in-one, and then I had a 35 40-footer for 59 and left it right in the jug short. And my buddy who I was playing with to this day throws me under the bus every time. What? You can't hit it hard enough to shoot 59?
As he should.
Thanks, Baker.
Duffner for par. There's a look at the thick grip that's become so popular among the players out here.
Yeah, and it's tapered. It's bigger at the bottom, and then it gets skinnier as you go up to the top. Different weights as well, so players can see if this one he can slide this one in. Hard to see there with Duffner in the way.
I was trying to move my head around and see what it was doing going down that hill. Didn't work. Weird.
But yeah, it has gained popularity. Swanee, to your point, a lot of guys using it. There's different weightings that you can go to, different thickness as well. How thick do you want the grip to feel? Anytime you make the grip bigger, then it changes the swing weight. So you have to get the size of the grip that you want, and then be able to counterbalance it with the right weight, so you can feel the putter head. And it's there's a lot of math to it, and everyone's a little different.
Birdie putt on the way for Streelman. And he'll stay at 1 under.
Going back to your point, there is a lot of math going into it, and thank goodness there's a lot of engineer type gentlemen on that driving range that can help you out with all that week in and week out with all the tour vans, because there's a lot of information out there that needs to be processed sometimes.
It's a little choppy out there, boys, isn't it?
Ooh, just looking at that makes me a little queasy.
wow.
I don't think I'd do very good on that boat right now.
Yeah, I would not be on the stairs.
Not unless there was something to calm my stomach a little bit.
There's Day to jump to -6 and get within 3 of the lead.
Good look right there. Hold your line. The better second shots we've seen into this whole location today, but unfortunate, was not able to hold its line there. Taps in for par.
Duffner, a couple feet remaining for bogey.
He's got to be pretty excited about playing here. First event back after the PGA. Let's see if you can see in his face how excited he is. Yep, fired up. Right there, you can see it.
Not the same reaction he had after he won at Oak Hill.
I know. He's, God bless, he's so funny.
Justin Rose, another of this year's major champions, back on the tee. 68 in the opening round.
Just caught that bunker there, and it'll all depend on the lie and how much you can attack that hole location.
Texas. Please welcome Jordan Spieth.
Jordan Spieth shot 38 in his opening 9 holes yesterday. Came back home in 32. Does that a lot too, doesn't he?
Does that a lot this year. It's a very strange. He'll go out and he'll have nine holes where it's just not so much, and you're thinking, well, what's he going to shoot today? And next thing you know, he reels off 4, 5, 6 birdies on the next 9, and he brings it back.
Began the week 8th in the points race. Off a win and a second after beginning the year with no full-time status out here. Amazing season.
I was glad to see that he was able to, once he won the John Deere, he was able to get credit for all the points that he would have accumulated if he were a member before that, because he had the runner-up finish in Puerto Rico, 7th place finish in Tampa Bay, and so it was nice to see him accumulate all those, because he won the tournament, all of a sudden goes to 11th in the points.
Yeah, retroactive President's Cup points too for Spieth. Here's Henrik Stenson, 65 in the opening round.
And this gentleman's done everything this year except for win a golf tournament, but I don't think that's too far behind either. I think that could be as soon as this week where he breaks back into the winner's circle. He's just playing way too well not to.
Despite a bogey on his final hole of the day, Webb Simpson leads by 2 after a 66. Tiger getting close to starting his second round. Second shot here at the opening hole for Jordan Spieth. 122 yards away. Good angle.
Love that look right there. See that mound right behind it? Just a little bit of a downward pitch to the shot.
Good leave underneath the hole. You saw the other two balls belonging to Justin Rose and Henrik Stenson. Here's how they got there. Rose took iron off the tee and hit it in the bunker.
Clean line in the bunker, and you see that, you know, going up against what little breeze there is right now. Just kind of positioning himself back in play. This was Stenson.
Drilling that one in there low.
Got some fans out there, Stenson, with all his recent great play out here on tour.
And the fans are circled around the first tee, jammed in the grandstand there for the top three in the points standings. Woods, Snedeker, and Kuchar. There they are, 1, 2, and 3. Tiger and Cooch with the strong opening rounds. Snedeker shot 72. He stands at 1 over. 1 minute away. Woods trying to win the Cup for a third time. Snedeker, the defender of the season-long prize. 9 wins on the season between those three. How about that look? The lower end of Manhattan off in the distance there. Tiger's got 3 wood in his hands.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what kind of start he gets off to. He's hit a lot of poor opening tee shots.
This is the 4:06 tee time. First on the tee, from Jupiter, Florida, please welcome Tiger Woods.
Bogey-free opening round of 67 for Woods. Watching that one anxiously. It's left.
Next on the tee, from Sea Island, Georgia.
And Kuchar being introduced. We'll get back to the tee in a moment. First, the third for Rose. Very well played.
Yeah, nice. See how much break he had to play going down the hill.
Kuchar, match play champion earlier this season in Tucson. Then he took the Memorial the week before the U.S. Open. Oh, came up short of the bunker.
Hit it so bad he came up well short.
Stenson to climb quickly within 2 of the lead.
Right to left going up the hill. Kind of knew it was short all the way.
That was a moment ago. Now Spieth will have a birdie chance upcoming. First, though, tee shot of Snedeker. Are we going to get one of the fairway here?
He's leaning on it. Ooh, just skirted the bunker. That'll be good.
So the top 3 in the race are off, and we're back to the green, and Spieth denied a birdie.
A good putting stroke, Billy. You know, he's just, it's really good, and it's committed, and it just looks like he kind of expects to make everything, you know.
At 19, a lot of players expect to make it.
That's a nice up and down for Rose there. Stenson to stay at -6. Top 10 player in the world back in 09 when he won the Players Championship. Slipped outside the top 200. A number of reasons contributing to that, which we've spoken of. And now he's back once again inside the top 10. Seems like this run that he's on is never going to end, dating back to the Scottish Open the week before the Open Championship.
Well, he works with Pete Cowan and simplified the swing, and it's just a matter of, you know, getting that win, kind of getting over the hump. And total misread.
It's Martin Flores over at 14. Flores playing with Richard H. Lee and Rory Sabatini. He's 80th in the points projections. Back over to the first, where all the action is and most of the fans are at the moment. Woods' second here back in 2009. Had it not been for that par that Heath Slocum was able to make at 18, would have been a 5-way playoff. Els, Stricker, Harrington, Woods all finished 276, and then Slocum got in 275, 9 under. Get the job done. Only 4 players with multiple victories this year. We mentioned 9 combined titles for these 3. Mickelson, of course, the other. Tiger's going to sign an autograph for one of the fans over there who caught the tee shot, not literally, but got in the way of it. That was worth the pain.
Yeah. nice little present. And a good break for Tiger. Hitting it left off the tee, hit the spectator, comes right back. First cut of the rough, really not much rough out here on this golf course, except if you get into that really long pesky, you'll be able to handle that there.
Great view of what Kuchar has.
Well back here.
Now that sounded solid. Carries flag high right there.
He's just solid. I mean, he just does it all good, knows how to score.
That was from 162. Tiger's got 135 from over here.
And this is just all about the control of the ball. How much grass are you going to get between the club face and ball? Like on Callaway rangefinder, 135. Looks like he's going to trap this. Just play well back in his stance. Yep. Stay. It's a little bit unlucky right there that that ball just didn't grab just a smidge and then come back down the hill.
Not sure what he's asking there. I thought that ridge was going to propel it back toward the hole. Snedeker playing quickly.
Sets the angle early, then kind of holds it through the shot.
Not his best effort there. He's made some good strides the last couple of years. Become a better ball striker.
Yeah.
Much better ball striker to go with what is just a terrific putting stroke and results that he gets out of that club.
I think the fact you took the lead into that final round at the Tour Championship last year, and kind of everyone kind of thought that maybe he was going to be the guy that disappeared, and he just went out there and won it. I thought that was huge for him at the end of the year.
6 players have won twice in the FedEx Cup. Woods has won 3 times. Has the lowest stroke average of any player since the series began back in 2007. Holder of the Cup in 07 and 09. But did not return to the Tour Championship in 2008 or 2010. The injury in 08, of course. Didn't play after the U.S. Open. His last major championship 5 years ago.
No VJ this year in the playoffs.
No VJ, no Harrington. A lot of good players left out.
Tiger seems to be in a good spot right now in his life. You know, he just seems to be more chatty out there on the golf course. Kind of engages the crowd more than he used to.
Yeah, and I think he's starting to feel this swing that he and Sean Foley have constructed. I think they feel as though this is starting to work the way that they want it to. Nice little flip pitch by Snedeker there.
He's going to get out of here with a par. But he's outside the early cut line here. 79 players right now at even or better. There's your winners of this event and the courses on which they did it, including Kuchar over at Ridgewood in 2010.
Go back next year to Ridgewood. Solid golf course. 8 under when VJ won. An old style golf course. Now Cooch coming across the green, should move a little bit to his right. You have that slope that as the players play their second shot is behind the hole, so moving right.
So Kuchar shoots 66 in the opening round, opens with a par here. What a driving exhibition he put on at Muirfield Village. Granted, those fairways are pretty generous, but I don't think he missed more than 2 or 3 the entire week. Woods to move to -5. The lead is 9 under par. Webb Simpson out in front.
Saw Duffner from behind the hole be ultra cautious with the putt. Get a little move to the left off the ridge, and then players feel as though it's going to come back right at the end. And just enough. Please open the door. Thank you. I'll come in.
Oh, I didn't think it had enough. I thought it was going to be a little short.
So Woods opens his second round with a birdie. Not exactly a no-doubter, but it found the bottom. .14 now, defending champion Nick Watney. Good look at the outgoing here at the par 3. Ooh.
It was right over the flagstick. That may have got a little paint on it. Went by the flagstick.
So the points leader, Tiger Woods, birdies the first to move to 5 under par. And within 4 shots of the lead at the Barclays. Back live for our second round coverage. That's DA Points. And that's Nick Watney over at 14, in for a birdie after nearly aced the par 3. A good start for our defending champion this week.
Pretty good team there, he and Chad Reynolds.
Yeah, been together for a while now, haven't they?
Kyle Stanley stays at -1.
Back over to the scene at the opening hole.
It never gets old looking at that, does it? Seen it many times. Neat skyline there. Cool place. Just get on that taxi, jet over there, take the city in, get back on the taxi, come right on back.
Got to do that.
I'm going to do it tomorrow. Of course, got the Jets and the Giants playing tomorrow here in preseason week 3.
Really?
Yep.
Where? Where are they playing?
In New York.
Trick question. Up in East Rutherford.
East Rutherford. Do they both play there?
They both play at MetLife Stadium. Not sure who the home team is tomorrow night, though. Used to be Giants Stadium, which probably didn't sit well with the Jets during their home games, but no. Whatever.
Well, the Jets need to get back to someone that's relevant and talked about in the picture, because they pretty much stink.
Oh boy.
There's Mulder. Second shot into the opening hole. '89th is his points projection. He's actually picked up some points after 69 in the opening round. Former Georgia Tech star, 4 times an All-American, first teamer in fact. Playing with Ted Potter Jr., J.J. Henry.
All right, watch this finish here. Watch where his hands end up here. Low and to his right, our left. Look at that.
And that's going to find the bunker guarding the green.
Got it. I'll get it.
Winner of the Greenbrier last year in West Virginia. J.J. Henry, the champion in Reno last year when they went to the modified Stableford scoring system. He's 2 over.
130 yards, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Ooh, nice shot by J.J.
Good ball striker. He hits a lot of greens, currently 14th on tour. Greens in regulation, 38th in driving, so a lot of opportunities for him.
Over to 14. Gary Woodland has the tee box. He's 4 under, rather.
Yeah, this is a guy, his arrow is definitely pointing up here as we get into the playoffs. We talk about guys that could be getting hot, and he would be one of them right now. The win out in Reno.
Yeah.
He would be.
Well, and it's good to see him go back to what he plays best with, and that's the ball dropping to the right. I think he tried to do a little too much, like Martin Keimer, tried to get the ball working a little right to left too much. Now pretty much back to playing the shot that just kind of drops a little bit to the right, although that looked like it was moving a little left.
Woodland alongside KJ Choi and Josh Teeter here. Teeter is also at 4 under, part of that group tied for 15th. .68 in the opening round. While we wait, let's go to the first. Third shot for Potter.
Pretty simple, straightforward bunker shot here.
Now here comes the tee shot for Teeter at 14.
Comfortable looking swing right there.
Good shot. Good decision. They were long discussion before that shot.
To the green at the first.
In between clubs, where did you like to go? Did you like to knock it down, or did you want to go hard at it?
Well, it all depended on the flagstick where it was located. If the flagstick was on the left-hand side, I'd go hard. If it was on the right-hand side, I'd go light. Probably go hard where that hole is located. Kind of start it just to the right, work it in there right to left.
Good putter. Bryce Mulder. Numbers are pretty strong here through the years.
Yeah, absolutely. Watch this left elbow just kind of come away from the body. Just rolls it. So he's one of those guys that just, it's like the ball just melts off the face when he hits it. It's just rolling. Quick, just beautiful stroke.
KJ Choi back at 14. Currently at 1 under par.
Now that started out on a good line. And ended on a good line.
Chance for a birdie there for the former Players Champion. Back to the first. Potter sizing this one up. This left for par.
Tough low putt here for par. You know, as a player, the bunker shot, you would have loved to have left it right underneath the hole.
Yeah, he's made a mess of this hole. Fairway bunker into the green side, but this one putt can cover it all up.
We've talked about what a rough start it was to his professional career about a decade ago. 23 straight missed cuts for Ted Potter Jr. That would have driven a lot of young players from the game. Certainly would have shattered their confidence. He really stuck with it. It was a long time coming, but 9 years later, he was a winner on the PGA Tour. Pure hard work and determination getting him to the top.
I don't know if I could have that supreme confidence that he had that he was going to succeed had I missed 23 cuts in a row. I might have closed the toolbox at that time and put the lock on it.
Here's Henry. He gets a birdie. So from 111 to 108 in the points projections. Thanks to that birdie. Trending in the right direction. Potter's going to drop a shot here.
So much for that friendly handshake to get your round started here on one.
Jeff Ogilvy going with an iron back on the tee. He's playing with Jeff Overton and James Hahn. 68 for the former U.S. Open winner in the opening round.
Nice start. 68. See if you can back it up. There's some good scores out there. I mean, when you look at the leaders, and you know, Simpson shoots 5 under. Ricky Fowler shoots 7 under. Keegan Bradley shoots 8 under. Adam Scott's 5 under.
Gary Woodland nearly had a birdie at 14. How about that bunker shot? Beautiful work. Overton back at the first.
Love that practice swing, just like Davis loved, just a hard practice swing right next to the ball.
He's faked a lot of camera guys out.
Yes, he has. Watch this right shoulder go down and get it. Just chase it.
A good one there. All three players in this group are at -3. James Hahn will be next. A couple of 62s during his West Coast swing early in the season. A rookie on the PGA Tour in his early 30s. 5th on the web.com Tour money list last year. Billy, I know you love this swing. Trav, tell me what you think of it here.
I love it too. I mean, that is. Ooh,
hit it
too
far.
good, yeah.
Too far. Nice lie. Perched up on top of that fescue grass, but I'm sure, just like Garcia that we saw earlier, he's going to have to go underneath.
There's a lot of effortless power in that swing. It doesn't look like he's working real hard.
14, KJ Choi for a birdie.
Nice putt there by KJ.
That moves him to 2 under for the tournament.
Got to make a few of those, Billy. You know, you're gonna miss most of those from that distance, but you got to get a few of those to go down if you're going to be up there.
Now Teeter for a birdie.
Yeah, the percentage of make from 14, 15 feet. I would think if you'd make 1 in 5, that'd be good.
Back-to-back birdies for Teeter. He moves to -6, 3 off the lead. Gets confused for Sergio Garcia often. Quickly back to the first. Ogilvy's approach on the way.
His Spanish isn't that good.
No, not many Spaniards and Kentuckians are often confused, but it happens.
Yeah, mainly off the run.
Not what Ogilvy had in mind. See if Overton can do better here.
15, we got about 4 behind it. Yeah, 4 or 5 behind it, yep. 15 hole.
Has to be a little careful with this. You know, if he flies it just 2 flag high, or maybe just a little past, he can bring it back pretty quickly. He's a high spin player.
Okay.
Big Eric Larson on the bag.
Hahn has his hands full over here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely he's going to have to keep it down.
Hang on, I'm working right now.
You look at the grain of the grass.
Thinking about just chipping out, putting one back in play here.
That's what you decided to do. Sometimes you got to take your medicine. Layup, not going to get there anyway, so just get back out in the fairway. Seen that a couple times already today.
So Hahn going to try and manufacture a 4 here after an errant drive. He was at 101 in points to begin the week. That 68 helped a lot, moving his projection to 81st. He's an interesting character. Did a lot of odd jobs outside of the golf industry to make ends meet. through the years. Sold some real estate. Was a shoe salesman in a department store for a spell. Whatever he had to do, kind of keep the dream alive.
Yeah, I like 54. Let's go right at it, huh? Yes, sir.
And you heard him. They're going right at it.
I thought I heard him say he was downwind. He's playing that. He's going to come up short.
Yeah, it's turn the corner here. It's hurting for sure. Likes it. Called it.
So they're in 3. As our day 2 coverage continues. And Kevin Stadler has grabbed a quick birdie here. MetLife Stadium, where the Jets and Giants will get it on tomorrow night as we get closer to the start of the NFL season here in 2013.
Maybe they can find a quarterback tonight. Geno Smith, Sanchez. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rex Ryan.
I think Geno is starting tonight.
Is he?
Yep.
Ooh,
good putt there.
There you go. Nice going, Oaks. Jets.
I think they're playing.
They'll be irrelevant again this year.
So Ogilvy to 4 under. We go to 14.
What are your thoughts on the Giants?
Like them.
Yeah.
I think their defense is going to be okay. Defense may carry them, even if Eli needs a few more weapons. Hopefully Cruz gets healthy. Foot injury shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Great coach, too. Nice story last night on the NFL Network with Tom Coughlin. Football Life, really good story.
Sure is.
He's just a terrific coach, terrific man. He's done so many good things.
2 Super Bowl wins.
2 Super Bowl wins. Did some nice things with the Jaguars there when they started their franchise, including a 14-2 record.
I guess Rex Ryan can get you to the playoffs ever so often.
Here's Ryan Palmer over at 14. Pinched all the way over to the left-hand side. Likes to hit that soft, gentle draw, but overcooked that one, didn't he?
When Coughlin was the coach for the Jags, I gave him a few lessons. And,
did you?
Yeah, got to know him a little bit.
Stephen Bowditch back at the first. 75 in the opening round for the Aussie.
You can tell he was a coach. He always wanted to know why. You know, I'd film him, I'd show him, and of course, he's eating all that up. And, you know, why am I doing this? I'm like, you know, why do you want me? No, what? Then what? Then what? Then what? Then what? Then what? It's like, coach, I'm just gonna go A and B.
Relax. David Lingmerth 7 over. 45th in points though to begin the week on the strength of 2 runner-up finishes this year, 1 at the Players. Just off the left side of the green. Young man from Sweden, lives in the North Florida area. George McNeil back at the first.
Good golf swing. Good rhythm, good balance.
I like his leg action. It seems to be very stationary. It's not sloppy.
Overton for a birdie. Ogilvy having just cashed in from long range at the first. With the former Indiana Hoosier. Opens with a par. And back to the tee we go. Here's Greg Chalmers.
The snake. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Okay.
So Webb Simpson leads the way by a shot over Kevin Stadler, who was the overnight leader. Second shot for Bowditch.
Staring it down. Long.
Boy, that is right on the spine of that slope. Come on, blink.
120 in the points race to start the week. A little bit earlier while we were in break, this was George McNeil's second.
Good shot.
Really nice. About 11 feet from birdie. Right back up the hill, maybe just off the left edge of the hole.
And Chalmers.
Great hole location for him. I mean, just go ahead. You got to go ahead and just take advantage of this. Come on. They give you this build up and then just leans on it just a little bit, trying to keep it low.
Got ahead of it. That's what you got to be careful. You try to trap it and bring it in low. You get out ahead of it. Face can't square. You just flare it out.
Chris Stroud going to work over at 14.
I'm working hard. This is par.
Yeah. Let's see if we could get a look at this grip here. I think he's got a couple different things going on here with his belly. Tough angle here. Boy, he really looks jammed up. And look at his right elbow, how close it is to his body. Good putt. A lot of different ways to go about it. You just, you'd like to see it a certain way as a teacher, but you've got to be able to. You got to be able to go with what the player's good at, what they like to feel, and find that middle ground.
Back over to the opening hole. Chalmers doing what he does best, getting up and down.
Some players like to use it as a lever, and others like it kind of as a piston type. I think if you use it like a piston type, like we saw Stroud, I think your feel is better. With the longer putts.
Right.
But I think you're more effective on the shorter putts, going to where you have the lever effect. Yeah, with the lever effect.
Standard length putter here for Chalmers.
And he's really good with it. Really good with it.
Like that. Oh, it looked like a 3 the whole time, didn't it?
Ho hum.
Boy, if he can just straighten out the other facets of his game, keeping it in play more often, what a dangerous player he would be. So good around the greens.
Yeah,
a lot like Jakobsen.
Yeah, and he's not very long. It's much kind of like that Luke Donald scenario where, he has a great short game, but yet kind of gets out of kilter with everything with the tee shot, and he never positions himself.
He hits it about 277 off the tee, which is at the bottom, you can imagine, on the PGA Tour. And he hits a fair share of fairways, but not good in GNR. But #1 stroke skate putting.
Bowditch almost popped that one in,
and he improved that number with that one there.
So he's certainly one of the best with the flat stick for sure.
And a nice run here over the last several weeks for the 30-year-old Aussie from Newcastle in New South Wales. Tied for 10th at the Q School. To get his card.
All right, there shouldn't be much in this. Maybe just a smidge to the right.
I think so. Just kind of keep the pace up because you are going back up the hill just a little bit.
George McNeil for a birdie. He's got a couple of victories out here. Former club professional in the Fort Myers area after his collegiate days at Florida State in Tallahassee. Bowditch at 4 over, well outside the top 100. These guys will finish up their second round in the morning, after which the cut will be made. 66 for Webb Simpson, your leader here at the Barclays. Here's Lee Westwood over at 14. Tee shot on the way.
138 yards. Looks like the wind's laid down. So maybe almost 3 hours left of play. And these guys, once again, are going to get the better of the draw.
How about Westwood? Shot 41 in his opening 9 holes yesterday. 6 under in the next 13 holes to fight back to 1 under par. Playing with Graham DeLette here, projected inside the top 20. Charles Schwartzel, third member of this group.
Westwood's done that a lot, where he's gotten off to a shaky start, a little dodgy, then brings it back.
This is an impressive young player here. I'm telling you, you're going to want to watch this guy over the next few years. Excellent ball striker. Number 1 in total driving. Number 1 in greens and regulation. Very strong player. I think a little bit of experience. And we're going to be talking about him for a long time.
The Canadian still looking for the breakthrough win.
Just about a half a club short.
5th place finish, in fact, in this event at Bethpage last year.
Yeah, he got on that nice little run where he made an eagle and a birdie, and he played like 4 holes and 5 under par, and he positioned himself just perfectly.
Boise State grad. Graham.
Yeah, he and Troy Merritt, teammates out there.
Yep.
Pretty prolific winners during their time in school there. There's Schwartzel. technically about as good as it gets, this one, Travis, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's a great golf swing. It's powerful too. You know, his club is perfectly on plane. He really creates a ton of club head speed. It doesn't look like he's swinging very hard at either.
Yeah, the 12th hole at Muirfield at the Open Championship drove it over the green.
Yeah.
Par 4, 430 yards. 15, the par 4 that was 460 yards, put it right on the green.
Let's hop outside the ropes here for a minute with Lee Westwood.
Now on a tee from Worksop, England, Lee Westwood.
First car was a Ford Fiesta 1.1L white. It was great. When you're 17 years old, anything that goes forwards and backwards and gets you to where you want to be is brilliant. Physics, just because it confused me too much. I ended up passing, but I wouldn't say I'm a physicist. Favourite was maths, because my dad was a maths teacher, so I got a bit of private tuition every now and again. Roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Full Sunday lunch, yeah. Champagne or a vodka tonic? Oh, were you asking for something like a cup of tea? Generally go home and just doing normal things sometimes when you're out on the road all the time. Going to the cinema with the kids is great fun. Temping bowling, got a few race horses. I like going to the races. I've always had an interest in racing. It was nice to make enough money on tour to be able to afford a couple. A driver. It's great fun to pull it out and hit it as far as you can. The Ryder Cup takes some beating. That's pretty good. 3 of the majors and all the World Golf Championships are in the States. There's only the Open Championship really at that top level of golf tournaments which you could bunch the Ryder Cup into that is outside the States.
Another solid season for Lee Westwood, tied for 3rd at the Open Championship, tied for 8th at the Masters, 15th at the U.S. Open. Keeps knocking on the door. He's had 7 top 3 finishes in majors in the last few years alone.
Well, he's working hard on his game. He's put a lot of time in with his putter, with his short game to try to get that part of the game improved. Now he's hired Sean Foley to kind of clean up a few things in his full swing, so he is all in. I mean, he is trying to clean it up, get it to where it needs to be, and make a run here and see if he can get that first major championship.
40 years old. It's a tough hurdle.
Mm-hmm.
At 40. I'm thinking that the ball striking's good enough. And hopefully Ian Baker Finch can get him to the point where he feels relaxed.
Trying to think of a list of players who have won majors in their 40s. It's a pretty short list. Nicklaus, of course. Raymond Floyd did it.
Who have won multiple majors in their 40s.
An even shorter list. Just 2 players.
That'd be Ben Hogan and Jack Nicklaus.
Dillette underneath the hole here at 14.
He works his short game. He works with Gabriel Yetstedt.
Yeah, okay.
Played the tour.
Yep.
Won a couple times on the PGA Tour. So,
well, I tell you, if he gets that part of the game to where his ball striking is, look out.
Yeah, the big move he made was in this event last year with that 5th place finish, and look where he started. And played 3 of the 4 playoff events. Watney went from 49 to 4th with the victory at Bethpage. Here's Schwartzel for birdie.
Okay. Kind of putt you can go ahead and put a little pace behind. Hit it. There you go.
His putting's been inconsistent, which is so surprising when you have the image of him making 4 in a row to close out that final round at the Masters in 2011.
He's kind of jockeyed back and forth between left hand low, conventional, just kind of whatever fits the moment.
So Schwartzel to -3. All three of these players kind of humming along here in red numbers.
He's got a nice game. You know, he's interesting to watch him over the next few years. Only 28.
And Westwood for a 4th birdie in 5 holes here to begin his second round.
Now Baker Finch has him doing a drill to where he puts the coin down behind the ball, and he wants the head to, now you see the head kind of move there a little bit with it, and you can see the a little bit of a decel, but he wants him to keep his head down. So the drill is put the coin down behind the ball, make the stroke, keep the head, keep the eyes fixed on the coin.
On the coin. Let the putter head accelerate past the coin.
Nice fight back from Lee Westwood over the last day and a half as Simpson sets the pace here. Staten Island Ferry in motion. Full of folks there.
I may have to go get on that.
So Ernie, who was on the number at 100 most of the day, has moved up to 97. Pat Perez would be the last man in. Bo Van Pelt, first man out, and
he's not playing well. He's way over par. He was 5 over par when he reached the par 3 14th.
76 in round 2. He's going to miss the cut.
Right. Justin Leonard in the same position.
Yeah,
Driscoll just started his round, but he played poorly in the opening round.
So nothing that Van Pelt, Leonard, McGirt can do except hope for help from the guys ahead of them to falter. But they've missed the cut here, so fate is out of their hands right now. 100 move on to the Deutsche Bank Championship. Friday start there at TPC Boston. John Swansek with Bill Kratzer. Rich Beam back in 2008. Look at the move the Beamer made. 166 in points before the Wyndham. It's kind of like the wild card weekend there.
I was just waiting for the right time to make my move.
Well, I bet you were a happy camper going in, being at 166. I bet you were really pleasant to be around.
Just a joy. I played well that weekend. I think I actually had a pretty low weekend there. I think I actually thought maybe shot a pair of 63s or something. But I remember actually having to make the cut because I eagled 15 and birdied 16 to get me right on the number, and then I made a really good par save on 18, and that carried me to the weekend on the skin of my teeth. And I went out first thing in the morning, had some fresh greens, and putted extremely well on Saturday, and followed up with a good round on Sunday. So it was, I don't know why. I just waited to the last minute, kind of like everything.
Well, that was the year after the 7th place finish in this event over at Westchester when you made a big move also.
Like I said, just trying to make sure I peak at the right time out there. You don't want to do anything too brash too early. I mean, throughout my entire career, I don't think I ever played very well before May 1st. A lot of times it was more like July 1st before I started playing halfway decent.
Always with a flair for the dramatic.
I guess so. I never made it easy on myself for some odd reason. And the funny thing is I was always pumped up to play at the beginning of the year, Sony Open Hawaii, the Bob Hope tournaments, Phoenix Open, things like that. But always pumped up to play well, and never did.
How much work did you do during the off season?
I usually did quite a bit. That's where if I wanted to make any changes, things like that, that's when I would try and do them. Try and visit the equipment manufacturers out in Carlsbad and take care of anything that I needed to take care of then. So when I got on the road at the beginning of the year, I didn't have to spend a whole lot of time in the vans and do that, but invariably I did anyways, just because they were there, and I'm a dummy.
Well, you know the motto: if it's free, take 3.
That's exactly right.
Charles Howell, Jonas Blixt, and Graham McDowell have made it to the tee at 14, playing 138 yards today.
Nice little hour-long break we had there. I went and walked around a little bit with some friends, and the winds have definitely subsided from this morning.
Yeah, you look at the cut line, 78 players at even or better. We thought with the wind may ease its way up or inch its way up to +1, but certainly not the case.
Now it might even go to -1. So that's a number we have to take a look at now for these players that we currently see.
Okay, just kind of a regular pitching wedge for Charles Howell III. Certainly not a monster one. 138 yards.
Flag looks like it's almost even turning around, doesn't it, Bill?
Yeah, now it's a little in and from the right.
4 is in off the player's left, and who knows, by the end of the day, it could be just almost a little bit down and out of the right where we saw it at Days End yesterday.
There's Graham McDowell at 1 under par. 3 victories worldwide this year, but a handful of missed cuts as well, including at the Masters, U.S. Open, Players Championship.
Now you look at Ken Comboy, his caddy, and by that motion, you would think that it's in and from the right. You look at the flag stick, you can see that it's definitely blowing right to left. It's just how much of it is in the player's face.
Bit of a miss hit perhaps as GMAC comes up short of the green.
It's almost like they expected that shot to be almost downwind a little bit, with as short as that ball ended up.
You know, or at least riding the wind, you know, a shot to kind of ride that wind. And
Jonas Blixt, the Greenbrier Classic champion, got him into the British Open. He's at 3 under, 69 in the opening round.
Just kind of one of those young players that kind of has found their niche out here. He's won each of his first 2 years on the PGA Tour. It's got to be back in their face.
It's got to be.
And they can't feel it. I mean, 138 yards. It can't be that poorly misjudged.
Outside the ropes we go with Graham McDowell.
On the tee from Portrush, Northern Ireland, Graham McDowell.
I like to watch all sports, mainly football, soccer, big Manchester United fan and big sport fan, whether I'm sitting on the couch watching it with a remote control or actually attending the events. I would probably have got my engineering degree, and I was thinking about going into the R&D side of golf manufacture. Hopefully I'd have been at Callaway Golf designing drivers. You dream of achieving these type of goals. No one really ever kind of tells you how to deal with it when it actually happens. It's been pretty overwhelming. My life has changed substantially. People outside the ropes acknowledging what I've done. I've really enjoyed it. It's been amazing. I wouldn't change it for the world. It was about a 1997 Nissan Altima, beaten up big time, broke down on me multiple times, and that was my 3rd year in college. I bought myself that when I was at UAB. It was a specimen. My first concert was the Gareth Brooks concert I went to in about '94. Don't ask me why I was there. Probably some girl dragged me out.
Fun-loving guy, Graham McDowell, and a restaurateur, has a place in Orlando. Good interview, too. Good quote. Very good in the press room. Those Tuesday press conferences are obligatory for the players, but there's a few of them. McDowell, McIlroy, Mickelson, always interesting, always engaging, forthright, and they give you an honest, thoughtful answer when they're asked a question. Real good season. Victory in Harbor Town, defeating Webb Simpson, our current leader, in a playoff.
Yeah, and I think this is the proper play here, just going with the putter. Even though you have about 8 or 9 feet of fairway grass to go through, it shouldn't be much of a factor. Certainly the safest play.
Sometimes it's hard to see, but that golf ball might be sitting down in that closely mown area just because you might catch a little bit of a funky lie. So flat stick is, as Bill said, usually the safest play. Well judged there.
Whatever you want. I got some room, Chuck?
Oh, you got plenty.
Kind of out here?
Yes, sir.
They're going to go ahead and finish up there, and McDowell stays at 1 under. Back to the first we go. And this is Martin Flores playing with Rory Sabatini and Richard H. Lee, having made the turn here.
Rory and his caddy in the background there, just asking some of the fans to quiet down. They can't see the players on the first tee box there.
That's close. Too close.
He knew it too, didn't he? Hasn't had a bogey yet today.
First shot I've seen in the water off this first tee today. Wind direction right to left, although you kind of look at it and it's flipped. That wind has flipped.
That wind is definitely trying to turn around now. It's the first time we've seen those flags blowing straight down. Now, is that
straight down or straight in? Straight down? I mean, they're just going all over the place.
Yeah. Hard to tell, actually, isn't it?
It's kind of like the same direction that they were moving yesterday. Kind of that left to rightish down.
Sabatini at 2 under. Split the fairway here.
Also another guy that worked with Rick Smith. Kind of shorten up the golf swing, tighten it up a little bit.
You know, Rory's always had a tremendous amount of talent. Really good short game.
He's kind of that player that he had that really long swing that when he was on, he was on. I mean, when his timing was really good, he was really hard to beat because he's certainly not afraid to win. And that year that he won Honda, I remember the 17th hole when he hit that shot there. Whew, what a golf shot.
Richard H. Lee at +4 and projected at 97th right now. 9 holes to play. Needs to rally, make the cut, or if not, get some help to stay inside the top 100.
I can be fairly certain when I say this. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to know that he's 97th right now with 9 holes to play. He probably has some sort of idea, but I'm fairly confident he doesn't want to know. He just wants to go out and play 9 solid holes and make the cut. That's his first and foremost thought.
Well, the battle to get to the 3rd round is on, as well as the battle to get to Boston next week. Second shot's upcoming for Lee, Sabatini, and Flores. It'll be the 3rd for Flores, actually. Drove it into the water. That's the first group in the final quarter of the draw that went off the 10th tee about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
These players should finish with no problems. They'll get in. And the first group out or the last group of the... Sorry, we've been playing golf for so long, it's hard to tell if did they just tee off, or is this their 10th hole of the day?
This is their 10th hole of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
they'll finish.
So they'll finish. Yeah. And after that, maybe the next 2 groups after that, possibly.
2.5. I think they're going to push to make it. Now the third for Flores. Boy, you hate making a mistake. You hate hitting in a hazard, especially when you take an iron off the tee or a fairway metal or a hybrid. You're laying up. Nothing would irritate me more than to hit it in the hazard. And the second most irritating thing was to miss a green with the wedge.
Hunter Mahan at 14. 3 under par. Look good from this angle.
Boy, that was right on line. Right on line.
Richard H. Lee back at the first. University of Washington Huskies.
Looking up, you might have a few issues with that tree in front of him.
Not too bad. You have to elevate the ball that quickly. It's tough to cover the yardage necessary, especially back into the wind from that angle.
14. Tee shot of Jim Furyk. -2.
Made a nice up and down for bogey yesterday on this par 3. Hit it long into the hazard.
Oh,
comes back and almost stuffs it today.
Almost made up for all of it. And gained one on this hole. Knocked that one in.
Patrick Reed, third member of that group. Go to Sabatini. Over at the first.
Yeah, that club looks very stable at the top.
Nicely done there.
Try to take it off.
Yeah, he was looking to minimize the spin there as much as he could. Easy.
All the begging, though, sometimes just does not help. It looked like he took a very elongated swing there, slow through impact, takes a lot of the spin off, but still, the softer these greens still are, you're going to spin it with those wedges.
Patrick Reed at 4 over. Maybe a little bit of a letdown after the breakthrough win last week in Greensboro. And a miss hit here at the par 3.
I bet you the players from back there, with the exception of Jim Furyk on that last shot, I bet you they think that wind is basically helping it right to left, because we've seen so many shots of late come up short.
A lot of rain swept through here on day 1, costing us close to 6 hours. Made up a lot of ground this morning since the continuation of the first round began at 7 a.m. They'll probably go till nearly 8 o'clock. Just after official sunset of 7:45. And that'll leave some players with a handful of holes to complete in the morning.
And I think tomorrow, players will finish. The goal is to go split tees, 10:30 to 12:30, play in threesomes. And then after tomorrow's third round, everything will be on schedule. Then everyone will go off the first tee on Sunday.
The cut line has been even par for the entire day. Still is, in fact, now 80 players at even or better. Long one here for Lee.
Coming across the green, there's a little bit of a bridge. It's going to kick it to the right there. I've yet to see a player kind of over in that section and kind of in that area of the green hit it above the hole with their putt.
Yeah, it has not happened as of yet, has it? A lot of them are just leaving them on the low side. I know for sure they do not want to leave it above that. We've seen we've seen a couple of putts from the front edge of that green where guys have gotten a little frisky with them, ran them 3, 4, 5 feet by, and that's no fun coming back down that hill either. So you want to make it, but my buddy I used to play a lot of golf with, and guy says, I really want to make this putt, but I sure don't want to 3-putt it.
Yeah, that's a stat that these guys look closely at. 3-putt avoidance. That was Flores a moment ago. Beg your pardon. This is Lee for birdie.
Yeah, this putt's been made more than once today. Up the hill, moving to his left. That's the one that looks the best to the right-handed player. Up the hill, you can kind of feed it into the line. You see it. Everything just kind of bleeds into the hole.
Let's go to 14. Solid tee shot from Hunter Mahan and a birdie attempt here.
See if he can judge this one correctly. I think he might have had it if he would have hit it. It was going a little bit right to left up the hill, and then once it gets to the top of the hill, it does try and feed back to the left. So it might have had a chance if it had enough energy to get to the hole.
Red, white, and blue today from Hunter. Why not?
Absolutely.
Sabatini, birdie bid back at the first. Pretty good look right here.
Yeah, this is the one that pretty much if they've hit it hard enough, because it is back up the hill, if they've hit it hard enough, they've made it.
Did everything but that.
You called it perfectly. It's not a very hard putt to read. You just got to hit it hard enough.
Can't think of everything.
Furyk, after nearly stuffing one in the hole with his tee shot at 14, does get a birdie out of it. Moves Jen to -4.
There's old Fluff Cowan.
Here, take this, Fluff. I did my work. I made the birdie.
Flores still working back at the first.
Trying to just only drop one shot.
Hate to walk off that hole with a bogey. Just, yeah. Good birdie opportunity on this hole. Not take advantage, or at least give yourself a look at birdie. Even if you don't make it, just give yourself a look at birdie.
And we've seen players miss it left. I mean, we haven't seen one player hit it long enough with an iron left that it's gotten them in trouble. So if you're going to make the miss, just don't put it in the water. You can always make par.
Absolutely.
Here's John Huff playing with Kyle Stanley and Nick Watney, the defending champion.
Nice little transition in this golf swing right here. Good full shoulder turn. Just very calm at the top.
There you go. Iron, laying it back. I mean, with an iron, you can even take that bunker on the left out of play if you don't like the way that one looks either. So, I mean, you can lay it back there with a 3-4 iron, maybe even a 5 iron, and leave yourself 150, 155 yards, and that won't hurt you. The only place you can really hit it off this tee shot, off this tee, is in the water. That's the only place it's going to hurt you.
Exactly. In fact, we saw Kuchar hit a fairway metal short of the bunker on the left. He scooped it, support him.
I don't think you plan to hit it like that?
No.
Okay.
Watney at -3.
High and left. That wasn't in the plan. Ooh, that is straight and long with that 3 iron. Good swing. And I think it's going to be good going forward. That you kind of get away from maybe some of those thoughts that you had. You're working with Todd Anderson now. Lee Butch. Butch did a lot of work with Nick, trying to get the wide, kind of the modern swing, the width and everything. You know, maybe he just needed to hear something else. Sometimes you just need that as a player.
Kyle Stanley also going with an iron. And he can hit him a long way.
Looks quiet behind those sunglasses. I bet it is. I bet it's really quiet back there.
So 3 in the fairway here at the first. Let's move back to 14. Pat Perez, 98th in the projections.
I saw Pat on Wednesday afternoon and told him what I was doing this week. He says, say something bad about me. Throw me under the bus. Like, why would I do that? Come on, make me look bad. I can't do that. He's such a good guy. He's a good guy out there.
There he is at 98th, followed by Van Pelt and Leonard, both of whom have missed the cut here.
Van Pelt was at 101, but because the right guys are playing poorly, Van Pelt, he jumped up to 99. See, this is where it gets all too confusing.
Well, Ernie's not even in that picture anymore, so he's
like 95 or 4.
Exactly.
Ernie's at 5 over. A missed cut. Ernie is projected 95th. Here's Kevin Stadler. 7 under was the overnight lead that he held after a 64 yesterday. And it's going to peel off the front edge.
4:17 tee time off number 10. You're 5 holes into your round. Going to have some work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, a couple hours plus of daylight remaining. And of our coverage here on day 2. Here's John Huh in the midst of a hot round. He shot 30 in his opening 9 holes. Second into the first. front edge. Eagle at 13 to go along with 3 birdies for last year's Rookie of the Year winner in Mexico. That was just a bit earlier. Now Watney.
Love that look. Two greatest looks going. Padraig Harrington, Nick Watney.
Gazing up to the ball and down to the target, back and forth.
I don't think he blinks more than 6 times a day.
Also a bit earlier, it was Stanley. Yeah, good shot.
That's pretty tasty right there.
The best of the day we've seen here. Let's go to 14. Stadler just off the front edge.
I had a funny conversation with him earlier this year. I said, Stats, what are you going to do in 2016 when this anchoring ban goes in effect? And he goes, I don't know. I don't know. I said, have you thought about it? No, not really. I mean, if that doesn't have his dad written all over it, I don't know what does.
Well, he does have his dad's mannerisms.
So Stadler 64 on day 1 yesterday. That was the course record here. There were a number of players who shot 65 at Liberty National back in 2009. Goidos, Garcia, there were a couple others. So Stadler sets the course record. And then Bradley goes and beats it after Fowler put 64 up earlier today. Dustin Johnson in the mix there as well.
Kind of the same thing happened at the PGA Championship. Kind of, you know, these guys out there, they're shooting 64, and all of a sudden, then Duffner shoots 63.
Matt Every for a birdie at 14. That's 2 in a row. He moves to 5 under. Quickly over to the first, John Huh.
So many times today we've seen guys have the exact line that they need, but they just don't quite get the speed right.
No, would have gotten to 6 under on the day. Another look.
Oh, he knew he had it too. He just that one extra rotation on the golf ball.
Good look for Watney here. We've seen a few go in from this range today.
This one, I think you can count this one. He powered it right through it.
Yep.
Powered it right through it. He had that feeling, but he had that look.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He had the right line. He just powered. Yep. That's funny. As golfers, we know, oh man, this is the line. This is the line. You get up there and you're like, oh, come on, let's just. All I was gonna do is get it there to make it, and then you blast it right through the line. You're like, oh. This is one of the more aggressive shots that we've seen into this whole location today. Kyle Stanley, currently at +1, so he needs to make some ground up this final 9 holes. The player left hand low. I like the left hand low. Keeps those shoulders level. Gets in there and just rocks his shoulders back and forth.
And in for a birdie. Nice work from Stanley. His first of the day. 37 in his opening 9 holes. But grabs one here to move on to the cut line at even par. One of 80 on the number or better.
You give these players a soft golf course, there's not a whole location that they can't go at. That's exactly what we're seeing. Almost beat it there.
It looked like Azinger. Azinger back in the day, he hit it and he was already reached in the hole.
Bill Rogers was the same way.
Was he really?
I mean, Bill Rogers, I promise you, his left foot was planted right at the hole when the ball was going in.
So that one keeps Watney at -3.
Go back to the tee. Find KJ Choi. Just a very hard-working man there. Always working on his game. Always working.
You know, for years he had Andy Prodger on the bag, and Andy would actually play the round of golf. KJ Choi would hit the golf shots, but it was Andy that was playing the round. You know, we need to hit it over here, KJ, and then we need to go here. And it was quite the team. I enjoyed watching them work together.
8 victories for this man on the PGA Tour, on some really tough courses too.
When you win at Memorial, you win at Tampa, you win at Congressional.
Sawgrass.
Players, you put those on your resume. You've been able to go out there and golf your ball.
Here's Josh Teeter, 50th in the projections with a 3-under par total.
That one's kind of hanging. That one's hanging. The body language. Ooh, okay now.
He hit it just good enough to carry the edge of that hazard there.
What's that?
Now he's going to have a fantastic look at that flag stick.
Gary Woodland out in 32 for his opening 9 holes to move to 5 under. One iron exchanged for another.
Probably gone down to less than a 3-iron, probably a 4-iron.
Yeah, 3 or 4 iron, but this guy can just squash an iron.
Yeah, I
mean, he can take a little bit of the loft off. He can put that shaft lean on it, and he can just blitz it down there.
Looking anxiously there.
Hugging the right side of the fairway. It's okay. Back over to 14. And Camilo Villegas. Five under par. Excellent opening round of 65, but in search of his first birdie on the day. Just 5 holes in. Chance for one here.
Wow. Who laid up?
He hit a wonderful shot there, just shy of hole high, but we're both looking at the
ball short of the
ball
green.
that's 25 yards short of the green.
That would belong to Justin Hicks.
I was going to say it's usually a reachable par 3.
Hicks hit one of the best shots of the day yesterday. He shot 78. It was a dismal round, but he had a spectacular shot here for a bogey, in fact, at 14. There's a Staten Island ferry. Motors by for another trip out and back. There's Hicks. Going to go with the putter here, well off the green.
He's got, I'm going to say, 15 feet of fairway cut grass.
At least.
Yeah, watch this. And it looks like it may just kind of bobble a little bit. You can see a little rough area right there, just short of the green. That usually takes a lot of the speed off.
Rolled pretty smooth through that fairway there, but he chased after pretty quickly. Not too sure he's real enthused about his play at the moment.
Tee time. On that 4:39, probably have 2 hours left of play. So now you've got 5. You're going to have 4 or 5 holes left. But yesterday, magic. Nice 3.
It was a bogey, actually.
That was a bogey.
Pretty spectacular 4.
Always seem to make those at such inappropriate times. It really didn't change his demeanor at all.
But Jagus trying to get back to even par for this second round. There you go.
Nice roll there. Right now we've got 82 players on the cut line, but I'm fairly confident this cut's going to go to -1. I mean, we've got a lot of players out there right now who are kind of hanging out. Got a lot of players out there that still have anywhere from 12 to 8 holes left to go. So we'll see, though.
Back over to the first. KJ is going to be first to play here.
Looks like from right in the middle of the fairway. Squirrel on the bag. Longtime caddy of Jeff Ogilvy. Don't ask me his real name. I know him by his caddy name. Squirrel.
Always looks in control of the golf swing. There's never a swing that's really out of balance to where he tries to get a little extra out of a club. He's always kind of teetering on maybe hitting something too easy. He's never been a player that has gone in there and tried to force a distance out of the club that he didn't think he could get.
118 yards here for Woodland.
A little assist by the pitch mark.
Yeah.
Kind of slowed it down a little bit.
Exactly. Control the spin nicely on that one. It almost looks like the wind is now at the players' back. This morning was back into their faces, and they're having a lot of problems controlling the spin on their golf ball. Now, if it's going a little bit downwind, that's going to help out immensely. See those flags in the background there. It's starting to turn.
It's really kind of amazing. It's kind of flipped this many times during the day.
Teeter will be next to play here.
Boy, he's looking high. He took that straight up in the air. Ooh.
That would have been 2 days in a row that we had an eagle too, but not to be on that one, but still a wonderful golf shot. Hey, look at that. Hixie on his bag.
Beautiful shot from Josh Teeter. Nearly an eagle 2. Chance for a birdie 3 when we come back. Birdie chances upcoming here at the first for Choi, Teeter, and Woodland. Teeter's the best of the three inside 10 feet. Nearly inside the hole a few moments ago. Woodland first. How about the putting display final round to win in Tampa a couple of years ago?
Never missed inside 20 feet. 20. 2-0.
I missed that. I don't know where I was, but I missed that one. Ooh, and unfortunately he missed that one. That must have been pretty fun to watch.
It was unbelievable. Every putt inside 20 feet, 18 straight holes, he made it.
Yeah, well, that's what Tiger did this year at the Cadillac, too, isn't it, though? He only had 100 putts.
100 putts for the week, yeah. But it's 25 a day. I mean,
just a bit earlier, it was Choi here. And that was to get to -3.
That may have influenced the read of Gary Woodland there.
Now live, Teeter, 8.5 feet.
You cannot have an easier putt than what Teeter has right here. Up the hill, right to left. Put it just outside, half in, half out. Put some speed behind it. Can't miss.
And it's a birdie.
There you go.
Cannot be any easier than that putt right there.
Former Morehead State star in Kentucky. School that also produced a Super Bowl MVP winning quarterback. Played not far from here, as a matter of fact.
Manny?
No.
No. I'm not a football guy. You guys were talking football all day in here. I have no idea.
Thought Billy would nail that one.
Sims?
You got it. Phil Sims.
Oh.
Peterson over at 14. You saw the red chip next to his name.
Look where he's aimed. I mean, he's aimed in the right bunker. Well, I hope that thing's coming in from right to left, because it started out there. That's what he did. He brought it in right to left.
That's why you saw that hook spin on it. Yeah, he did. He was aiming at where the flagstick was yesterday.
That's knowing your game right there. They can tell you to aim correctly, but you see guys like Ryan Moore aiming way left. You see Carl Peterson aiming way right. You just kind of, I mean, if you hit it where you're looking, everything's fine. Don't change anything. Believe me, this is not a game of perfect, and sometimes you can make it into a math game where 2 negatives make a positive.
Ches Reavie, 1 over. Bogey 3 of his first 4 holes of the day. Started it on the right edge of the green. Is it turning? Just a bit.
I've seen 2 consecutive shots land about hole high. I think we'll get 3. I mean, we've seen a lot of them that have been well short of the putting surface, so let's see if we can't make it 3 in a row.
Morgan Hoffman will be next. Just double bogey the 13th. His projection is 98th at the moment. Just his 5th hole of the day, though. .67 in the opening round for the rookie out of Oklahoma State. Played the Web.com tour last year.
He double bogeyed the 13th hole, the par 5. Ouch. Really strong player. Played his collegiate golf at Oklahoma State.
Ooh.
Strong shot there.
Best of the day right there. That's a way to follow up a double bogey. Stuff it in there for a kick-in birdie. I don't know, though. Double bogeys on a par 5. That stings.
When you put a crutch on your scorecard, that's not good.
Only 3 5s on the track here. This par 71 as the sun pops back out here just before 6 p.m. We pop back over to the first. David Lingmerth.
Must be a good shot. They said good swing.
Not a good week, though, for the young Swede. It's 6 over par. Doesn't look like he's going to get to the third round, but will get to Boston. 45th in the standings to begin the tournament. Ryan Palmer next up here. You'll usually see the Texan on the left-hand side of the tee box here.
Just kind of look it out to the right, right down that water line. There it is. He finally turned. There we go.
Took a few extra seconds. He kind of looked at it for just a few. Like, come on, I know you want to move.
It's going to be interesting to see how far he has to the hole location, because that's as deep a tee shot as I've seen on number 1 today.
Now, Chris Stroud was the first player to hit here. That doesn't look good, or does it? Oh, my goodness.
Well,
that is the deepest drive of the week.
Well, I just thought Ryan Palmer.
Well, we didn't get to see that one. Okay. We'll have to blame it on our producers for not showing that earlier.
Okay. Wow, that all of a sudden that was just down there.
Yeah, I wonder if that he. Obviously, I don't think that was planned. Trying to hit it that far down there.
No, I don't think so. But all of a sudden, this wind flipping around, and we saw it die out there at 14, the par 3. So, don't know. It's a little peculiar, the ball carrying that deep.
Fairway runs out at about 298. He chased it well beyond that.
And that wasn't even a driver.
No, that went a long way there.
Reeve at 14. That one for birdie.
All right with you, Pat? Yeah, you're fine.
A lot of traffic on these greens, and they're still rolling pretty smooth.
Yeah, bent grass greens. Usually, when you get this much traffic at the end of the day, you'll see a lot of the footprints and some of the spike marks, but.
Yeah, and because of the softness of the greens, you get that kind of that indention that the soft spikes make.
Mm-hmm.
Really haven't seen it.
I'm tapping down a few things, but overall, ball seems to be hugging the ground awfully well.
How much you got? I've got it just outside here, around the edge.
It's got to be kind of an interesting feeling for these players that are in this event, but if they miss the cut and they don't make it to next week, their season's done. Or in years past, you would say you take a couple weeks off and then you go to playthefries.com or the Shriners. Just now it's
done.
It's done. Not that there's no more tournaments this year, because we're going to start off in October for the 2014 season, but still. Kind of a unique situation, first time out.
And then you have the finals of the web.com getting ready to start next week. So if you don't advance this week as a player, you got some time off.
Yeah, there's really nothing for you to play in. You know, I can't think of anything unless you go play in Europe or
go play a member guest.
That sounds like fun. Club championship. One day best ball with your buddy.
Scramble.
Oh, getting better all the time, Billy. Pretty soon we're talking, carts.
Oh,
6 birdies for Hoffman in the opening round, and this figures to be his first of the day after the double back at 13.
There we go.
There we go. Fans got excited. Fans must be. This must have been a while since they've seen a birdie. Everybody went crazy there.
Lingmerth back over at the first.
Strong player there.
Yeah, that time of day that You know, players are now starting to look back into the sun.
Probably have a couple more guys say, well, where'd that go?
Happened yesterday.
Jerry Kelly's caddy. Jerry says, where'd it go? He says, oh, it was right at it.
Out to the right.
He missed it.
Down at the collection area.
I can only imagine with the exchange between Jerry.
Ryan Palmer has 102 according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
I knew I'd get my answer. Okay, see if you can just get this up, and that's kind of been the pattern all day. Other than Josh Teeter, a couple other guys dancing around the hole, really, they haven't peppered this whole location.
Fewer birdies here than we would have expected.
Now Stroud, about 85 yards to go here.
I think he'd get it close. He can kind of play that shot that'll just kind of release out.
He was going high with that. I mean, he should have taken something in a little bit lower and bounced it in there.
Late in the day here as our coverage continues, and Webb Simpson maintains his lead at the Barclays.
And back at the first hole, sun should be setting somewhere around 7:45 to 7:50, but just trying to squeeze as many holes here in as possible in this second round. The Barclays. This is Chris Stroud for birdie at number 1. Up the hill, moving left. A little work left. And from above the hole. All right.
Who do we have there?
Okay.
Oh, Lingmerth. What is he? Is he Dutch?
Swede.
Swede.
That's the Swedish cycling team. They just took a break. Come out and watch the golf tournament.
I'm just going to believe you just because I don't know any better.
It was convincing. Ooh, catch the hole.
Well, you say things in such a convincing manner that it's hard not to believe you.
Well, he's not having a good week, but he's had a good year. Played well at the Players. It's been pretty solid. Graduate of the web.com tour.
His name number 9. Are they all number 9 or just part of them? Some of them number 9. Are they numbered like 1 through 9?
I don't think there were 9 people there.
And Swedes, they're drinking Coca-Cola out there. I'm actually a little shocked at that one on a Friday afternoon.
I think late in the day, shadows, they come into play. Kind of look at what Stroud's putting through. I just think that it's very hard when the sun is out, it's this bright, it's late, and you get these shadows. It's tough to get that definitive line for a player.
Greens are still rolling nicely. There's no problems there. I think you can also tell when players feel like the greens are kind of getting a little uncomfortable for him because you won't see him knock him in with that much authority. A putt like that, he might kind of dive into the front edge instead of knocking him in the back.
How about the Freedom Tower, the glare coming off of that onto the water right at Ellis Island? Is that spectacular, or is that's just outstanding?
Pretty special setting this golf course is.
All right. See the tree? That's the aiming point. Graham Billette. Currently -4. Nice, comfortable swing.
Doesn't watch it all the way. He knows exactly where that's going to end up. Right in position A.
Graham Billette playing with Lee Westwood, Charles Schwartzel.
Just a moment ago, Charles Schwartzel on the tee.
Looks like he's kind of playing just a little bit of a shot that's going to fade, drop to his right.
He's yelling for it too.
Hit it in that fairway bunker yesterday and then hit it in the greenside bunker. But Webb Simpson with a 66 today leads the Barclays by 2. back at the first hole. Threesome of Schwartzel, Dillette, Westwood. We left. Saw the tee shot of Schwartzel go into that fairway bunker, and saw Stuart Appleby here earlier have a very awkward stance in this bunker. Kind of rides right up to that face, and really hard to cover the yardage here, Rich.
Extremely. I mean, look at this stance. You could tell when he was standing in there earlier, he's just trying to figure out exactly how he's going to get this out and all the way up, hopefully to the green, but I just don't. He'd have to hit some sort of crazy good shot to get all the way to the putting surface.
He's going through a lot of the rehearsal, and
well, I just don't think he can get it there.
I don't think you can widen out the stance enough to.
Oh, got the bank. Oh no. Well, rule number 1, fairway bunker. Take enough loft. It's number 1. A little too aggressive of play. Probably trying to get the ball all the way back to the hole onto the green, and just didn't have the loft in the face.
While he decides what he wants to do, we're going to take another look at this, and everything looks kind of okay right there.
Yeah.
And again, just what you said, not enough launch.
Just the initial launch angle wasn't high enough, and it just went right into the bank.
And this one doesn't look like it's any less of a bargain either. It's still standing above the ball.
Yeah, maybe a little more level. He might be able to get this to the front edge. That looked like he caught that heavy. Not bad.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Further up there than we expected it.
So
really good
just
shot.
Trying to do a little damage control. You see players come up with that difficult shot, and then you kind of get out of your comfort zone. Then you think, well, you know what, I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And more times than not, you see a player have happened to them what happened to Schwartzel, but still a chance to save par, even with that misstep. Now Lee Westwood, 108 yards. Icon Callaway rangefinder. Well, you just got to dial it in right here.
This is a green light special if there ever was one. Probably some sort of gap wedge. Go ahead and hit it full, and that's the risky run of go ahead and hitting anything too hard. Is you can get it there, you can land it there, it just can't control the spin.
Yeah, the guys that have come in, enough club, but soften the arm swing, taking the spin off, and kind of see that ball get up there and hit and just kind of settle down without spinning all the way back to the front.
Here's a guy that can spin it. Dillette.
He's a powerful player. He hits it a long ways, but he hits it very straight, too.
Ooh, stay. Just stay.
All right.
It's going to be okay. So Graham Dillette with a little work. Schwartzel trying to save par, but it's Webb Simpson leading the way. back at Liberty National Golf Course. Second round action of the Barclays. First leg of the playoffs for the FedEx Cup. Just a beautiful sight of Lower Manhattan. Just a gorgeous day, and certainly appears as though we're going to get pretty close to back on track. We're going to have some players that are going to have to come out tomorrow morning, Saturday, to finish their second round. But by day's end tomorrow, everything ought to be back on track. Scheduled to start the third round tomorrow at 10:30. Go split tees, 10:30 to 12:30, threesomes. We go back to 1 in Schwartzville for par.
This one should move just a little to his left. See, most of the guys come up a little short here, must have on the low side. See if he can throw it out there.
That would have been some kind of 4 there.
Yep.
Obviously, he's disappointed with making a 5, but just hitting a spot in that fairway bunker where he just didn't have much to go with it, and got a little too aggressive and paid the price, unfortunately.
And just prior to that putt of Charles Schwartzel, this was Lee Westwood trying to move it to -2.
I think that's going to be low too. Just breaks a little more than the players are anticipating, kind of losing the speed up top there. All right, Billy, see if Mr. Dillette can knock this down.
Needs to be just a little careful with that. It just kind of bobbled out of there a little bit. And you would think that he would be a little defensive from that position.
Well, if he wouldn't have been, I know that you and I would have been defensive from that position, Billy. Actually looked like if that ball would have stayed on the ground a little bit better going through that surface, it looked like it bobbled a little bit too much where it took some of the speed off, because it was going right in the middle of the cup.
Go get it, Greg. Go get it, baby.
Just a gorgeous day.
Yeah, it's really getting nice out there now. I was just out walking around a little bit. Absolutely beautiful out. It's going to be just like this tomorrow.
It's supposed to have 2 really, really good days on the weekend. As we go back to the par 3, the 14th, 138 yards.
Scott Brown here.
Nice week up to this point. -4. Boy, you just have currently in a tie for 19th.
I like that follow through there. Chasing it with the right side there. Takes the spin off.
We've seen a lot of those shots in this hole today. You know, I mean, I thought we'd see a few more, just kind of let it out, throw it up in the air a little bit. But we've seen a lot of knockdowns here on this hole today. Shaft really finishing right at the left hip.
And the scoring, as we've progressed deeper into this second round, the scoring has improved. You have Webb Simpson leading at -9. Then you have 6 other players at -7. You have 8 players at -6. You have 3 players at -5. I mean, all of a sudden, the scoring has just taken off. Give you one guess who that is.
Mr. Thompson. You can see a little of that move in Lexington. It's kind of the same kind of underneath move, similar feet. They kind of both come up off the ground at impact. Hips come in underneath them. A lot of similarities there between the two.
And prior to those 2 shots, this was the tee shot of Daniel Summerhays, currently at -3. You see the abbreviated follow through, trying to keep the face pointed towards the sky a little bit, trying to fight it off a little bit. Winds up 20 feet from the hole.
I just think that's a great shot for our amateurs at home to learn how to hit.
On this beautiful day, it's Webb Simpson, 2 clear of 6 other players that are at -7. what a sight that is. Lady Liberty overlooking the city.
That's a good-looking old broad there, isn't she?
Oh. On the tee, Jonas Blix on that right-hand side, firing away from the water. I think if, on a positional hole, you always want to fire away from it. There's no reason whatsoever to even come close to that hazard on the right.
Hogan's old motto: just aim away from the trouble and then work it back towards it. Oh, that was a pretty nifty bounce for old Jonas there.
Those are the things that don't show up on the scorecard at the end of the day.
Exactly. Got a few minutes to spend with Jonas this year after he won the Greenbrier, and he just got the invitation to play the Open Championship. I said, congratulations, way to go. And he must have stopped me for about 10 minutes asking me about playing golf over there at the Open Championship. It was fun. It was neat. I enjoyed spending the time I did with him. Nice young man.
How about that cut line? Currently 80 players right on the number.
It's going to be a nail-biter.
And this man right here, I would certainly suggest making a birdie or two. Another player that works with Pete Cowan.
Yeah, Pete's got a nice stable for the players. He's certainly one of the best teachers in the game for sure across the world. Doesn't get a lot of recognition here in the States, just in general in the industry, but I can tell you he's one of the best.
And then this was Charles Howell III. His tee shot a little bit earlier, and there's probably a little sigh of relief right there. And there's probably not many teachers in the game of golf that Charles Howell has not worked with.
He has got a very inquisitive mind about the golf swing, but overall, it's whoa! Now that is a ride.
That is right up Rich Beam's alley, right?
I am all over that. Where do I sign up? Get me some tickets.
I would be hanging over the edge at this moment right now. I would be so sick.
Is that Swanee driving the boat up top there?
That is pretty cool. That is pretty neat.
There we go.
Look at this. Wow. That is great.
Wow, I mean,
funny thing is,
how many people can sit on that boat? Look at that.
Funny thing is, you can probably get taxi cab rides in the city that do the same thing, though. Come peeling around, 38th and 6th Ave.
What do you think the gas bill at the end of the day for that is?
I don't know, but I'm sure the tariff is high enough to cover it.
That looks fun.
That is fun. It does look like fun.
The gas bill, the tariff bill, the cleanup bill from the people getting sick on there. I mean,
I'd be way over the edge right now.
You'd be as green as the Beast was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Beast could boast that he beat me. Do you think the view of Manhattan ever gets tired?
No.
You ever get tired of looking at that?
We've seen it for many hours over the last 2 days, but no, it does not. I bet you it's something here at night, having dinner at the club, when all of Manhattan lights up. I bet you that's pretty neat. Special piece of property here. It's just to be an old landfill.
Yeah.
That's all it was. Capped it off with a porcelain top, dredged up some muck out of the Hudson, threw it on top, added some sand and some grass, and you got yourself Liberty National. A wonderful, wonderful golf course.
Okay, 159 yards. One of the lengthier second shots we've seen into this first hole.
Looks like he took out a club that would not get him into that fairway bunker on the left-hand side. How much he's choking down on that iron.
He's always trying to flight a shot. He's always trying to work it left to right, right to left, trying to hit it the proper trajectory. Oh, yeah. Here we go. 630. Just about right.
Just the beast just dropped them off.
You know what? There's a lot of fuel out there right now.
Very well stated right there.
I really thought that maybe 1 over when we had the wind early. I thought that might be the cut. I thought the players, that's kind of what they were shooting for.
I would agree with that 100%. We were in here earlier looking at it saying, yeah, it's got to go to +1, and that's when there were 75 players at even par, and it was trending towards +1 at a very rapid pace. Then all of a sudden, wind dies down just ever so slightly, and greens are still soft, and these players this afternoon are taking full advantage of that.
Jonas Blix with his second.
All right, Jonas, knock it in there.
Currently at -3.
Get up there. No.
And while we've been watching the beast in the Hudson, Matt Kuchar makes another birdie. So he's at -8.
Just steady Eddie. Just kind of chips away at it, you know, just another.
McIlroy playing well today. He's at -4.
I guarantee you this will be knocked down. Charles hits this little 3/4 knockdown just about 3/4 of the time with his iron play. Watch this finish. Just kind of firm finish. He'll just catch it.
Look at the extension of the right arm. Very nice. Great job of spin control.
Terrific.
Close to the hole.
That's the best of the day right there, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, you just kind of wonder how many holes they're going to get in. 6:30, sunset, 7:45. You got about an hour and 10 minutes left, maybe a little bit more, so maybe 4 more holes. But it's Webb Simpson leading the way at -9.
There's Hunter Mahan on the tee at the first. Just about 20 minutes or so remaining in our second round coverage here.
They're going along nicely this summer. I hate to say just this week because he's played awfully well since just before the U.S. Open. Seemingly in the mix almost every week.
Yeah, he's right there. He's got it all there in front of him. You know, perhaps just a little better around the greens, major championships, and he's going to do it.
Pat Reed, 4 over. Began his day with a triple bogey 7 at the 10th.
Winner last week. And hits that left over.
Down the cart path.
Down the cart. We've seen a couple of shots end up there today. If he is behind one of those grandstands, he will get a relief from a TIO, a temporary immovable obstruction. But I think last week's win probably took a little bit out of his sails. It's kind of strange to say, but
up ahead at the green, McDowell in for his par, so he stays right on the cut line.
We were there grinding through the weekend, kind of a, I would imagine an emotional win for him. What a great shot. He hits it in the trees, finds it, hits an incredible second shot. Spieth almost drains his for a birdie, knocks his in. I can imagine what an emotional high. Then you come off of that, then you're mentally drained, and you got to play the next week. So, of course, you can speak to that better than we can. What's that feeling like?
It, just like you said, it's you get done, and the interesting thing to me is that I actually took a week off after I won. I wasn't planning on playing the events, and I never did. So I got a little time off, but I don't think I would have played very good, to be honest with you.
Here's Blixt. Stays at 3 under.
Some players can continue on, take that good play, and reel off a couple of victories in a row. Phil Mickelson this summer obviously did it over at Scottish Open and then to the Open Championship. But I always thought the week after was such a draining. Even 2 weeks after was kind of draining. I remember winning the 2002 International, took a week off, and then came after the PGA. Even at the PGA, the first couple of days, I was still kind of getting my legs underneath me.
Great second shot here. Sorry, Trev.
Sorry, Swanee. You didn't celebrate it at all, did you, after any of your wins? Or?
Oh, no. Went back home, hit balls the next day, and, grinded it out. No, are you kidding me? First 3 days after each victory was kind of a blur. I was kind of, I always enjoyed myself and enjoy life, so.
You didn't misplace any trophies or anything like that, right?
No, but I do have a fun story about the Wanamaker.
All right.
Luke Guthrie here on number 14. We've seen a lot of shots end up that short, and I think just that wind shifts ever so slightly and can knock the golf ball down or hang it up in the air, and it comes up that short. And obviously, right there, Robert Garrigus was that shot before by Luke influenced what Robert Garrigus is thinking, that what the wind is doing. Going probably with one extra club and maybe flight this one down a little bit extra.
Garrigus shot 33 on the front, but comes here off 3 straight bogeys. And slipped 89th in the projections.
I think that one might be going left.
Yep. Try to take a little too much off of it.
That's the one thing you got to be careful with. You take more club, you try to knock it down. Face can flip over a little bit easier when you're doing that.
Mahan at the first.
Big pull there. That's where the whole location was yesterday. Not too sure what happened there. That's a little strange for him. As good a ball striker as he is.
He is that. I'll tell you, he's fun to watch hit his driver. Just piercing drives, just on a line.
Furyk from 141.
Furyk still works awfully hard on his game, even as successful as he's been over the years, amassing the victories and the money and things of that nature. He's still out there grinding it every day. Works just as hard as it today as he did 20 years ago when he first got out here.
He's 43, and you just get the feeling he's not going anywhere. You know, he's going to compete for years to come.
Patrick Reed taking relief over there, it appears.
Over there hanging out with some of the New York crowd. I'm pretty sure more than one person's offered him to come on inside of that pavilion and have a beer with him and sit down and chat. Especially at 6:45 on a Friday afternoon.
It's a hard offer to turn down.
Absolutely.
Here comes the drop.
It's like the guy from Duck Dynasty behind him right there. He's dropping. Those guys are everywhere.
How many times did Gallery yell at you and just make you laugh? Just like, you know, that's a pretty good one.
Probably about as many times as I yelled at them to make them laugh. I was kind of like Trevino. I always wanted to get into the crowd before they can heckle me. I want to kind of diffuse the situation a little bit.
121 is what Team Reed will have to deal with here. That's Justine on the bag for the victory last week. Got to go back to 1996 for the last time a wife caddied for her husband. That was Nikki Stricker.
I always find it very interesting, you know, everybody, you know, not everybody, but you got enough marshals out there to kind of keep the people away so Patrick can kind of get a good look at where he's going and whatnot. And you still see people walking right in front going, oh, somebody's over here? That's weird. You want me to move? That cart is completely in his way right there. And these marshals here have got to keep people from walking up the path. But yeah, there you go. Somebody's over here.
I think Patrick does most of his yardages, though. You can see him out in the fairway there. Justine holding fork down. Metal spikes.
I was gonna say, that's a sound you don't hear very often anymore, is it?
Normal player percentage there to the caddy with her caddying, or is it a little more leveled out, you think?
It's a good question. It all may funnel into one account these days.
Okay,
who knows?
probably. One account, not two.
Yeah, how it's spent is probably a different
she gets the 90% of the last week's victory. He gets the 10%. That's what, you know. Let's just be real clear on that one.
Peering straight into the sun here.
Looks like he's drawn a fantastic lie there.
And we've seen some decent shots here.
Come on now.
All day long.
Knock it off.
There you go. That's the New York crowd at 6:45 at night. Having one too many, or in that person's eyes, one not enough.
There you go. Oh, get there. Get there, baby.
All right.
He wasn't thrilled with it. He thought maybe he was going to catch the bunker, but he's okay.
I think he wasn't real thrilled with the crowd over there. I think that kind of bothered him a little bit. And you know, he's in a marquee grouping. He's playing with Hunter Mahan. He's obviously had a fantastic year, and Jim Furyk as well. So this is kind of his first real taste of playing the first two rounds with being in somewhat of a marquee grouping. So a few extra people out following him than he might be used to, but the way he's played the last 2 years, last year qualifying, Monday qualifying for, I think it was 7 events, that's incredible. You just don't hear about that. Obviously, he's got a lot of game, played very solid all year, even before he won last week, and winning last week is just going to give him that much more confidence going forward. So I expect to see this a lot more of this young man in the upcoming years.
Monday qualifying a half dozen times is astounding. I mean, that's one of the most difficult things out here that most fans probably don't realize even transpires every Monday.
And a lot of times it was done after he had made the cut. He Monday qualified, he would make the cut and then have to go to another town and Monday qualify there. And to do it 6 times over the course of the summer it's really unheard of. I can't remember anybody even qualifying 3 or 4 times, much less 6 times, and he played well. So obviously has got a lot of game. Very deserving. I always dreaded Monday qualifiers because you figure, you know what, it's a crapshoot. You can shoot 65 and still not make it, or you shoot 68 and make it by a couple. So hats off to this young man for sticking with it and getting to where he is right now.
Give folks an idea of the odds. How many players generally for those 4 spots?
Generally, you've got 100, I'd say almost 156. And sometimes less than that, but 156 going for 4 spots.
Crazy.
And it's just the low 4 scores, and that's it.
And it's going to get more popular, too. I mean, web.com now is the way into the tour, so I think the Monday qualifiers are just going to get even more crowded.
Those are crazy. They actually have 8 spots, but they also let in double the amount of people. So there's 200 and some odd guys going for 8 spots on 2 different golf courses.
Here's Mahan out of the shadows into the sun, 52 feet away.
I haven't seen any putted from this far away on this green.
Oh, look out. Oh,
well,
yes.
Apparently nobody knew that's the place to hit it on this green. How about that?
Hunter Mahan had a little something special in store for the fans still out on the golf course here.
That was awesome. I mean, just hit a dead yank on that second shot. Hit it as far away as we'd seen anybody hit it, and still keeping it on the green, and he cans it from way downtown.
That gets Hunter to 5 under. 4 shots off the lead here. Birdie chance for Reed. That happened a little saucy.
And perhaps rushed that one a little bit. Didn't hit a good drive. Not a very good second. Just kind of maybe got up there and whacked that one.
And to Rich's point, he's a young guy playing with Mahan and Furyk, and he's kind of scuffling along here, not playing his best. You almost feel like you're in the way in situations like that, don't you?
Absolutely. A couple of times I was out playing, and you just remember one year playing with Tiger, the PGA Championship, and I was not going along very well, and he was, and I really felt like I was in his way, so I was hurrying up my routine just to stay out of his.
Birdie chance for Furyk. That looks good. All right, filling it up here late in the day.
Nice putt there for Mr. Furyk. One could probably use a 5-hour energy about right now.
Tell you what, he's at 5 under now as well. So Furyk, Mahan just kind of hanging around here on the eve of the weekend. Coming off a run at another major championship. 10 years removed from his U.S. Open. On 6 feet here for Reed's par. There you go.
That was a nice stroke there. Good to see him make that one.
Started his college career at the University of Georgia. Didn't feel comfortable for whatever reason. Transferred to Augusta State, and what a powerhouse that program has turned into. He was on a couple of national championship teams there.
Well, I'll tell you, it's just not about the big schools playing great golf. I mean, you got the smaller schools, Augusta State, Division I AA schools that are out there, NAIA schools. There's a lot of really talented collegiate players. And of course, the powerhouses, and the Georgias and the Clemsons and the Wake Forest are always going to produce the majority. But there's so many good collegiate players that we see at the tour academies coming through. University of North Florida has really built a nice program down there.
Don't forget Texas now.
Oh, Texas. You get my point. Just so many good players, not only as we see professionally, but in the college ranks as well.
These kids are coming out of college and into the pro ranks so much more prepared than they were 10, 15 years ago. It's scary. We'll go over number 14, find Brian Gay. Players have had limited amount of success with this hole. We've seen some in the last couple of groups, a couple pretty close shots, but a lot of them coming up well short of the screen.
Really am surprised how many knockdowns we're seeing on this hole. A lot of shots coming up to the left there with that particular swing.
Yeah, it's a narrow entrance to the green. It looks like a really tiny target from back there, doesn't it?
Yeah, when you stand on that tee box, the tee box actually sits just a little bit below the green level, and you can see some of the fescue out there, and it kind of shades the front part of the green, so the players have a really hard time seeing much of the screen except for the very small opening. And you've got deep bunkers left and deep bunkers right, so visually it doesn't set up very well for them.
Kuchar moves to 9 under. De Jong here is 2 back at 7 under.
There you go. That's a good shot. Boy, he really hits down on it. Man, short iron. That was a healthy divot right there.
Sure was. When you see the close-up on the camera, now you can start seeing this late in the afternoon. You can start seeing those footprints, and sometimes that can influence you when you're hitting these putts. But as we've seen, I haven't seen the ball bobble too much on these greens late in the day, which is pretty remarkable for bent grass greens. It just goes to show how good a condition this golf course is in.
David Hearn at -3. He's solid in the points projections at 50th.
Trying to draw it in there from right to left. Safely on. Should move up the hill a little bit from right to left. Seen a couple of players make it from down there.
Final break here. We'll come back to put the finishing touches on our Day 2 coverage from Liberty National after this. All right, we say so long to the first hole, where we saw one eagle courtesy of Aaron Baddeley late in the day yesterday. 62 birdies and scoring average of 3.86, fifth easiest hole as it was back in 2009. So they tagged it pretty good. We just saw 2 birdies in the final group from Jim Furyk and Hunter Mahan. Two from long distance. And one last look here at a view that has been easy to look at for a couple of days. Just sensational. So was the play of Matt Kuchar and Webb Simpson. They share the lead. Keegan Bradley with a course record 63. Boy, this is shaping up to be a great weekend here, isn't it?
Ricky Fowler right on his tail there, 64. Adam Scott, good round at 66. Sergio very quietly right there on the first page.
All young names right there on that leaderboard.
So that'll bring us to the end of our live at coverage here. It's been a fun couple of days. But more coverage on the website on Saturday morning. Bill Kratzer will be part of the featured grouping coverage. You can see that on PGATour.com on Saturday morning once the second round is complete. So be sure to go to the website, the homepage there, for programming information and times. And the sun sets here on Liberty National, and our 2 days of coverage under the watchful eye of Lady Liberty. 123 players came here. 23 will be eliminated. Only 100 moving on to the Deutsche Bank Championship in Boston beginning next Friday in the race for the 2013 FedEx Cup. For Travis Fulton, Bill Kratzer, Rich Beam, and Michael Beam, I'm John Swantek. Featured group channel coverage on the website Saturday morning. So go to the homepage and see what time we'll get it cranked up here. So long from Liberty National as the race for the FedEx Cup continues outside of the Big Apple.